My wife tells me that I'm the grumpiest person she's ever seen early in the morning, so Chair Hatton may have made a mistake asking me to do this, so we'll see if we can get through. It is good to be here this morning, and I do appreciate the opportunity to welcome everyone. And I hope everyone had a good night last night and enjoyed Frankfort. One of my favorite things to do here, and a couple years during session, I actually stayed downtown. And during cold weather, I would get out and walk in the downtown area late at night. Not real late, it's not that creepy, so don't look at me that way. But to really get a sense of the history of Frankfort, that's the best time to do it, because you can feel it more when you're walking through the historical areas and the old buildings, and especially on the side of the old Capitol. If you ever get a chance, do it. And I think I told you all yesterday, I love history. And just being able to do that during session and take advantage of those evenings and think about the history. Henry Clay walked the streets, people like that. And that just, it kind of gives me goosebumps to think about it. And serving in the state legislature is something I never imagined in my entire life. Never did it enter my mind until it entered my mind, and then I ended up where I am, and I'm very grateful for that. But having the opportunity to be involved in the nuclear part, and having inherited this issue, and looking back at all the time I've done researching, being part of the NCSL Nuclear Legislative Working Group, and traveling throughout the country, up into Canada, learned so much. And I think I told you I have a deep passion for this. Passion, obsession, not sure how far it's gone yet, but I love it. And it's the secretary talked a little bit yesterday about the bill that we passed, and I won't go through all of that again, but it is important to note, and I'm sure this was said several times, that this was not a Danny Carroll thing. This has been a team effort from day one since we started working on this issue, and so many people to thank. And I won't take the time to go through the list, but you all know who you are. And one of the most rewarding things that I've been a part of in my 12 years in Frankfort is to be able to work in a bipartisan effort and reach across with the executive branch, even judicial branch a few times, and work with the private sector, with the utilities. We've worked with nuclear developers, you name it. We have touched base with them if they have any stake at all in what we're doing. And really, that's this most recent bill, which I feel is the most substantial step that we have taken, the largest investment by far, even though $75 million investment is great. And Kenya tells me that according to statistics numbers in Virginia, I think it was, that $75 million investment will return a $30 billion return of investment for our state. So just very grateful for all the efforts that's been put into this, and the team that worked on it, and for the success that we've had. And it's just the beginning. And folks, it's about energy. Yeah, it's about energy. It's about our health. And I know there's going to be some conversation today about isotopes, and I've done some reading on that, and didn't realize the significance that plays and will play in the future with the treatment of cancer in our society. And I know they're developing new generations with thorium isotopes, and just a lot of good things going on in that area, and that's exciting also. So it is about health. And finally, and I think is the most important aspect of what we do and why we do this, it's about our people. And in Kentucky, I'm sure everyone's aware in the Appalachian region how the decline of the coal industry has devastated that area. And I heard Chair Hatton speak last week about her community, that it's just dying. And you could tell the effect that that's had on her. And for us in Paducah, in my part of the state, we feared the same thing with the loss of the DOE site. When they started to decommission that, we didn't know what was going to happen in our community. We feared for our future and what we would look like 10 years. Fortunately, our congressional delegation, especially Senator McConnell, has kept funding through the cleanup of that site and through some other efforts with the products there. We've been able to keep the site moving and maintain substantial employment there. But that's not going to last forever as far as the cleanup. And what's going on in Paducah right now has saved our community and in a lot of ways our region because of the employment there. And I look back now and I think about what was going on in the 50s when the DOE site was actually being constructed. There were neighborhoods being built, there were schools being built because of the growth, and that's about to happen again in our region, and it's exciting and it's a little bit daunting. Leadership is going to be critical in the next couple decades in our region to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to take care of the growth that we're going to witness. It is exciting. But, and I always talk about this because, I'm from Paducah. My colleague in the House, Representative Bridges, that I partner with usually on this legislation with, and he carries most of it down in the House. And there are other members that help out too substantially, and I'm very grateful for all of that. But we have to be careful. This is not about Paducah, and you hear about Paducah a lot, but it's simply because of the history that we have. And with this last piece of legislation that we did, when we're looking at these three initial sites for nuclear reactors, we were very careful in the language to make sure that it is a regional effort and that the regions are considered. When we come back in session next January, the legislature will make the decision on which grants are approved and which sites will move forward. And we intentionally put in the language that it would be diverse locations throughout the state. And we've got to make sure that Eastern Kentucky gets some advantage from the nuclear industry. And we always talk about the ecosystem that we're building. We don't just focus on reactors. We've got to build an entire nuclear economy within our Commonwealth, and we've got to take care of our people in Eastern Kentucky and bring that part of our state, which has such a rich history of power generation and tradition. We've got to take care of those folks, and I think this new economy that we're building in Kentucky, I think it's the answer, and I think the ability for industry to bring their power with them through microreactors, SMRs, I think those are opportunities that we're going to see in Eastern Kentucky and hopefully revive that part of our state. And we hope that every area, every region of our state benefits from what we're doing. So when you hear me talk, and I said last week, my people at home don't always like to hear me say this because obviously I have obligations to West Kentucky and to my district. But as a senator, this is one of those issues that touches the entire state. And I always try to be sensitive to that to make sure that Kentucky is growing and we are taking care of our people. And I'm not running for any office, so this is not a political speech. I am running, but I don't have any competition again, so that's great. But again, thank you all for being here today. I learned so much yesterday, and looking at what the topics we're covering today, some areas that I'm weak in, so I'm really looking forward to these panels. And I can't compliment Chair Hatton and Linda Bridwell, Director, all the staff commissioners with the Public Service Commission. We had a resolution a couple years ago, I think it was 2024, that basically directed the Public Service Commission to get ready for nuclear. I was thinking about things with regulations and maybe training for the staff and maybe adding some staff. Chair Hatton took that to a whole different level. And they traveled throughout the state and with these listening sessions that they've done. And it really gives us a good idea of what's going on in the state. And it's going to give NEDA, the Nuclear Authority, some understanding of what we need to do in the state as far as education. So I can't thank her and her staff enough for getting us a jump start on that and understanding what we need to do. And she has really taken the ball and ran with it, and the culmination of all that's really this conference. And they have done an outstanding job, and it has been a true pleasure working with all the partners as we work through this legislation in particular. And I'm excited about Kentucky's future, and it's good to be at the top and be a leader in new stuff. It doesn't really happen a lot for us, and We have to keep that momentum going in our state, and I'm pretty excited to be a part of that. And again, thank you all for being here, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
The first topic of today is safety, security, and best practices. This session explores the critical framework sustaining the global nuclear industry, the integration of stringent safety protocols, advanced security measures, and operational best practices as the sector evolves into new technologies and heightened global security. Our panel of experts will discuss strategies for mitigation risks, protecting critical infrastructure, and fostering a robust security culture. Join us to examine the international collaboration and regulatory excellence, ensuring that nuclear energy remains in a reliable, secure, and sustainable pillar of the global energy transmission. Today's panel includes Christine King. Ms. King, if you want to come up. Ms. King is the director of the Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, Idaho National Laboratory. Greg Borschig. Mr. Borschig is the vice president of engineering for the Clinch River Project, Tennessee Valley Authority. Natalia Sarajeva. She is the engagement lead with the Office of Nuclear Energy, U.S. Department of Energy, and it is being moderated by the Kentucky Public Service Commission Commissioner Andrew Wood. Thank you.
Testing. All right. My name's Andrew Wood. I'm the new commissioner at the PSC. I probably only get to get away with that for a couple more months, and then I'll be held fully accountable for everything I do and say. You can't hardly have a nuclear conference without discussing advancements in nuclear technology, safety, and storage. And so I had the pleasure of getting to help present on that today. I'll say that one of the best parts of my job, one of the best parts of having the best job in the state, is to getting to meet people like Christine, Natalia, and Greg. In preparation for this panel, we met yesterday at lunchtime, and I had a private audience with 3 of the smartest people that I've ever met in my life. We took notes, and hopefully my intention today is to give you all the best of what we talked about, and I wish we had 3 hours to talk about this, because I'm sure they could fill this morning. So having said that, I would like for each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. I think Greg and Natalia introduced themselves at length yesterday, but Christine, maybe you could give a little more time for hers, and then I'll start with some questions.
So I'm Christine King. I'm the director for the Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear. I did not name it. I would have picked a shorter name. So we call it GAIN. I've been working here in Kentucky since late 2021. The first person I met was Kenya. The second person I met was Danny Carroll. And I have to say, Danny was the first senator to call me directly on my mobile phone and say, so I just have a question. I'm like, okay, we'll see what we can do with that. Before I joined Idaho National Labs, I spent 27 years with a commercial fleet. So that's what I really bring into the lab system as we look at building a new fleet of reactors. And our job at GAIN is to make sure that everything that we have learned within the National Lab System and the Department of Energy, that information is available to those that are pursuing nuclear today, whether that be a developer or a community. And so my passion really is about making sure that the technology does not intimidate anyone in the decision-making process. If you're deciding to build a new reactor or a reprocessing plant or enriching fuel, those are 100-year decisions. And you want to make sure that the technology, which can be intimidating, does not get in the way. So I started in this business with guys named Tiny that aren't tiny. Anybody got friends like that? Yeah. So I spent 10 years, the first 10 years doing maintenance. So I'm really grounded in exactly what it takes, not just to design a plant, but to operate it long-term, and what those maintenance policies look like. So I not only think about what it takes to construct them, but what does it look like to safely operate them for 80 to 100 years as well. So thanks.
Greg?
Okay. Real briefly, Greg Borsch, Vice President, Clinch River Project. Yesterday I gave a detailed discussion of where we're at with the project. Today what I'd like to do is just ground ourselves in TVA's mission, and that is delivering energy, environmental stewardship, and economic development. And if you look at nuclear, I mean, that's really why we're talking about this, because of all those three priorities. And really that's what it comes down to. When you're looking at advanced nuclear, it's about innovation, it's about safety, and it's about delivering on value. So looking forward to this discussion.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today as well. I'm Natalia Saraiva. I'm engagement lead with the Office of Nuclear Energy, Department of Energy. I'm also a nuclear engineer by my background and training. I pivoted towards engagement work because coming from the engineering world, I know that, I've worked in national labs. My colleagues at national labs at DOE, the nuclear safety in their DNA, right? And we care about safety. We work really hard. We'll take lessons learned, but not everyone knows about it, right? We're really good about doing our work, but we sometimes don't spend much time communicating about it. So that's why I pivoted towards engagement, so I can have the conversations. In the conversation, safety comes personal, right? We get in the car every morning, we fasten seatbelt, right? Hopefully you do. Seatbelt saved my life one day, when I was in an accident. But when I was growing up, there was no seatbelts in our car. So same with nuclear industry, right? We learn from the previous mistake, we improve. And also, a little bit of a personal story, right? Like back in the day when I was getting admitted to college, nuclear was not on my mind at all. And in fact, I got accepted to the school of my choice, but I didn't get the program I wanted. So the only program was left was nuclear physics. And I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified. So didn't have cell phones back then. I remember running across the street to go to the payphone and call my parents and say, I got into nuclear. What should I do? I really want to be in the school, but the nuclear is so scary. And I still remember Chernobyl and growing up not that far from it. So my parents were like, well, you know what? Get in the program after semester 2, you can transfer. So fast forward almost 30 years ago. Here I am talking nuclear safety with you.
It's you all might guess that Natalia is not native Kentuckian, and she might be the most relevant person in the room. She's a nuclear engineer, and as I understand it, half Russian and half Ukrainian. Is that right? So it was an especially fun lunch yesterday, and I want to start out with nuclear technology. A month or two ago, when I started preparing for this panel, I had a different roadmap in mind as to where we were going to go with this. But after lunch yesterday, I thought the discussion was so good about the technology involved in old reactors versus new reactors. We talked about Chernobyl and sort of how that, lots of good lessons there, but is in no way relevant to what we're building today. Then we go to maybe Generation 3 reactors, Generation 4 reactors, and I don't know if that's an SMR or not. But I wonder if, as a panel, you all could discuss the differences between, let's just say, the old technology of the Chernobyl plants versus what we're doing today with Gen 3, Gen 4 microreactors and SMRs. And I don't know who wants to start talking, but that should get us through an hour probably.
I'll start and we'll pass it along. So one of the things, I think the first thing that we see that's different is we're building them in different sizes, okay? And that is in terms of megawatts, but that's also in terms of acres and footprint. And that shows up in different ways for different reactors. And I love that you said, I don't know if that's an SMR. So let's just talk about what. If anyone ever comes to your doorstep and they're selling you an SMR, the first question I want you to ask, so SMR, small modular reactor, what I want you to ask is, what does that mean to you? It's a marketing term. It has lived longer than I wanted it to live. We typically talk about advanced reactors. And the reason is small modular reactor can mean a small reactor, one reactor built in a factory, or it can be multiple modules of smaller reactors delivered as one plant. So that's the first question you can ask. But the other question to ask is, so today, across the globe, we primarily operate what's called a light water reactor fleet. That means that we have plain water next to the fuel providing our coolant. So the nuclear reaction is an exothermic reaction. It creates heat. To make the plant safe, the part of the job is to remove that heat. When you remove that heat, that gives you the steam such that you can make the electricity. So one of the new things also is the different coolants that we're considering. And some of those coolants are more dense. And because they're more dense, we don't have to operate at higher pressures. So we actually operate at atmospheric pressures. So that gives us the opportunity to, it changes the way that we operate. It changes what happens in an accident. If a pipe were to burst, because you don't have that high pressure pushing the fluid out, it would just kind of flow. It wouldn't explode. So that's one big difference. The second, I think the second, or maybe the third, I don't know which difference I'm on at this point, and then I'm going to pass it to Greg, is when we think about, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday, it's taking advantage of the physics. So we're looking at fast reactors. Fast reactors actually have a self-limiting reaction. The hotter they get thermally, the less effective the nuclear reaction is. So it actually shuts itself down if it gets too hot. So that's, again, the combination of different coolants, different sizes, and potentially different nuclear spectrums. And that's about the extent of my knowledge on that. And I'll pass it to these experts.
I think a great discussion. I talked a little bit about Gen 3 plus, Gen 4 yesterday, and I think with that discussion rounds out the technology very well. What I'd like to talk about is the organizational effectiveness and the culture of nuclear. Excuse me. There's a book, and it's called Hostages of Each Other. And that's what the nuclear community considers themselves, because if an accident or a problem happens on the other side of the world, it's not their problem, it's all of our problem. Because everybody who lives under the shadow of the cooling towers is asking, well, what about the plant that's near me? So anything that happens affects us all. We have an organization, it's called INPO here in the United States, and then WANO, Institute of Nuclear Power Operators, and then you have the World Association of Nuclear Power Operators. And this organization was created after the 3 Mile Island accident, and they are the toughest critics of our own industry. Professionals go on loan there, and they go out and they go to sites, and it's a very rigorous process, evaluate that site. They get a grade, and their insurance premiums are based on that grade. They get a grade, and the CEOs for those companies meet every year, and the ones that got the lowest grades sit in the furthest away from the stage, and that's their cone of shame, if you will. So very tough on each other. But because of that, the nuclear industry has taken their safety record to unparalleled by other industries. They've taken performance of the units from net capacity factors below 50% to pushing 95% today. So very hard on ourselves, and we're students of ourselves. There's no such thing when it comes to operating a plant that's proprietary. There is some on certain levels, but we share everything, because when it comes to safety, if I don't share what prevents something at my facility happening in your facility, I suffer just as bad. So it's a very tight-knit organization that holds ourselves to very high standards.
And also, what we often talk about is 3 S's, right? So it's safety, security, and safeguards, right? And we care deeply about all 3 of them. In the newer designs, they incorporate them, we strive for them to incorporate it by design, right? So they also work kind of smoothly and independently. And there's this what's the term? Defense in depth, right? That applies to both safety, applies to security, and safeguards. So it's what Christine was talking about, using the physics, right? Using the engineered barriers, and also the safety and security and safeguards depends on, and as in any industry, right? But nuclear will take it more seriously. It depends on several features, right? It's the really good planning, very good design, with some, proper design with some conservative margins. And nuclear is known for very conservative margins. That's why we are able to extend the licensing and operate the plants longer, because of those margins. High quality components and very well developed safety and security culture. And I cannot stress how, how we take it seriously, right? And that's what Greg mentioned, right? We, because it's called the golden standard, right? And we take it internationally as well. So there's Greg mentioned WNO, but there's also International Atomic Energy Agency, which helps countries to develop nuclear power plants for civilian uses to make it safely and securely, right? So our standards taken, and we make sure that the other countries can learn from that. And a lot of countries are looking at us, looking at our standards. We work bilaterally with different countries. For example, we established the excellence centers in Poland and Ghana, right? So they learn from us, and we want that.
Before we get away from the types of reactors, I wondered, there was some talk yesterday about microreactors, and I wonder if you could just briefly differentiate what a microreactor is from a Gen 3 reactor versus a Gen 4 reactor versus a small modular reactor, just briefly.
Sure. Real briefly, so in general, a large reactor is roughly 1,000 megawatts, or anything more than 300 megawatts up to, there's designs at 1,600 megawatts electric today. Small modular reactors are typically between 50 and 300 megawatts, and then microreactors are less than 50 megawatts. Now, you can have a small modular reactor that produces 450 megawatts. There are some out there. Those are nominal ranges. But the small modular reactor, we used to have, they were just regular plants back then, and they were right around that neighborhood. But the small modular reactor is a concept because, one, it's smaller than the larger plants, and the advantage is you don't have to bet the company to build one because the capital investment is much less. You get less out of it, but it's much less. So the amount of total risk to having installed megawatts is less for the company. But it's also, it has purposes because of its smaller size. It's easier to make in a modular fashion, so you can develop parts of the process in a factory and then build it cheaper. That's the concept. Now, will the first one or two be that much more efficient? Probably not. Like everything else, you have to perfect the modularization process, get higher precision, learn the construction techniques, but that's the concept behind a small modular reactor. The microreactor was designed to be installed near a facility in Alaska or Antarctica or in a logging community, or you could have a manufacturing facility that only needs 15 megawatts. They can have it right there. They too are modular, but the whole reactor is modularized. In other words, it comes on a truck, it drops it off. When the fuel is spent, they pick up the whole thing, take it away, give you another one, and refurbish that for use. So those are the three types of reactors. Anything to add?
Yeah, so the other thing I like about those small modular reactors, and you started to talk about it also with the micros, it's about building close to load. And so when we look at the small modular reactors and the hundreds of megawatts, it's about the size of a coal plant, right? So I've done a fair amount of work, some of it, actually a good bit of it has been in Kentucky, looking at brownfield reuse. And so there's a lot of positives as we look at building our next energy system. We're operating an energy system that was built by the generation before us. We have the opportunity to build a new generation system. From an environmental perspective, reusing our brownfield sites makes a lot of sense. There's installed infrastructure there from a transmission and substation perspective, so we're not having to rerun those wires. And our small modular reactors are about the same size in terms of megawatts and footprint for being able to reuse those sites as well. So I think as we look across the nation as to where we can install new generation, we should be looking at those brownfields not just for the physical infrastructure, but also for the workers. The workers that have been displaced or have been told that they will be displaced by the closing of their plant. It was touched on a little bit yesterday. We tend to think about nuclear and go, oh, you need a lot of nuclear engineers. You need a few. We've actually done studies that show that between our fossil fuel generation and our nuclear generation, the crossover on education and skill sets is about 70%. You need electricians, you need welders, you need chemists. We all do some of the same work. Operating a steam plant, the secondary side of our plant to make the electricity, it's all the same. So bringing that experienced workforce also into these new plants will be an advantage in terms of having that experience.
Before you let go of the microphone, I wanted to ask you about something that I found fascinating yesterday, and that's what you all referred to as self-limiting reactors, especially in terms of its safety ramifications. And what I took away from that conversation was that there are many factors that have to come together at once to make the heat, and if any one of those factors is removed, then the reactor shuts down, or it goes to safe mode, I guess, as you all say. Could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so first of all, you're gonna hear people talk about taking the reactor critical. And that sounds really scary. That's what we're supposed to do. Actually, taking the reactor critical is getting it started. It's getting that nuclear reaction to a sustainable level. And it takes a lot. You have to have, with the type of fuel that we use in the United States, whether it's a low-enriched uranium or a high-assay low-enriched uranium fuel, you have to have it in the right configuration. So we have nuclear engineers who design the core. And every time you refuel the plant, you take out 1/3 of the core and you replace that fuel with fresh fuel, and you shuffle the core. And that's all done by, to get it into the configuration such that when you reach mode 5, as you're bringing it up into power, that you have the right temperature, you have the right, you have reduced your moderation of the, so we have moderators that can suppress the nuclear reaction, and you have the right configuration of fuel. The self-limiting reactors that I was speaking about at lunch are those fast reactors. And one of them is being built in Wyoming today, the natrium. It's a liquid metal, it's a liquid sodium fast reactor. It operates at 350 megawatts, but they also have they have solar scale batteries, molten salt tanks that they're charging all the time, which gives them peaking power up to 550 megawatts. And so that also gives them the ability to take all the renewables that are available at the time, and when it's available, but when it's not, they have backup with their molten salt storage units. But the fast reactor is a self-limiting reaction, as I mentioned. It's called the negative coefficient of reactivity. Did I get that right? Okay, Natalia says I'm good. All right. I'm just a chemical engineer. She's the expert. And all that means is the reaction is less efficient at higher temperatures. Trying to think something in the real world that is the same way, other than I'm less efficient at hot temperatures. I don't know, anybody else in a Kentucky summer? Yeah, okay. Maybe that's our real world example.
Very well. Another part of our conversation yesterday that I found fascinating was the difference between traditional nuclear fuel and TRISO, I think they call it. I just saw an article last week that I shared with the other commissioners about that the United States had just received its first shipment of TRISO fuel, I think from Japan, and I think it was 1.5 tons, and I don't know where they're going to use it, but I thought since that term was thrown around some, I would ask the panel if you could explain the difference and where the country was going in terms of, what fuel we were going to be using in the future.
I can start and pass it to my colleagues. Sure. So the differences in the shape and the form of the fuel. So traditional fuel for the reactors we operate now is, well, first of all, it's unlike what's shown in Simpson, it's not liquid, right? It's metal form. So we have pellets size about like the tip of the pencil eraser, right? And we put them in zirconium tubes, right? And we bundle the tubes and we call it fuel assembly, and we put the assembly together and we reach what Christine was talking about, the criticality. So the pellet itself, right, the defense in depth, right? So there's a pellet, there is a zirconium, there are bundles, so they all provide the layers of the defense for safety. The TRISO fuel has different shapes, so it's actually a size of, well, it can differ from like a tennis ball or even smaller to orange, right? It's round. And there are different coats, and there are particles of the fuel, what makes it actually eventually critical, right? They dispersed in those different coatings, and the coating have different layers of different materials, including carbide. So it made, in a way, in the properties of the materials as such that there's absolutely no way it can like crack and leak. So it's in a different type of reactor, advanced reactor would need that fuel, right? Because it's also the use, in traditional reactors, we use water as a moderator and the coolant, but they use gas, right? Anything to add?
Typically for TRISO fuel, it is using, it's called HALEU fuel, it's high assay low enriched uranium. That even though it's considered low enrichment, it is a higher enrichment than you'll have in the fuel bundles for a traditional reactor today, roughly 5% versus 20% enrichment. And the TRISO fuel with the coatings on it, there's 3 coatings on it, it is self-contained. So all the fission products are contained within it. The other thing is the engineering behind the design of the TRISO fuel is it is fault tolerant. So it won't, typically it won't melt anywhere near operating or design basis accidents with even margin beyond that. So it's a significant safety feature for these advanced reactors. And these reactors, just to put them in perspective, a liquid metal reactor, as Christine talked about, they operate roughly at twice the temperature of a light water reactor. A molten salt reactor will operate about 2.5 times that temperature, and then a high temperature gas reactor is almost 3 times the temperature of a light water reactor. So much higher temperatures, so this fuel is extremely robust.
So building on that, so your high temperature gas reactors and your molten salt reactors and your liquid metal reactors operate at about the same temperatures that you see a coal fleet and a natural gas fleet operate at. So, which makes them good partners for industrial customers. So if you have a manufacturing facility that is currently using natural gas or coal, this is where those reactors are good partners to that. So this is the way I want you to think about fuel. So we just threw around a lot of terms about fuel. So low enriched uranium is what we use in today's reactors. That's like taking aspirin, okay? You can go to the drugstore, you can buy some aspirin off the shelf, you don't have to have a prescription. High assay, low enriched uranium, that is at about 20% enriched or concentrated. That's like getting a prescription from your doctor and going to the pharmacist and getting that filled. When you get into anything above that, that's like medication you would get in the hospital during surgery. So just to give you a little bit of context of how to think about the different enrichment levels, and then when we talk about TRISO, so TRISO is one of the fuel forms out there. It is a product that you can buy. So it is inside that product, it has high assay, low enriched uranium in these small coated particles. So just to break that down a little bit.
Okay, and I thought we touched on the different coolants, and I think you talked about maybe sodium was one of them. Gosh, what was the other one? But they're metals, is that right?
Yeah.
Would the adoption of the different coolants, would that also affect the cost of construction of a nuclear plant? In other words, if you didn't have to have the same kind of containment vessel, would it make nuclear, and that's not really part of what I'm supposed to be talking about today, but I'm curious, would it make the cost of construction lower? Would it make the risk lower in terms of something going wrong?
So I think the beauty of the liquid metal reactors, sodium is one of the coolants that you can use for that, is that you're operating at lower pressures. So how does that show up in our design, and how does that show up in our operating scheme? It shows up in a couple of ways. One, because we're at lower pressures, I don't have to have thick pipes. Therefore, when I go to weld and construct the plant, the welds are easier to do. The valves are less complicated, that type of thing, because we're operating at the pressure that we're at, atmospheric pressure. And then that translates also into our emergency planning zones. So an emergency planning zone for an existing reactor today is 10 miles from the center of the site. It is based on an accident, a severe accident, where you entrain all of the fissile material into the reactor in a plume and how far out that plume might drift. That is what gives you your 10-mile radius. with these lower pressures and the accident scenarios associated with this, our emergency planning zones for these new reactors are actually at site boundary. So site boundary might only be a mile away. This is a very different scenario. That does not mean that your fire department and your hospitals, you still will train all of that staff to be ready, just like we do today if you have an operating reactor. But any emergency response would be contained to the site. The real trick with these new coolants, especially with molten salt or sodium, is not about the nuclear aspect of them. They're corrosive. And so with any corrosion, any corrosive type of product, your challenge is in the operation and maintenance of that and making sure that you have chosen the right materials, you've welded them together with a material that can sustain the corrosive properties of that fluid.
And I can add that we have, as I mentioned, right, we have the best and the brightest scientists and engineers who work in those issues. So we have also a program that is called Advanced Materials and Manufacturing Technologies. Rolls off your tongue, of course. And that program allows us to, develop, test, and qualify different materials that are more resistant to all that Christine mentioned, right? The new alloys that are corrosive resistant or resistant to high temperatures, et cetera, et cetera.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to ask, it's not a setup, but if you had 3 minutes, if you had 3 minutes to talk to a hostile town hall that was coming together to talk about nuclear power and nuclear safety, if you had 3 minutes to talk to a hostile town hall, what would you say to them about today's nuclear power?
Well, I have had that opportunity.
Say 3 minutes in 1 minute.
3 minutes and 1 minute. Actually, what I start with is just because I like the technology doesn't mean that you should. And what I want everyone to do is make sure that they ask the questions that they need to ask to participate in the decision in front of them. Don't let the technology intimidate you. There are people that can translate this without acronym. They can help you relate to the technology. We spend a lot of time and gain doing that. So understand what the licensing process gives you and where you can participate, whether it's in the federal licensing process or the state permitting process. This is not meant to be an independent decision by a utility. What are you going to do with a hostile audience?
Well, I think the best thing, and I've been in that situation as well, and I think the best place to start, though, is just with listening, though, because people have specific feelings that are real to them. Whether they're grounded in science or just a raw emotion because something new that they feel is being forced upon them, I think it's important to understand what are the fears that people have because they're the ones that live in the community. I don't think any utility should go there on their own. I think it's good to have the regulator present because they are responsible for reviewing these designs and approving these designs, so having regulatory presence is important. And then having independent scientific representation, preferably from a local university, people that they trust, and then respond to the issues that people have. There is a lot to, when you don't understand something, take for example, you're asleep in your bed and a loud noise wakes you up, it's dark, you don't know what's going on, there's that moment of fear, right? But when you get up and you turn the light on and see that the cat knocked the lamp over, all of a sudden everything makes sense to you. And it's really about understanding what people are feeling and then responding with facts to what people are feeling. And I think that's the best approach that you can take. The details of what you'll get into will be based on what are the things that people are most concerned about. Typically, they fall into some of the things, in fact, most of the things that were talked about at this conference. So the waste issue, nuclear safety, security, all these things that are being talked about here. So there is information that you can put out, but I think it's best to do so in responding to specific things people are feeling.
Natalia?
I've been in those situations before too, multiple times, and I cannot agree more with my colleagues here that, listening is the most important part, because often concerns, they're not even, directly related to what you're talking about. They related to other concerns, underlining conditions, and understanding where people are coming from is very, very important. Safety is personal, so that's why we need to get to that kind of comfort level and get to the stage where you can actually have a conversation. And also when people ask, hey, what about safety? So to me, it's open opportunity to have a deeper conversation. What part that's concerning them the most, right? Because as you said, we could talk about safety for 3 hours easily, right? So, but okay, out of all your concerns about what concerns you most, let's start with that.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Part of our traveling around the state the last several months involved a video presentation by Kenya Stump, and she showed in her presentation, I guess, sort of the state of the art for storage of spent nuclear fuel is in casks, I guess, for lack of a better word. I was especially surprised at how little room those casks take up. And I think when we discussed this yesterday, you all mentioned that there were maybe dual-use casks, and we talked a little bit about the safety and how much room inside was actually for the spent fuel. And I wonder if you all could take a few minutes and talk about the casks and the current storage protocols and maybe what the future holds. And we might even have a video that shows sort of the safety of the casks.
I'll start. So let's talk about what happens to a fuel pellet. So it starts in the reactor. It spends 6 years in the reactor. You take it out. We refuel our existing fleet every 2 years. It comes out and it goes into a spent fuel pool. Yeah, it's a big, giant pool. It's very deep. And it thermally cools off there for about 5 years. And then that gets us into the thermal range for the design of our casks. Our casks are 2 layers. One is a stainless steel canister that you load the fuel assemblies into, and then and that's loaded underwater, and then you vacuum out, you actually pull out all of the water, and you put an inert gas on top, and you weld that canister shut. So it is completely contained. And the reason we put an inert gas in there is to make sure that even if there was any water that was left behind, that there would be no corrosion that's happening inside the canister. Corrosion needs oxygen. So without oxygen, corrosion can't happen. That cask is designed for storage and transportation. So the Department of Energy does have the responsibility to retrieve and store that fuel for long term. They haven't been so good at that yet, but they're working on it. So it is stored local to the plants today. So there is a concrete pad adjacent to the plants. That's probably what you saw. And there's 2 systems that stainless steel canister can go into. It can go into a vertical concrete system, or it can go into a horizontal system where you might have 1 or 2 stacked on top of one another. And then you put, in the horizontal system, then you would put a cap on the end of it. That concrete is additional shielding, but you can stand next to these systems and not have any risk at all of any dose or exposure. Now, did also say yesterday, the most boring job there is in nuclear is being the security guard at a dry cast storage facility. There's not much to do there. You have air that naturally circulates through the concrete overpack that continues to thermally cool those stainless steel canisters that sit inside.
I think you said that you get to watch the concrete. You don't even get to watch it dry. You just have to watch
Yeah, I
the
think that was
concrete.
Greg.
Did you have something? I was just going to say, so why is it so important that this fuel is stored? I mean, from a safety perspective, it's important that it's stored properly. But one of the things to note is the fuel that's spent from a reactor, that's used in the reactor and placed in these casks, 90 to 96% of that is recyclable and can be reused again for nuclear purposes. So there is a lot of value in those casks. So that's why it's stored. Every time you talk about storage, why is it's called interim? It's not just because waiting for a final repository, also to have recycling to the point where it's economical to recycle because it's usable fuel.
And I spent years working on the program for spent nuclear fuel management, so I can spend hours talking about it. But it's just safely and securely stored where it's at. Again, it's being a guard is the most boring job there ever. So the final disposition, as was talked yesterday about, right, this is not the technical issue, it's more of a political, and social, right? So, but we're working towards that.
So you mentioned yesterday.
Are we going to show the video?
Sure, I was going to ask what dual-use casks were before I asked Glenn to roll the video footage. But dual-use
storage,
canisters, I think is what I wrote down.
storage and transportation.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So the dual use is the storage aspect of it and then the eventual transportation to a final repository. And
Gotcha.
there's different design elements that come into play when you're shipping fuel.
Gotcha. Okay, so since having said talking about shipping fuel, I think this would be a good time to take a 3-minute break and watch what YouTube has to say about the safety of storage canisters.
So a little introduction to the video. This is testing that has been done by the Department of Energy, much of it at the National Lab Systems. We've done some pretty extreme things to test these canisters and to test these systems to be confident that they can withstand not only the things that we can imagine, but things that might come up in the future. So you're going to see a drop test. You're going to see a fire. We have the train. Driving a train into it. Lots of things. So we've done a few things to see if we could break them.
Very well.
Short story is we didn't.
And
But
I don't know what time
it
it
makes
is.
for fun science.
And I don't know what time it is, but my plan is to, after we show the video, to open it up for questions.
So I'm going to put a plug in for the national labs here. If you have any students in your life and you want to do big fun tests, that's the kind of stuff we get to do at national labs. It's like Mythbusters for, oh, we got a 5 up here. It's kind of like real life Mythbusters.
All right, looks like I timed it just perfect to have a couple of minutes left. Was that a 5-minute or was that the 0-minute? All right, so we got a couple minutes.
Score. I thought that was the score for the video. Oh.
No. It's how many minutes we have left before
okay.
he's not a judge, he's just a timekeeper. All right, so does anybody have any questions of these panelists?
One in the back.
I know a Vietnam veteran, and he tells me that he and another Vietnam veteran used to use some sort of a artillery, and I don't remember its name, but he said it was designed to get a certain distance and pierce things like these casks. And I want to know, what do you all think about that? Is that true, that there are weapons that you can put on a shoulder-mounted or pickup truck-mounted vehicle and get over the fence and into the building and blow things up?
So relative to a spent fuel storage cask or a dry cask storage system, we have actually tested a wide variety of munitions. Yeah, thank you. Munitions to look at whether you could pierce the outside concrete, whether you could make it into the stainless steel. And we have looked at different ways of delivering those munitions. Much of that testing is classified, as you might imagine, but the results are that we have been unsuccessful in damaging the cask and releasing nuclear material.
All right, any other questions?
I have a quick, oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You. And then Senator Carroll last.
Yeah. So thank you all for this interesting discussion. I especially appreciated that you all got into some real specifics. One question about the impact zone that you were discussing. For those advanced nuclear reactors, the site boundary being the emergency planning radius rather than the 10-mile radius. I assume that's based on acute risks rather than chronic risks that could occur to the population. And a related question has to do with whether those risks take into account the toxicity of some of the coolants. I know you all have talked, we've heard about helium, gas-cooled reactors, and we've heard about sodium, and there's also FLIBE, which is lithium beryllium. Those would be my questions. For those of us who are concerned about environmental risks and long-term or chronic health risks, there's another issue in addition to safety. And finally, my third question, if you have time for it, I'm sorry, I'm sneaking in a bunch of questions here, has to do with the high temperature and the ability of the steels to withstand that. I know there's been statements made elsewhere that TRISO fuels can withstand like 1,600 degrees Celsius. I don't know that. I understand their national labs is working on materials that can withstand those temperatures, but.
Okay, what can you all? How can you answer that?
Well, I'm going to start with the last one first because that's actually pretty easy. So at Idaho National Labs, we have built and operated 52 demonstration reactors, some of them being high-temperature gas reactors. X-Energy is one of the organizations out there building a high-temperature gas reactor in Texas, in Seadrift, Texas. Our testing, our high-temperature gas reactors actually operated 1,000 degrees higher than what they intend to build commercially. So the labs tend to go not only beyond, but way beyond. In terms of when you're licensing a new design, part of your licensing basis is not just the acute, but also the chronic potential for radiation exposure. And there's different ways that that's calculated. Obviously, the first people that would be impacted would be the employees at the plant. So We have limitations. We have maximum of 5 rem of exposure on an annual basis. To give you an idea, anybody had a CAT scan? That's about 1/5 of what we would get on what we're allowed to get on an annual basis. Most of us do not come, as workers, do not come anywhere close to that 5 rem limit. The plants are designed for there not to be any radiation that leaves the site boundary. And then I've lost track of the last question.
If I could,
Talk about the
Yeah, the fly.
if you all could continue some of that maybe during a break. I did want to give Senator Carroll a chance to ask one question before they yank me off the stage, and I understand I'm out of time, but he had his hand up too.
I appreciate that. We talk about Gen 4 reactors, and so those that have not heard this many times might think that it's all just brand new technology. Can you all talk a little bit about the history of research and design dating back decades on these newer technologies?
So Danny, I got invited in Wyoming to do nuclear history in 30 minutes. So I did 120 years in 30 minutes. That's 4 years a minute. I'm not doing that here. The short story is, within the Department of Energy and the National Lab System, after fission, after the Peaceful Use of Atomic Energy Act was passed, okay, we tested and built many of the designs that you see today. So the way I want you to think about it is, obviously, we have better computing power and modeling and things like that for the reactors that we're designing today. But one of the parts of my program is our legacy program, which is making sure that the drawings, the operating procedures, the tests that we did with those reactors in the national lab systems are available to the developers today. So the DNA of those early reactors are present in the DNA of these reactors. We built and we operated them on a demonstration basis. And some of them were also operated, we had high temperature gas reactors that operated on a commercial basis as well. But generally, after the Navy committed to the light water reactor technology, the supply chain was set up, and it made sense for us to follow suit with that with the commercial reactors.
Very well. We're out of time. 2 months ago, I wondered how I was going to get through an hour, and now it seemed like it was 30 seconds. So thank you all for being a terrific panel and for filling up that time.
The next topic is the fireside chat, licensing and repowering. As global demand for clean, reliable baseload power surges, the nuclear industry faces a critical turning point: how accelerated deployment without compromising safety. This session explores the dual strategies of modernizing regulatory framework and revitalizing existing assets. We will discuss the practical paths for streamlining the licensing process for new builds, including small modular reactors and advanced reactors, while examining the technical and economic viability of repowering retired plants. Join us to analyze how policy shifts, digital licensing tools, and life extension strategies can collectively shorten the timeline from application to electrons on the grid. And the moderator is going to be Larry Taylor. Larry is the Executive Director with the Energy and Environment Cabinet's Office of Legislative and Internal Governmental Affairs. He will be interviewing Spencer Toole. Mr. Toole. He is the Chief of Staff of Nuclear Energy Innovation with the Breakthrough Institute. And I'm sorry, Mrs. Toole.
Welcome, Spencer. This is our fireside chat. Yesterday, Kenya had said we're entering our fireside chat portion. I was about to jump up and say, stay in your lane, Kenya. This is the fireside chat today. We have the trademark on fireside chats for the conference. So, all right, that's fine. Well, I was angling for like a moose head and 2 chairs and, steaming cups of coffee, but I think we'll stick with the flags and the chairs for today. So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege just to kind of make some observations. The last couple days we've been sitting here, and I was thinking about, Senator Carroll, that, it was just 3 short years ago that the Energy Community Alliance, had their forum in Paducah, where I started to learn about a lot of these things. I'm a biologist by training, so I had a lot to learn. And, since that point, there have been several things that kind of have happened, different conferences and meetings that have stood out to me. It wasn't even a year ago, last September, that we were in this room with the National Governors Association, had a nuclear, I don't remember the term, in-state retreat. It sounded very hoity-toity, having a retreat here. But in this room, and there were a lot of really key players and a lot of really important points and discussions that occurred that actually, maybe even the groundwork for Senate Bill 57. And then last November, I had the privilege to be invited to PPL's Innovation Summit, or Innovation, whatever it was. I'm not so good on the term, but Summit, there we go, where they brought people from all over the country and the world to talk about innovation in energy, including nuclear and other aspects that was very eye-opening. And then here we are today. So, it's almost like, just to, appropriately to say we're reaching a critical mass of different things that are occurring that are driving Kentucky forward, and that's exciting. And then the second observation that as I looked around the room yesterday and this morning, just looking at the broad representation that we have here in this conference and how we've been able to bring some of the thought leaders to this forum for us to be able to talk about those things. And, from my personal interest, we've had, I was counting 7 legislators here that have taken their time, and of course then Adam Moore walks in, so now we have 8 legislators that have taken part in this in the last 2 days, and have taken their time out, and they're not just traveling from, less than a mile or 2 away. They're coming from all over the state to come and hear for themselves about this very important issue. So Spencer is with us from the Breakthrough Institute. And because I am a biologist by training, I had to learn a little bit more about this so that I wasn't just twiddling my thumbs up here. So I did quite a bit of reading on streamlining licensing and innovation, and how can we really accelerate this process while protecting safety and making sure that the siting and the environmental reviews have been done. And lo and behold, Breakthrough Institute and Spencer and some of our colleagues are some of the key writers in that when you do a Google search on that. So we're thrilled to have you with us today to tell us and share some of your insights on this matter. And so we're going to start with a short presentation by Spencer, and then we'll have a conversation after that.
Well, thank you so much, Larry, and good morning, everyone. I am super happy to be here with you all over the course of yesterday and today. And on a personal note, I would say, I guess it was 7 or 8 years ago now, I spent quite a bit of time, a few months outside of Lexington, working on a horse farm, spent a lot of time at the Kentucky Horse Park. So for me, it's a real treat to be back here now, years later, and now in a capacity where I get to talk about one of my favorite things, which is nuclear energy deployment. So I work for the Breakthrough Institute, which is a nonprofit environmental research organization, but we are pro-growth, pro-technology, and pro-innovation. So without any more further ado, I would say over the course of the next 50 minutes, I want to talk about Kentucky's readiness in terms of getting into nuclear energy deployment. But first, I want to start with where Kentucky has been over the past several years. So Kentucky still generates about 2/3 of its electricity from coal. About a quarter is coming from natural gas, and that number definitely has risen over the past few decades and years. A bit, although not much, is coming from renewables and hydro. And of course, there's no commercial nuclear power. I was gonna make a joke about horsepower, you know, because as is the crowd and the setting, but they're not generating any electricity. So we'll move on from that. So utilities in this context are planning around and trying to kind of take the context of the current energy portfolio and plan for the future, and that centers around pockets of Kentucky where there are going to be retiring assets, namely fossil fuel assets, and having to plan around and really their replacement. Obviously, natural gas definitely is still part of the picture, and then now nuclear energy is increasingly part of the potential picture, really, and thanks to SJR 140, which, looking into that and doing my own due diligence and research, really, I think in a nutshell, which has been discussed over the past day and a half, is it really told the PSC to get ready to regulate new nuclear. And for me, I think what stood out to me was the why behind this effort, this policy effort. And for me, the why that I took from it is that Kentucky needs reliable baseload power, and y'all want it to be on your own soil. So with that, again, I think we're going to frame this in terms of readiness and also what are the options in front of Kentucky for nuclear deployment. So I apologize for those of you in the back. This might be a little difficult to see, but I'm going to walk us through it. So this map is from an analysis that we did back in 2022 called the Advancing Nuclear Energy Report. And we didn't focus just on nuclear. We modeled projections through 2050 across all energy technologies. And I think the point that really I want to make in showing you all this map is that the scale of energy infrastructure build out requires a lot of physical infrastructure across the United States. And when we look at Kentucky, we're seeing multiple swaths and like little pockets of multiple areas of energy deployment. We see large pockets of new natural gas infrastructure, solar, even battery storage, and then of course what we're all here to talk about today is the potential for nuclear deployment. So I think, just taking a look at my map, I think really the conversation now turns into what can Kentucky do to get ready for this potential nuclear deployment. So I'm going to walk us through kind of the options that are at hand in terms of nuclear deployment, and those are uprates and life extensions of existing nuclear facilities, then getting into restarts, which were mentioned just at a minimum yesterday, and then of course new builds. So starting with uprates and license extensions, I'm gonna start with uprates, and I think one of the most, maybe the easiest way to understand uprates is getting more output out of existing reactors. And as of January 2022, the NRC has actually approved 171 incremental uprates. And cumulatively, that has turned into about 8,000, just about 8,000 megawatts of new electrons onto the grid from specifically existing nuclear power plants. And that is equivalent to 8 new gigawatt scale reactors being on the grid. So this has garnered a lot of attention recently because it's one of the fastest ways to get nuclear specific electrons onto the grid. And it's also garnered the attention of the Department of Energy, and they have a new program that they have just recently stood up called the Uprise program. And their goal is to get it hopefully 5 new gigawatts of nuclear-specific electrons from existing facilities through uprates by 2029. Now, the NRC regulates power plants and reactors at a maximum output. So this involves obviously a license amendment request by part of the owner and operator of the plant. The NRC then has to review the technical feasibility and review the safety and security and environmental effects of such an uprate, and then they decide, the NRC ultimately decides if it is feasible and then awards the uprate for that reactor to now operate at a new maximum power threshold. So, for license extensions, I think the easiest way to think about this is extending the duration of how long the asset is going to be alive, so to say. So when the NRC offers a license and awards a license to a reactor, that initial license timeline is at a 40-year cap. So that reactor can operate for 40 years. Now, once that 40 years is coming up, again, on part of the licensee, they can request a license amendment to get either, a license extension, which is also a license renewal. Those are kind of interchangeable terms. The NRC, again, after reviewing safety, security, environmental, they can then award the licensee another tranche of operating time, and the NRC does that in 20-year increments. Now, so far, the NRC, I believe, 12 times has approved what's called a subsequent license renewal. So that is after the first 40 years, a license renewal for up to 60 years of operation, and then your subsequent license renewal. Some of these assets are going to be operating for 80 years. So I think with these two options of nuclear, what I'm really trying to convey is once nuclear kind of is a part of the portfolio, you really can get a lot out of it, and both in terms of kind of like vertical and horizontal expansion of existing nuclear assets in terms of how much it's operating, how much output it's operating at, and also for the duration. So moving now on to restarts, I think this really has received a lot of attention from media and the news because it's never been done before. And a restart is taking a previously operating, now decommissioned reactor and bringing it back to operating status. So there's a lot of things, a lot of factors that go into a restart: technical, regulatory, economic, social, and political, and really all of these factors have to align in order for a restart to be viable. And not only that, there's really only a handful of sites where a restart is technically feasible, because once that decommissioning process begins, they're taking components out. They are really, the goal of decommissioning is to get that site as much back to as greenfield as possible. So for some of these sites that are decommissioned, they are simply too far along in the process to kind of revert back to operating status. I want to point out 4 restarts, the first being Palisades up in Michigan. I think that was mentioned yesterday. And they really are the furthest along in the process. And they are anticipating coming back online this year in 2026, and that's going to be 800 megawatts back onto the grid in Michigan. So that they're going to be the first, and it's been quite exciting to follow along. And really, they've charted the path forward for a couple now of the reactors that are following them. The second one I want to point out is 3 Mile Island, Unit 1, which is not the unit that had a skerfuffle back in 1979. This reactor operated until 2019, but in Pennsylvania, just due to the market structure and having to compete with other cheaper energy options, the plant shut down and now is being brought back as the Crane Clean Energy Center. So they are moving along in their restart. The Duane Arnold power plant out in Iowa, they are currently moving through the restart process. They're quite earlier along in the process as they're still navigating and working with the NRC to revert their license from decommissioning status back to an operating status. And then the last one I'll mention is Indian Point up in New York. And I think this is a really interesting case study. A lot more so in the policy and social sense, because this is a very contentious issue of bringing up the restart of this reactor, and it's being heavily debated and might not even get off the ground. So that's what we're looking like in the restart landscape, and I think the key insight here that I wanted to impart on you all is that never has been done before isn't necessarily the barrier that it used to be. Regulators, policymakers, stakeholders, members of the public now, if it's technically feasible and safe to do so, it's really very cool, in my opinion, and very interesting to see now how, for the nuclear industry, we're able to take these like leaps and bounds forward and doing things that one might not have thought to do before, but are technically feasible. With that, we'll move on to new builds, and this is kind of like our third and final pathway. And this moves, how I like to think about it, in 3 lanes, which is adding more units to existing nuclear sites, repurposing brownfield sites, which was discussed a little bit in the last panel. Also, co-locating is also an option with brownfield sites. And then greenfield sites, I like to think of that as essentially building from scratch, building from a green field. So Kentucky, obviously, does not have any nuclear. So restarts, license extensions, uprates, and even building additional units onto a nuclear site, putting a pin in Paducah, but adding more units to an existing commercial nuclear power plant, those really aren't options for Kentucky right now, not realistic options for, building new nuclear and getting nuclear electrons onto the grid on Kentucky soil. So Kentucky really, their options right now are looking at repurposing brownfield sites, and I think we're gonna get into that a little bit more in the discussion period, or also building on greenfield sites. Now, translating now a little bit over to the regulatory realm, all 3 of these pathways have to meet the same regulations at the federal, state, and local level for safety, security, and environmental. I think that's going to be another kind of theme of the conversation, talking about those tranches of regulations. Now, the difference between those pathways is kind of their starting line and how they're going to meet the regulations. They all have to meet the letter of the regulations, but how they're doing so is where these pathways differ in risk, in timeline, in regulatory posture, and that list kind of goes on and on. But as a way of kind of level setting before the rest of the discussion and talking a bit about these tranches of regulations at the federal level, we've been talking about the NRC a lot and NRC regulations, and as well as the significant reform that is happening at the NRC right now. So for these different pathways of nuclear development, there are multiple pathways that a licensee can endeavor through to meet the regulations at the NRC. At the state and local level, a lot of regulations need to be met here as well, and I think at the state level, for the state of Kentucky, back in 2017 when the moratorium was lifted, there was a huge step forward, and that was more in the policy space. But a lot of times policy and regulation definitely intermingle. But since then, there's been multiple state level initiatives on the policy front that are spurring the regulatory front to get ready for this new nuclear deployment. And then at the local level, a lot of, I think what I want to point out for the most part is a lot of the actual land usage regs sit here. So emergency coordination, zoning, permitting, road access, and that list goes on and on as well. So we're going to be talking a bit about kind of how we're navigating the regulatory landscape right now and what's changing and what's moving. Now, this is going to be my last slide before we kind of move into the discussion portion. And y'all are actually getting a sneak peek because this is an interactive dashboard that we're working on that is not public yet, but I had to show you guys. So these numbers are coming from that same 2022 report that we did. And I've highlighted here, all of these dots are just nuclear dots. And I think to tie it back into the readiness, these projections really are just projections. And a lot of the work that the state of Kentucky has to do a lot of work to actually realize reactors getting off the ground and getting built. I did want to highlight that with constructing new reactors comes a lot of tangible, great numbers for communities. And depending on what kinds of reactors, how many, and where, and a lot of those factors, depending on how that actually shapes up at the end of the day, Kentucky really can be looking at between $6 and $15 billion of direct investment into communities, into the state of Kentucky. And that isn't even considering indirect investment from folks who are traveling in, eating at the local diner every morning, staying at hotels, filling up their trucks with a tank of gas. Not only that, those economic numbers, I wanted to point out the thousands of jobs that will be created through nuclear development in the state of Kentucky. So I think I'll leave you all with, before our discussion, is I think what Kentucky can be doing now is making decisions and helping to create the conditions for nuclear to be a viable option in the future, as opposed to it being too late. One of the worst things in trying to deploy nuclear is surprises. Surprises cause delay. And I think what Kentucky can be doing, and really is already doing, there's a lot of movement, especially in the last year to 2 years. And I think what Kentucky can do now is really hone in on that readiness aspect and evaluate where Kentucky is now and what kind of boxes you need to check to really be ready to deploy new nuclear. So that's all I have for now, and I think me and Larry are gonna chat it up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. So you finished up talking a lot about Kentucky's options and potential, and so there's a lot of talk right now about advanced reactors and SMRs, and in your opinion, where do you think that Kentucky fits into this landscape?
In terms of advanced reactors versus traditional?
Yeah.
I think when we think about, I guess I'll start with, every state is different. Every county is different, every utility is different. So really, I think the feasibility for what reactor fits your specific community or utility is it's almost a very personal decision. And I think the way that we think about in our work how to site new nuclear is looking at, does the purpose and function of the reactor meet what the community wants and needs? So that's kind of matching the size of the reactor. A lot of these qualities that were discussed in the last panel, the size, the power output. I think a very interesting case study is something like what's happening down in Seadrift, Texas with X Energy and Dow, and how that's a very specific customer, and they wanted a technology that was going to give them both electricity and process heat. So I think for somewhere like Kentucky and doing siting studies and really evaluating where nuclear could fit and why, I think it's about being very realistic about how much power you need and what kind. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, so you see that the tailoring of the need is going to probably drive what type of application that they might use. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we focus on these small modular reactors and advanced reactors, but do you think that Kentucky or anyone will even pursue the larger AP1000 type of reactors in the future?
I think it's definitely an option. I think some folks like to either shy away from advanced reactors or shy away from larger traditional reactors for very different reasons. But I think having almost an unbiased, as much as possible, an unbiased look and really think objectively about the deployment scenario is what's helpful about thinking about whether you want a gigawatt scale reactor or an SMR or even a micro reactor. Because something that we discuss all the time is how practical is it if you need a gigawatt of power, for an example. How practical is it? And, depending on the kind of the personal nature, like I said, of the deployment scenario and what the actual needs are, it might not be practical to build 10 reactors as opposed to one. And then you start looking into the economics and the regulations and a lot of the factors that make the nuclear ecosystem an ecosystem goes into deciding whether you want a big reactor or a small, or even a combination of the two. Having multiple technologies, they're not mutually exclusive. Different towns, different counties have different needs. So there can be various technologies in the state of Kentucky. You don't have to, pick one and be done. You can, but you don't have to.
Okay, good. So you had some slides that talked about uprates and repurposing, and yesterday they talked a lot about the 9 Mile Point plant in New York and how that has been around. It's the oldest operating plant in the United States. Of course, the thing I noticed was that it said it was built in 1969. That's when I was born. Any other 1969 babies out there, Senator Frankie Frohmeyer? The fact that they said this is the oldest, that starts to kind of makes me a little nervous. But Kentucky doesn't obviously have any existing nuclear reactors or a nuclear fleet to uprate or to repurpose necessarily. But so what lessons can Kentucky learn from looking at these developments across the country? What can we learn from those activities?
Yeah, I think this is a great question, and I think it'll help make restarts and license extensions and uprates feel a little bit more tangible to the state of Kentucky and the folks here trying to sort through what your options are. Because I think the biggest lessons that come from restarts and uprates for a state like Kentucky that doesn't have any commercial nuclear power is actually looking at the why behind why restarts and license extensions and uprates are desirable and why they tend to move faster and are cheaper. And I think that lesson is kind of what I mentioned about the element of surprise. And a lot of these different existing nuclear facilities have already done extensive engagement with the NRC to ultimately be able to construct and operate the reactor, extensive communication with their respective communities, and really extensive work in the economic, regulatory, policy, and social realms. All of those factors that need to convalesce in order for nuclear deployment to move rather smoothly. So I think the lesson is looking at the why, and that being the previous experience. So what Kentucky can take from that is how can the state of Kentucky try to get new builds as close to having that extensive experience as possible? Because the more engagement that you have at all of those different levels, the smoother, the faster, the cheaper it's going to go. And I think that's the real lesson, is how to make a new build feel as less like a new build as possible, because you've done so much engagement and work and data collection, and the list really goes on and on.
That's good, yeah. So I think that we'll focus a little bit on the brownfield side and things where Kentucky has some opportunities later on. But before we get too far into it, you talked a little bit about some of the changes in licensing, Part 53, 57, and the Advanced Act, and all these things, and how some of those things with small modular and advanced reactors, what opportunities do these new developments with these changes to those parts, how is that tailoring or giving opportunities for different types of reactors?
Yeah, we are knee deep in NRC land. When I get back to DC, we are combing through regulations. We are trying to understand the best as we can what all of these changes are going to be doing for licensing new and advanced reactors. So I think I'll start with talking a bit about kind of quote unquote legacy regulation. So previous regulatory pathways to get a construction permit and ultimately a operating license from the NRC, those regulations were built around large light water reactors. So basically matching the parts and pieces and components and technical specifications of a large water reactor, all of those are, to the T laid out in legacy regulation. And those, if you hear people talking about Part 50, 10 CFR, Part 50, the Code of Federal Regulations, and Part 52, those regulations are written. All of the boxes that licensees have to check are for large light water reactors. So previously, what advanced reactor, these first of a kind advanced reactor developers have had to do is try to fit their square peg in a round hole, because they still ultimately at the end of the day have to meet the letter of the safety regulation, which is a little bit higher than the technical specifications. The technical specifications is how you meet the safety standard. So they still at the end of the day had to meet the same safety standard, but they had to work around and say, well, this valve isn't 5 centimeters, it's 10 centimeters. So can we file an exemption request because we're still meeting the safety requirement, but the technical specs aren't matching up for our specific design. So there was a lot of tension and a lot of difficulty to navigate through the NRC process for advanced reactors. It would take years and years of engagement to finally be able to kind of work through all of those different specifications. Recognizing this on the policy side, and as well as public and industry stakeholders, public like groups like myself and the group that I am with, we really encouraged how can we make regulation more technology inclusive, more risk informed, more performance based on allowing all of these different designs to still meet the letter of the safety, security, and environmental regulation, but have a viable pathway to do that through. So through federal legislation like NEMA, which is another acronym, which is the Nuclear Energy Innovation and Modernization Act, which was passed in 2019. The ADVANCE Act, that one is such an easy acronym that I never think about what it actually stands for, but that was passed in 2024. So, and then about a year ago now, President Trump signed a slew of 4 nuclear executive orders. And this combination of federal effort really is prodding the NRC to kind of step up to the moment and create different pathways for advanced reactors. So now we're working on things like Part 53, which is the first technology inclusive licensing pathway that was finalized earlier this year. And I think as a whole, we at the Breakthrough Institute spent 5 years working with the NRC, with stakeholders, with industry on how to make a licensing pathway that is just as safe, meets the intent of regulations and as well as statute, because really, based on the Atomic Energy Act, really what the NRC is working towards is deploying nuclear energy that keeps people and the environment safe. So new regulation has to meet the intent and letter of law and regulation. So through that cumulative effort, we kind of finally landed on a Part 53 licensing pathway. There's a new and proposed Part 57 licensing pathway that's actually open for public comment right now, and we'll be commenting on that, and we're pouring through the new regulations, and that is now another kind of lane for different reactor developers to move through for getting a commercial license, and that one is really tailored more for the smaller reactors, micro reactors, and those reactor designs that have a low consequence. I'm going to stop there because that was a lot. So follow-ups, we'll start there and dig into it.
So you mentioned risk informed. I did my own share of risk assessments starting my career with the state. So what, that raised a question, what does that really mean in plain language? And then what are some areas that are available for streamlining since that is the topic of our fireside chat, is streamlining licensing. Which areas can be streamlined and which ones really shouldn't or can't be streamlined?
Yeah, I think that's great to get into. I think I mentioned 3 terms: risk-informed, performance-based, and technology-inclusive. So let's dig into those a little bit. I think risk-informed, I think can be a little bit complex to comprehend, especially if you're not kind of like a technical nuclear person. So I think a metaphor that has stuck with me for the past few years is it's kind of like triage in medicine, and how not every injury poses the same risk to the person who is injured. So for different parts and components of a reactor, not every part and component poses the same risk because all of these parts and components function in a different way. So I think that's a good way to think about what is risk-informed regulation. It's actually regulating the actual risk that different parts are imposing. I think for performance-based, a good way to think about this is more comparative, and how previous regulations were deterministic, arbitrary numbers that were picked. That it's this idea, again, of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, versus performance-based, you're actually regulating, you being the NRC needing to actually regulate in terms of how these parts and components and how reactors function. So it's regulating based off of their performance, which we know because of things like physics and engineering. So it's having a more tailored approach to how to regulate how the actual reactor performs. And then the last one being technology inclusive, and this is as simple as all of the reactor types that we've been talking about: sodium, molten salt, helium-cooled, light water. Those should all not be regulated as if they are identical, because they're not. So technology inclusive is creating regulations that's still at the very highest level, at the 30,000 foot, you still have to meet that required level of safety, but how you navigate through regulation should be tailored to your specific technology type. So we have conversations about risk-informed, performance-based, technology-inclusive regulation every day. I have been living and breathing this for the past several years. And really, when you think about moving from previous legacy, deterministic, arbitrary, more arbitrary, not totally arbitrary, but some arbitrary regulation, to this more flexible, still rigorous, performance-based regulation, there are a lot of areas to streamline, and that comes in the form of sometimes simple things. It's a natural streamline for reactors to have to navigate through now a new pathway that they don't have to submit exemptions for at every step of the way. That is just a very clean and simple, natural streamlining effect of new regulation, because they're still meeting the intent of safety. I think I'll switch gears, I'll probably ping pong back and forth to what you should and should not streamline. What you should not streamline is that actual safety record. Just because regulations are new does not mean that these licensees have any less of a burden to have to prove to the NRC with data, with engagement, with conversations, that their reactor design is safe, is secure, and is environmentally, the environmental review is rigorous. I think, as an example, on the environmental front, this is something we also think a lot about, and there's been a lot of conversation as of late with permitting and navigating NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act, and nuclear in NEPA land is a little bit different than kind of regular or other build out in NEPA land. But I think in terms of the NRC streamlining environmental regulations, that on its face, I can imagine can cause a lot of concern. It's like, whoa, you're streamlining the environmental review? I can imagine why people are a little weary when they hear that. But I think to us, when we think about, stakeholders that are pouring into the regulations, when we think about streamlining environmental review, what it actually means to us, and when we read through regulations and regulatory guidance and documents that the NRC is putting out, what it means is right-sizing the actual amount of environmental review to the actual risk that it's imposing on the environment, if that makes sense. So NEPA has 3 actions that it can take. An environmental impact statement, which is a very large and robust review of every possible environmental effect that a build could have. There is an environmental assessment where usually those occur when there is projected to be a finding of no significant impact, or the acronym for that is FONSI. So if you ever hear of something called a FONSI, that is a finding of no significant impact. And then there's something called a categorical exclusion. So all 3 of these are actions that, through the National Environmental Protection Act, are viable pathways to take for environmental review. And I think right-sizing it and doing an EIS when you could have done an EA because of what the data is telling you is a great way to streamline. Doing an EA or a categorical exclusion just for the sake of streamlining is not good regulation, and it's not meeting the intent of that, safety and security and environmental record, or the intent of the law. So a lot of the streamlining is right-sizing, and then a lot of that time and cost kind of falls to the wayside as you right-size what the reactor is, what the site is looking like, and what is the proper level of regulation to regulate that specific site and design.
So pivoting a little bit as we're entering the end of our presentation or discussion today, Christine King brought up the concept of brownfields. And you and I have talked a little bit about the concept of reusing existing assets or locations and some of the benefits that are associated with brownfields and how those can be a great asset. So can you talk a little bit about some of the things that and maybe for my perspective, it's not, Kenny and I went into the Watts Bar nuclear plant, and she made the comment to me that sticks with me today. You're walking through there, and it's like, well, it looks just like a steam-powered fossil-fueled power plant. You're walking through, you see generators, and it feels pretty similar. So what parts of a existing site or plant can or should be reused, or with efficiencies, what are some of the benefits, even if you rebuild, that site brings to the process?
Yeah, I think this is an especially relevant conversation for Kentucky. And I think with brownfield sites and reusing those sites now for new nuclear development, potentially, that comes with a lot of advantages, but also a lot of challenges and considerations that, a developer would have to move through. So I think on the advantages front, really the switchyard and the transmission access, and also other access points such as usually brownfield sites are already equipped to have either road or rail access, or not in a landlocked state like Kentucky, but in other areas. Something to consider is also port access. For the state of Kentucky, resource access is also something interesting when already thinking about brownfield sites, particularly proximity to the Ohio River and things like that. So a lot of the existing access points and transmission infrastructure are a huge advantage. Some folks will talk about reusing things like the steam turbine and other assets that might be able to be reused from a coal plant or a natural gas plant. But from the numbers we have run, it's not the most efficient to reuse some of those core components, because nuclear runs at different temperatures, different efficiencies, has a different capacity factor. So really, it's not reusing core components in the sense of your steam turbine or your heat exchanger from a legacy plant. It's more so the access and the transmission infrastructure. Something else that more so on the regulatory side that is very advantageous about these types of sites is the data collection and the data availability of seismic, of water quality, of topology, of site screening, of environmental review, and years and decades of having to meet regulations on the non-nuclear side. A lot of those also have to be met on the nuclear side, almost all of them. So being able to reuse weather data and environmental review and impact studies and all of that is very, very valuable. And it's brownfield, instead of starting from nothing, you're starting from, well, we've had this data collected for 10, 20 years, NRC, here's what we have, and like, let's start from there. So that's one of the really most advantageous things about repowering brownfield sites with new nuclear technology. Now, some of the challenges include things like potential water quality issues, site remediation, waste ash, potential for waste ash in terms of old coal plants. So I think when talking about repowering brownfield sites for new nuclear, it's not that it's easy. It's not that repowering brownfield is easy and starting from scratch from a greenfield is hard. It's that it has different considerations, and there probably will be challenges, probably somewhat different than siting on a greenfield site, but that if you do the site characterization early enough and well enough and use the resources at your disposal to your advantage, that there's a real potential advantage and really great characteristics for brownfield sites to be repowered and have and revive those communities with new generation. So
You just have to balance the pros and the cons and identify how those sites could and or may not be ideal. Your map
Absolutely.
showed a lot of green dots on there for Kentucky, which, it's very eye-opening to see that there are opportunities and potential out there. So as we
Definitely.
wrap up on the stop, in a minute or so, what's some advice that you could give to Kentucky's thought leaders on this, of how we move forward based on the national landscape and things you've observed?
yeah, I think Kentucky is sitting in a really, really great spot right now. But all that being said, there's a lot of work to do, to still being done. I think if Kentucky were to try to build a nuclear reactor today, there would be a lot of surprises, and that is not what we want. So I think right off the bat, my first kind of recommendation would be to engage with the NRC as much as possible. This is a topic that came up yesterday about engaging with the NRC, not only the developers and the reactor vendors, but state policymakers, state agencies, local communities, and that engagement can be via requesting meetings, attending public meetings that maybe are relevant to you, commenting on relevant regulatory guidance and regulations. So as much engagement with the NRC as possible, the smoother it's gonna go and the more it's gonna pay off at the end of the day. I think something else which has been hammered a lot so far, and we haven't even had the panel on it, is community engagement, which is very, very important. And that's something that Kentucky is already doing a great job of, but you can never have enough community engagement, in my view. So I think a combined amount of community engagement with the NRC, and also doing some due diligence and really pouring into the data of doing site studies, which I think is what was so important about the recent law that was passed about giving money for site studies and early site permits. That is going to be huge. And then really digging into what information Kentucky already has at its disposal, as much as possible that can be done, is really going to be a benefactor at the end of the day.
Well, can you show your appreciation to Spencer for coming with us today? Thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. If you could please be back by 11:15. Thank you. All right, the next topic is nuclear fusion technology. Everybody could please take a seat so we can get started. This panel will provide an overview of nuclear fusion technology and current advancement in fusion research development. The panel will explore the differences between nuclear fusion and fission and the challenges and benefits associated with nuclear fusion. Finally, the panel will discuss the potential timelines for having a viable nuclear fusion power plant. Again, if everybody could please take a seat, I'd appreciate it. The panelists include Ryan Critchfield. He is a health physicist and environmental fellow with the Tennessee Division of Radiological Health. Ben Bybuth, he is the Senior Manager of Power Business Development and Strategy at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Dr. Rodney Andrews, he is the Director of the University of Kentucky Center for Applied Energy Research and Professor of Chemical Engineering. It is being moderated by Ashley Hatcher. She is a Staff Attorney 3 with the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. So today we are going to be talking about fusion technology. So just a roadmap for how this is going to go. Each of our panelists will give a short introduction to who they are, and then we will be going into presentations from each of the panelists, and as time permits, we'll have questions at the end. So in terms of introductions, Ben, if you want to get us started with your introduction.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ashley, and appreciate you having us here. Thank you to the chair, the commission, and the staff, especially the staff, for your work. It's a great opportunity to be here to talk more about fusion energy today. So we've talked about fission yesterday and into today. Just for me, by way of background, straight out of high school, I joined the United States Navy. I spent 8 years on submarines working on small modular reactors underwater. I then spent 8 years in commercial nuclear power for Entergy and NextEra, operating large commercial power plants, operations, maintenance, engineering, plant management roles. And then I went over to the utility side of the business. Actually, whenever the last nuclear renaissance kind of came to a halt, when natural gas prices really brought down the competitive nature of nuclear power in the Northeast. So I went over to the utility side of the business for about 8 years. My last role was actually a regulatory role, working as Director of Grid Modernization, interfacing with the Public Service Commissions up in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, working to advance different technologies and initiatives to improve the grid. So it's great to be here today. I've been in CFS for about 4.5 years, working on all things commercializing fusion power.
That won't work. Hi, Rodney Andrews. I am the Director of UK Center for Applied Energy Research. Relevant to this, I am also the Chair of the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority. I'll be talking a little bit about what I actually do as my normal day job, which is research at the University of Kentucky, and how that interfaces with fusion energy.
Hey, my name is Ryan Critchfield. So I'm one of the deputy directors for Tennessee's Division of Radiological Health. I came into this, I primarily did environmental monitoring, and I did too good a job at that, so I started doing waste management and working with all the waste processors and waste generators and make sure everything got set up right. I did too good a job at that and got special projects, which is how I got onto the fusion side. And then they decided I needed to manage people. So now I'm a deputy director, and I'm still working on a lot of the fusion. I'm heavy into the waste and environmental side, or the environmental monitoring piece, especially as you go into commercial fusion. But good to see everybody today. Thanks for having me. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good to start with Ben's presentation, and I believe it is up on the screen.
Yeah, great. All right, so we're going to talk about fusion. Now, this is the opposite process of fission. When we talk about traditional nuclear power, you're typically talking about the splitting of uranium into smaller pieces and that energy from that split being used and captured. Fusion's the opposite reaction. It's the combining of the lightest and most abundant isotopes in the universe. In our case, we take types of hydrogen, isotopes called deuterium and tritium, and we coax them to fuse together so they form helium, and in the process release an enormous amount of energy. This is the power of the stars. It's the way that the sun works. It's why the sun is able to exist for billions of years and will exist for billions of years going forward. When I ask what fusion is, first and foremost, I like to talk about it as the fundamental reaction. It's a reaction that doesn't naturally want to occur here on Earth, because we're taking gas and we're heating it up into a state of matter called a plasma, solid, liquid, gas, plasma, the fourth state of matter. And in that, as you make a plasma, is a nucleus. We'll go a little technical here. The electrons get basically taken off, and you're left with this soup of charged particles inside of a plasma. Neon signs, fluorescent light bulbs, those are all examples of plasmas with high temperature particles inside. When you're trying to fuse something, you need to get it really close together, like 10 to the negative 23rd meters. The challenge is that the positively charged particles want to push apart from each other. So we have to get them moving really, really fast. And we equate that amount of speed necessary to get those particles close enough to fuse with temperature. And so when we say we're talking about extremely high temperatures, and you'll hear very big numbers inside of the fusion space, we're talking about the speed necessary of the particles, which is a very, very low density, small amount of particles going really quickly. When we say temperature, we're talking something on the order of around 100 to 150 million degrees. For some reference, the center of the sun's about 70 million degrees. The sun works because it's able to squeeze everything together with that immense amount of gravity. So that's the reaction that we're talking about, and harnessing that reaction. We've been able to do fusion here on Earth since the 1900s, early 1900s, controlled in the 1950s, and then we've been building machines around the world, more than 200 different machines. High school kids can now make fusion happen. The challenge is that you want to get more power out from that reaction that goes into it, otherwise it's really just a science experiment, not an energy source for the future. And for the longest time, up until 2024, no machine on Earth had ever created more power out than in, until the National Ignition Facility, a lab out in California, shot 192 of the world's strongest lasers at a target, and for a fraction of a second, demonstrated for the first time on Earth the ability to create more energy out of that reaction that goes into it. And now the goal is to develop types of machines that can do that on a more repeatable basis, and then produce the types of energy and heat that we need to then power our civilization going forward. So there's a lot of good attributes and why people are excited about fusion. It's inherently clean. The only byproduct is helium, and we don't make enough to really fill up kids' balloons. It's inherently safe, and we'll talk more about the regulations of fusion and why that's different from the way you regulate a traditional nuclear plant. And Ryan will touch more on that. I don't want to steal his thunder there. We talk about it being able to be on demand, something you can ramp up and ramp down. It's a flexible resource, and we think we can make a lot of these. The device itself that makes this power is about the same size as a wind turbine nacelle, the block that hooks the blades to. And then we can build that into a power plant structure that looks like the existing infrastructure we use today. And then we don't use uraniums or plutoniums or any of those special nuclear materials, and so it's an inherently secure process. And it also doesn't have any of the externalities of supply chains. You don't have to worry about pipelines to bring the fuel in and stuff like that. To make fusion happen, you need three things. So I've already talked about accelerating the particles to go fast enough to overcome their repulsion. That's temperature, or the speed of those particles. And you've got to have enough confinement of that, because you can't obviously touch the walls with anything that's that hot. Because if it touches those walls, then it will basically scrape off a few atoms and it will stop doing what it's doing. So this is confinement time or insulation, and then you have enough particles in there, the density of it, so you can increase the probability of a reaction. The easiest way I like to think about this is if you wanted to go watch a NASCAR race and see an accident, if that's what you're into, you would make the cars go faster, and you would hold them on the track long enough and keep adding cars, and eventually you would create the probability of a reaction at the right speeds. That's what we're trying to do inside of a fusion machine. There's about 40 different companies in the United States and beyond in the Fusion Industry Association that's now raised over $15 billion in investment. There's private companies moving this out of the labs and into the commercial space with a range of different technologies and applications, from using big magnets to confine the plasmas to using lasers to blow up targets. There's lots of different ways that are being considered. I'm going to talk more about the magnetic confinement of fusion today, because that's the area we specialize in at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. But it's important to know that we're actually very, very close with fusion. I think there's two things that I always have to try to educate with fusion. One, it's the opposite of fission, so it's not your traditional nuclear power. And the other is that it's a lot closer than people think. And so I talked about those three things you got to have for fusion. You can measure those things, the temperature, the density, the plasma confinement, and you can plot those things, and you can actually calculate when and where a machine will create more power out than in. So the graph that you're seeing above shows this, you see the solid white line, that's the Q equals 1. Q is an important term inside of fusion. It's the ratio of the power out to power in. And just like when on the submarines, you want the number of dives to be greater than the number of submerges, you want more power out than in to make a power plant. And so that's what we're working towards now. And you can see that over about 60 years and hundreds of machines, we've gotten closer and closer to that. We're right at the breakthrough. Magnetic confinement of fusion, and this is that same number, but plotted in a linear path instead of a log plot, has been progressing at a pace that's faster than Moore's law. So Moore's law is the law that governs how many transistors on a computer chip and has enabled the scaling of the technology for a long time. And so that reached a peak about the 1990s. And what had happened is we had reached the limit of what magnets could do. And it's really important for a fusion machine because magnetic field and the power output are directly correlated. In fact, the power output scales with the magnetic field to the 4th power. And so when you run out of confinement with magnetic fields, you run into a challenge. And so what we've done at Commonwealth Fusion Systems is we've broken through with a new type of magnet. And so we use a superconductor. A superconductor is a material that has no resistance to current flow. And a property of conductors is if you build them into a coil, they create a magnetic field. We're taking a new class of superconductors discovered in like 1985, won the Nobel Prize, but you can only buy it like in the early 2010s, 2015s, and turning those into some of the world's strongest magnets. And I say strong magnets, we're talking 20 Tesla. For perspective, a 1 Tesla magnet is like what you would see at a junkyard. A 20 Tesla magnet can lift up an aircraft carrier. So these magnets are very, very, very strong, much stronger than what they are before. And so what that means is that now you can shrink the size of the machines that are technically feasible to hold and harness this reaction in. And the image on the far right of the screen, that is the current project in France, the large one. It's called ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. It's a statement of conviction by a bunch of countries to build a fusion machine that can work. It takes about 7 of the largest economies, about 50 billion euros. It's on the scale of what you would see with the space station. But it's really, really big because they didn't have access to the new magnet technology, so they couldn't make it actually commercially relevant in size. And so there's the machine we're building in Massachusetts, which I'll talk about in just a second, is on the left, and that's enabled by this higher class of superconductors. And that's where people got really excited about fusion. So I haven't told you anything about Commonwealth Fusion Systems. That's my company. Just real quick, we're one of those private fusion companies. We're the largest of the private fusion companies now with over 1,000 people. We've raised over $3 billion in private capital to date, making us the best funded of any of the commercial fusion companies. We're a spin out of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, and you can see our first machines that were at MIT operating on campus. The first one was built in 1969, about 6 different machines built over that time, culminating in the Alcator CMOD project, which just retired after 20 years of service on campus, doing fusion reactions and setting records for plasma temperatures and pressure. The company was founded in 2018 and spun out with the idea of trying to retire the risk associated with these new types of magnets. So we set out to build and show the world we can make this 20 Tesla magnet. They said it would take 10 years. We did it in 3. And now we're taking the money we raised after that to now put that into a device that will create for the first time continuous net energy production. And not just a Q greater than 1, but a machine designed to Q more than 10 times more power out than in. And that machine will turn on in 2027. And so not this year, but next year. And so a long time has been said that fusion was 20 years away and always will be. It's under 20 months now. And then from there, we're already started work on our developing of our commercial power plant in Virginia at a site just south of Richmond, the device that will make about 400 megawatts of electricity and will be and look a lot like a natural gas plant to the grid. This is our magnet manufacturing, so advanced manufacturing facility. We're vertically integrated through production of these magnets, about 120,000 square foot of manufacturing. If you find yourself in Boston, please reach out to me, and if you want to come get a tour to see what we're doing, it's pretty exciting. And then this is some of the technicians. That's that superconducting material. We call it tape. It's very thin. One of those strands can carry about 20 homes worth of electricity or about 2,000 amps of current through it. We take a bunch of that and build coils. And then we take those magnets and we're building it into our Spark machine. This machine now is about 75% completion on its construction process. It takes a bunch of the systems necessary to make a fusion power plant work and demonstrates them at scale. This was our site in June of 2022. This is our site in June of 2025. So the ability to move quickly and execute and deploy that capital that we've been able to raise. Here's a look at inside the facility. This is the cryogenics. We keep our magnets cool, but that's the cryogenics facility, not unlike what you would see with liquefied natural gas. And that's a look inside the assembly hall where we're putting together the tokamak, or the device, the sender device itself that will make the heat. That process will continue for, again, like another year as it finishes assembly. That's a look at the vacuum vessel. Inside there is where the plasmas will be heated to that 150 million degree temperature. Not only are we confident it will work, we also have published a lot of our work in public journals. So we published more than 100 different papers, and it's all been peer reviewed. We are champions of the peer review process and believe that this is a scientific endeavor as much as an industrial endeavor. And so we advocate for all of the fusion industry to publish their work and then use peer review process to check that. And then the device we're building is about half the physical size of the commercial project that we would build in Virginia, and you can see the different size here. The biggest difference is that we integrate the ability to continuously remove heat for the commercial project, and we make it a little bit bigger, which gains the extra power necessary. And then for everything else that we got to do, there's research and development, so we'll hear from the university around the types of R&D. We're very big in supporting research and development. We're the largest private sponsors of research at MIT. We also have agreements with more than 30 different universities, and we're happy to be looking at more opportunities to bring the different types of R&D in university studies for fusion and move them more towards commercial applications than where they've been in the past. And then our commercial power plant, like I said, about 400 megawatts, makes a lot of heat, so you can use it for industrial processes, about 650 degrees centigrade. So lots of different applications. Because of the inherent safety, we think we can site these very close to loads. Our closest residential neighbor to our facility in Massachusetts is a quarter mile away, and our residents in Virginia are a mile away. The commercial project, it's about 400 megawatts on 25 acres, so not a very complicated siting arrangement, about the same size as your traditional natural gas plants. Look like a gas plant, but without the gas and the ability to be a transition to a different type of fuel source in the future. And unlike natural gas, where you have to move it and pipe it from different places, our fuel is much different. So you can put all of the fuel you need to run a 400 megawatt power plant for 30 years on the back of a truck. We use about, for the Spark facility, it'll make about 150 megawatts of heat in 30 seconds from 5 milligrams of fuel. So a very different paradigm when you think about energy density going forward. And when you think about how that looks to taking up your valuable land, the energy density is higher than any other energy source that you can have. From an instant of how you think about this for affordability, the fuel cost is negligible. It's about 4 cents a megawatt hour is the fuel cost. And so if you're thinking about how you stack up your resources inside of PJM, they obviously stack them up based on marginal cost, which includes the fuel component. We think that fusion will sit somewhere on the other side of wind, but on the other side of gas as well. And that will mean that your marginal unit could eventually someday be a fusion plant and bringing down your marginal cost, which can be a way to reduce costs for customers. It's largely a capital intensive process with very little O&M for a project. But then from there, you can see very competitive processes. We think it will be the most affordable form of firm clean power. And so when we say firm, the ability to ramp up and ramp down in the future. There's the site in Virginia where we're going to be building the fusion power plant. Lots of work going on there, very much under development with that project. Just 2 weeks ago, I submitted the electrical interconnection application for PJM to be ready to be on the grid in the early 2030s with that project. In September, we secured the first conditional use permit or zoning application for a fusion plant after about 30 different public meetings and then 2 public hearings. We had no material opposition. In fact, I would say rather than having social acceptance for fusion, we're in a period of social enthusiasm. And we've seen that both in Massachusetts, which isn't the easiest place to develop a project, and now in Virginia as well. So 2 proof points that there's a pathway to educating the community. We start that very early, very deliberate stakeholder engagement. We made it very clear that we didn't want to go where we weren't wanted, and we didn't come there and tell people that we were coming. We told them that we would like to come there, and then we would like to have their consent on that as we went forward. Mentioned the electrical interconnection application. That's what you got to do if you want to have a plant online in 2030s in PJM is you got to put in the applications now. It's worth noting that we were the first fusion plant to ever do this type of work. And so it was kind of cool to see that in the PJM and did a lot of work to get it on the drop-down menu. So a lot of acknowledgements to the PJM team. I know they get a lot of challenges. It's a very hard thing to do, but they were very helpful in the process. And then as we think about where does it go from here, this is a solution that scales. So we could build 1,000 of these 400 megawatt power plants with the same amount of steel that a Hyundai heavy shipyard uses to make oil tankers to move oil back and forth across the oceans, which we can't do as much as we used to. The magnet material that I'm talking about, it's very similar to how thin film solar plants panels are made. So if you had about 5 thin film solar factories, you can make enough of that superconducting material. And if we can make our magnets at the same pace that one Tesla factory makes an entire car, then we'd have enough of the commodities and components necessary to build 1,000 power plants. And we are building a company with the intent to be able to do that. So that's the end of my time. I'm going to hand it over, I think, to Ryan next. Oh,
Yep.
yeah. I'm sorry, got that backwards.
Thank you very much, Ben. And yeah, next we have Dr. Andrews to present on some of the research that is being done at the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, just so we didn't overlap on our topics, going off on a bit of a tangential presentation here, talking more about the advanced materials research we do at the University of Kentucky that touches directly or indirectly on fusion. You may be aware, in the last legislative session, SCR 66 was passed to encourage the universities to work more directly in nuclear energy. So part of this is me also sort of responding somewhat to that in terms of here's what we're already doing in that area. We heard before, about fusion and the challenges. You're talking about the temperatures, the pressures, all of those things. Advancing that further is a materials problem. Almost every advancement that we're looking at for energy right now is a materials problem. So a lot of what we're talking about is how do we make materials that can withstand the environments that we're looking at. Some exist now, some could be better. And so really, we're looking at 4 of the really hard problems for fusion, which is, when we're talking plasma facing, we're looking at work that John, and I'll explain these as we go through each one, but we're looking at things that can be plasma facing. Those are primarily tungsten ceramic composites, looking at some of the blanket materials, the intermediate material, to see how can we understand how it's going to break down over time and what that impact will be. We're doing some work, this is one of our groups, on making materials that are behind that in terms of heat transfer, as well as structural materials that can take the thermal shock. So those are carbon materials there. And then talking about the magnets, I'll talk a little bit about the work we're doing in recovering rare earth elements that are essential to a domestic magnet program. We got a better version of this in the last talk, but this is a very easy schematic of, does it have a pointer on it? All right, I don't have my glasses on. And it doesn't work on this anyways because it's an LED. But what you can see is you have the plasma, you're gonna have that first wall, that's what we call the plasma face. You then have the blanket, which also is where you do a lot of tritium production, which is produced in situ in the process. Then you have coolant extraction, and then obviously the magnets on the outside. When you look at this, the plasma-facing material, you're having massive heat flux. This is something well beyond what we do, in any other, basically, technology. And then you've got in the blanket that wraps around, it captures neutrons to breed tritium. It also, in many cases, is a liquid metal or a salt that then is used to transport heat, and that interacts with the structure, right? It has to be between these things. They have to be connected and constructed, so you have that. And then you have the outer structures and the magnets, and those are things that we're looking at. How do you make sure we have the ability in the United States to manufacture these things? So just talking a little bit about the plasma facing part of this, I will say that the first 2 sections here are not my research. I'm covering for somebody else, so I'm going to do my best. The plasma-facing material, this is work that John Bulk does working with a consortium. If you want to look up more about this, this is the ARPA-E Chadwick program. And really, we're looking at tungsten ceramic composites with a tailored interface. And it's built to absorb the radiation damage, not try to resist it. And so really, what they're doing is when you're looking at plasma temperatures and it's on one side, that's an incredible thermal stress. And so how do you do that? Well, tungsten has the highest melting point that we know right now of any of the metals. But pure tungsten is brittle. And as you're exposing it, it's going to embrittle more. And so what we've been working on here, John's group is doing tungsten ceramic composites that basically they've designed this so that the material actually has a mechanism to absorb defects as they form. And that way, essentially, it's a self-healing type material. It can take the radiation damage without having cracks grow in it, so it doesn't embrittle. Really, they're looking at sort of a structure like this, where you're taking and putting the tungsten, making a porous tungsten, then putting the ceramic in that, which is a huge challenge just because it's so hard to work with both of those materials. Here's a cool picture of it. You can see the different colors there, the zones of being the intermixtion between the ceramic and the tungsten ligaments. And just the bright colors here are just pulling out where you can see the metal. So this has been very successful. They're looking now, the next part of the project is going from these thin films that they've been able to produce and examine to go to a bulk material where you have all the challenges of real-world manufacturing. Talking about blanket materials, this is work that Beth Guyton in the Department of Chemistry at UK does. Beth was on the Fusion Energy Science Advisory Board for DOE until that was subsumed into a different organization last year. But we're really looking at corrosion that's happening, and she looks at things basically atom by atom. Amazing work on imaging. So here we're looking at the liquid lead lithium system as a coolant, as in the blanket and coolant. And there we know that's going to attack the support wall materials. And so what she's really looking at the top row as we go right to left, where you see that little box, if you look at those areas as they go, you'll see that what's in that box disappearing and the spot next to it changing to a more opaque. This is a very high resolution transmission electron microscope. And so what they're seeing is that the alumina face that you're working with covering the structure to stand up to this, we do see some changes there where you start seeing some lithium aluminate forming. But the good news is we don't actually see big morphological changes in the material. And that's very encouraging because that implicates that these materials can last for a long time under the service bit. And really, why does this matter? Why am I showing you these very detailed pictures? Well, what we're trying to understand is when and how the protective coatings may fail under the different materials that are proposed as coolant systems. Because that then starts us looking at what's the lifetime, when do they need to be replaced, those sorts of things. This image is what happens when you ask a physical chemist to give you a very simple explanation of her work. What we're doing here is basically the 14YWT is an alloy that's being looked at to stand up to these materials. And it has the issue of getting helium formation and bubbles forming. And so really what we're able to do with this work was simulate, you're not building a reactor to last 10 years, you're building a reactor to last 50 years. So here we're able to simulate 50 years worth of that damage by helium ion bombardment and then see what has happened. And we do see things. We do start seeing some impacts on the grain boundaries of the materials where the different parts of the material come together. That's where you normally look for corrosion or attack. But what we also see is that it behaves the way we expect it to. the way we modeled it to behave. So that, again, means we can be much more confident as we model how will this behave under real conditions. Talk a little bit about carbon graphite and carbon fiber. This is more my area of research. This is my area of research. And there, just giving an idea, I gave my speech about graphite earlier to a few people. Right now, the world has about 310 million tons of graphite, natural graphite, that we're aware of. We have, 1,280 billion tons of coal. So a lot of work we're looking at is how do we make extremely high purity graphite or carbon fiber or related materials from coal. Right now, we get about 90% of our purified graphite from China. That is obviously a risk if we're talking about building this out, and it's also a national defense risk. And so we're really looking at different ways of taking coal and turning it into very high value products. Both of these paths make materials that could be used for energy storage, for batteries, systems like that. And so when we're looking at this, the figure there is just showing for electrochemical applications. And I'm showing this just as a surrogate for purity. The higher that purity is, the higher that number is, the better the structure of that graphite. And that would carry over for using it for nuclear applications. And really, a big point here would be that when we talk about this catalytic route that we're going, we're able to make a very highly structured graphite. Why do we care about that? Well, graphite used to be considered one of the materials for the plasma phase. It's no longer going to be used for that. It basically absorbed the tritium, which is a problem. But what it is still being looked at is for heat management. Graphite has no problem operating under 3,000 degrees centigrade. It transfers heat as faster than most metals. And it can be used for the structural components where you need to worry about any sort of thermal shock. And so right now, we've been improving this. Our next cycle that we're working on with Oak Ridge National Lab is targeting for nuclear materials. Most of that work is directed actually towards fission reactors. That's where graphite is used as a moderator. But it does carry over, particularly for the breeder pebble support frames. And so this is just work that relates to how can we do things in Kentucky that relate to this industry. That's one that really is being developed. And then the last thing I'm going to touch on is the critical materials. Obviously, the magnets are a huge deal. They're what allow this to work. And so this is some work that Rick Honecker leads. And the program here is strategic materials. So it's rare earth elements, graphite, and other critical materials. Basically, we're taking coal, we're liquefying it and using that for graphite. The material that's left goes for rare earth element recovery. That's a way of getting enriched enough to make that worthwhile of a process. Otherwise, the economics doesn't really work out. But when you're talking about how much of that high temperature superconductor material is needed, it's a lot, right? And so as you see this develop, that's going to be something that there's high demand for. It uses rare earth materials. And so that's a way that we've been able to look at that right now. We talk about it running a pilot plant. We have that operating at CAR now. About 5 tons per day of material can process through that. And really, we're looking at what are the materials. A clear target is materials that go into magnets. So some of the other stuff that I'll go real quickly, atomic scale characterization. We're a partner with Oak Ridge. We use their materials a lot. Beth goes down there all the time. We are starting to do work where we're working with the partners on some of the composite materials, particularly the metal composites and the silicon carbide composites, doing high throughput screening, basically using computers to do the work before we have to try to make them. And then we're doing different UT. We do a lot of our bombardment work there. or at Oak Ridge, and then project we've been doing with ORNL for, I don't know, probably about 8 years now, and looking at how do we convert resources from native resources, either Appalachian or Western Kentucky coals, to materials that are used for this. And so this is just kind of my sales pitch here, but how do we do this in Kentucky? What role can we play? The first one we can do is be part of the supply chain. And that's really where I think we can do a focus.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrews. And for our last presentation, we have Ryan, who's going to talk about some of the regulations that they've been working on in Tennessee.
All right. Regulations right before lunch. Was this torture? So maybe one of the first things to consider is where does all this fit in? Kentucky is an agreement state with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Tennessee, where I'm from, is an agreement state. But it's important to recognize, I think, first, before we go too far into what states are going to do, agreement states have to model their regulations sort of after the federal side of it. So some important pieces to this, and fusion, the NRC decided is going to be regulated under Part 30, which is delegated to state programs. So that 10 CFR Part 30, where byproduct material lies, is kind of where the states are going to get their authority to do this. Some other pieces, Part 20 is your radiation protection. That's the part of this that there's nothing new under the sun. We're regulating radioactive material. We're regulating exposure. We're protecting the public and the environment from exposure to radioactive material, or even the accelerator piece for an R&D fusion reactor. Part 37 is physical protection, and 61 is waste management. So what have we done? What are some other states trying to do? And I apologize, I'm going to turn around. I didn't memorize this, and I can't read that far. So states, a lot of states have already been doing fusion. He talked about this. This is kind of moving from what used to be a science fair project or a science project in a lab at ORNL or at a university, where now we're scaling this to where we can actually make power. Right? We want to get more out than what we put in. And so there's a lot of states that have been doing R&D on this for a long time. So there's not this new piece. It's just now we've got to make it bigger. NRC's drafted some regulations. They've got a new reg out. It's guidance, right? That's 1556. I know that's what our licensing folks are using right now. We've got our first application in Tennessee for a fusion system. They're using that 1556 guidance to do that license review. It's also important too, we've been on a lot of working groups. So Conference of Radiation Control Program Directors, which is CRCPD, we've got a couple folks leading that group. I've got at least 2 people from licensing that are on NRC's standing committee for fusion development. And then OAS, shameless plug here, Organization of Agreement States is actually holding their annual meeting in Nashville this year, about 3 hours down the road. So if you've got an interest in what other states are doing in the nuclear regulatory realm, what the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is doing, you can go to organizationofagreementstates.org, check out that conference if you're interested in such things. Shameless plug is done. So next, what we've done, our director has actually helped administer a course with MIT and then has gone to Barcelona, Spain, and done that same course. There's another one, I don't have the date on it, happening at UTK, I think this summer. That's to bring people up to speed on fusion regulations. NRC's got training courses too, so for your state programs or folks wanting to do this, I think it's only for agreement states. If you need training through the NRC, 151S, which is a self-study program, is available now. I've got several people that have already taken it. I think it takes about 2 days, but I've told it's good material. I haven't done it yet. I'm behind. And then the staff on the working groups. So what the challenges were, it's always, do you have enough people to do the work? So if you've got a licensing program or an inspection program and you've already got folks tied up inspecting and licensing these facilities, now you're going to get something you've never done before. That's going to take more work. So you've got to add more people or consider redelegating tasks for folks to do it. And also you got to figure out how it fits in your X-ray program. So unlike a radioactive materials program, which is under your NRC sort of licensing of radioactive materials, and you have X-ray programs. X-ray programs state to state are organized a little differently. Some states, they're in completely different departments. Some states, they're in different divisions. Some states don't do it at all. Tennessee, we're fortunate, they're all within our same program. So I have 2 managers that sort of sit on the opposite aisle from one another, and so they can lob stuff back and forth between them. What we opted to do instead of trying to bridge this thing between an X-ray system that would deal typically with an accelerator and shielding calculations, and then kick it over to licensing for activated material. We housed it all within our licensing and are going to do it all in one there just for simplicity, so that folks like Commonwealth, if they wanted to come to Tennessee, they don't have to deal with two separate programs. They can kind of go one-stop shop. So I think that'll be helpful. Modeling, I know he talked about his materials modeling, and if you ask a materials scientist, hey, give me a short presentation of what you did to do this, they'll give you a lot of charts and graphs and what I call manager reports that have colors. There's not one that's just readily available off the shelf. If you get a fusion machine come into your state and hey, here, QC our calculations, there's not probably a lot of people in this room that can do it. Ben's probably one of them, but these programs are not off the shelf. So you've got to have a way to either work with a university, work with a national lab, work with somebody that's got some knowledge about this stuff that can help you kind of QC this. You don't necessarily just want to take their word for it. Maybe you do. That's up to you. And then I'll go into the public outreach, because that's always a big piece. Tennessee's got pockets where nuclear is bring it, and Tennessee's got pockets where, not in my backyard. So that's something you've got to deal with, and the best way to deal with it is to educate people on what it is. Fusion is not Chernobyl. It's not Fukushima. It's not 3 Mile Island. It's not a fission plant. You don't have the same emergency planning zones. You don't have the same inventories of material and cascades of accidents that you can have at these plants, and that's an important piece to talk about. Scale-wise, these things are not much bigger than a manufacturing facility. And what we did, part of with that, is we created 5 new positions. I didn't list them all here, but the biggest goals of creating this position is doing public outreach. So we hired a PIO that's going to do most of our website management, which is a great way for us to reach out and put out FAQs and informational documents for folks. We hired and created some positions in our licensing, because I talked about earlier, if you've got 450 licensees and all your licensing staff are busy, you don't have time to process new things, especially things you've never done before. And then the environmental monitoring and management. So effluents, folks have got a lot of questions. If you're going to operate a new plant, they want to know what's coming out the pipe, what's going down the stream. So developing that program for how we're going to do that has been a challenge and something to consider before you start these processes, long before. Oh, last thing I mentioned. So I didn't update this, rulemaking. So it says TBD, finalized in March or April. That actually got finalized in April. Those are rules for fusion will go into effect on June 9th of this year. So they've mentioned the tritium breeding blanket. So the goal of these plants is you have to start with some inventory of tritium to start your reaction. Now you've got this lithium blanket, you've got to make more tritium. They've got to be able to produce more tritium than they use, because you don't want to build one plant, at least that's what I've been told. You'd like to build more than one. So you need more than just to fuel one. You've got to be able to produce more. The challenge that creates from a regulatory program is when you have a radioactive material licensee, they provide you with an inventory of what they have. They have a possession limit. They can have X number of material or X amount of material. And with these systems, you don't have tritium in this box in room 1A locked behind the door. It's bound up in this system. So that tritium inventory, and I know that's something that Commonwealth's been working on, a lot of these other companies have been working on. The current regulations say, tell me how much you have and tell me where it is. And that's a bit of a challenge for a fusion system at this scale. So that's something you've got to deal with and understand kind of where it is and what you need to do because your goal is public protection. Your goal is to keep this stuff in there, not necessarily it has to be in one room. And then emergency planning. So tritium is tightly guarded. So when you have enough tritium, you're going to have an emergency plan either from your state license or from your NRC license, depending on where you're at. So that's something to consider also, and something we've got to consider and make sure that's managed both at the facility with the local law enforcement if they need to be aware. And transportation is another component of that. And summary slide, because like I said, regulations right before lunch are not the most exciting piece of this, but I wanted to give you a little bit of something to chew on. So where are we at? I think this is probably a dangerous statement to make. One of the first in the nation to have a dedicated regulatory structure for fusion programs, because there could be somebody writing one right now that I don't know about. We're participating nationally and worldwide. and working with the other regulatory bodies. So I know I was talking to Ben earlier, even just building, you've got to have permits from water programs, from air programs, waste programs in solid and hazardous waste, even to start construction in some instances. And so engaging with these other regulatory bodies early on as a radiation protection scientist and the radiation protection program is good, because they've got to understand what they're dealing with, because sometimes they hear nuclear and they go, this is not us. And that's not always the case. There is some crossover, and you want to make sure you're not dual regulating something that you don't need to. Potential licensee engagement, I think it was the group that went right before us that was talking about how important it was to engage with the NRC as a utility. The same applies with the state that you're in and backwards. So it's important that the state programs engage with potential licensees, if nothing more than just regulatory clarity. You understand what your expectations are of them, and they understand what the expectations are. And then last piece, investing in your staff. So that NRC training, we're developing some in-house training also that we're going to administer to our staff to kind of get everybody up to speed, because fusion is not fission. It's not a conventional radioactive material inspection. So we've got to bring everybody up on that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and thank you all for giving your presentations. And I was wondering if you all wanted to kind of have a moment to go through any final thoughts that you have.
Yeah, I'll take a minute to talk about, like we said at the outset, that this is kind of an inherently safe thing. Let me just take a minute to clarify why that is. So I talk about, you've heard things like really high temperatures and neutrons and things like tritium. At the end of the day, the reaction itself in this plasma, there's so little matter. Like inside of our machines, there's more particles in my lungs right now than there will be in the machine when it's operating. Any introduction of air into that chamber where this plasma is comes in 1 million times more dense and 150 million times colder, and it instantaneously stops the reaction. We do produce neutrons, but those neutrons don't go on to cause a chain reaction. In fact, the way I like to think about with fusion is that you're always working to cultivate the conditions for this to happen, and that any removal of those and it stops instantaneously. You can blow it out like a candle. And so that's why you don't have the possibility for county level disasters with a fusion device. There are things that we do have to be mindful of. The reason we have to have a licensure is that we do have radioactive materials. I mentioned tritium, and I don't know if everybody is familiar with the term tritium. Tritium is a type of hydrogen. It's a proton with 2 neutrons, and it's mildly radioactive. You probably have seen it before in exit signs or in your watch dial if it glows in the dark, or gun sights for night vision. So we've used it a lot. It's very mildly radioactive, but it does have to be managed. And then when we produce neutrons as a way to get the energy out of the plasma, the neutrons hit metals and metals become activated, or they become radioactive. That's very different than spent nuclear fuel, which is like the decay of uranium and plutonium. And so those materials that are radioactive, then they decay much faster, but they still have to be managed. And so the inherent safety is, again, from the ability to turn it off instantaneously, and that any sort of event to it shuts it down immediately. And then the other things we have to manage. And that's why the licensing is very different. When we say 10 CFR Part 30, just to make clarity to that regulatory framework is the same way you would regulate a particle accelerator at a cancer research facility, and very, very different. It's about the license to have or produce radioactive materials. It's not about the design of the system, because there's nothing in a fusion design that contributes to the overall risk profile of the industry or the surrounding populations.
Thanks, and I'll add, to his point about not it being part of the design. So the goal of your regulatory structure, or any regulatory structure, as it pertains to fusion, is to not limit it to a particular method or a particular design. There's a tokamak, right? So you don't want to write. Did I get that right? Okay. I was like, oh my gosh, did I say the wrong thing? You don't want to limit. You don't want to write your regulations to deal with just a tokamak, where there's other designs of laser confinement, other magnetic confinement like a stellarator, and so you have to be very broad in that so that you're not limiting growth from that. And the other piece, he mentioned waste. Fusion systems don't create high-level waste like what you would find at a fission plant, where there is currently not a disposal site for it. High-level waste is stored on-site at the utilities. Fusion, much like an accelerator, will create activated materials that could either be recycled, or if not recycled, I imagine, magnets, recycling is probably high value. There's other things that can be recycled or reused in different parts or different plants. There's plenty of processors out there that can commercialize a lot of that stuff. And the other piece for disposal, there exists low-level waste sites for anything that's remaining. So there is a pathway that's well paved for anything that these generate.
Thank you all so much for the presentation and for being here. I feel like we keep saying it's an exciting time for nuclear, as it seems like it's an exciting time for fusion as well. So let's everyone give a round of applause to our speakers today. And I think we might have time for a question or two, if anyone has any questions. And Senator Carroll.
Yeah, I asked Dr. Andrews to address this, and I guess he didn't have time. I've been reading and listening to some podcasts recently on cold fusion. Can one of you all explain the differences in the process and what that means, cold fusion?
Yeah, cold fusion was explored a long time ago. It turned out to not have a viable pathway forward. There's another type of fusion called muon catalyzed fusion. Muons are very, very rare, very hard to create, but there is some feasibility about their potential approach. But at this time, it's not seen by any of the commercial enterprises as really a commercially viable pathway to pursue, because the production, nobody really knows how to make a muon consistently, reliably, or affordably, or in any format. And there's just not as much of a body of experience. We chose our architecture specifically because there have been 150 of those machines built before. And so the physics and how they work is very well understood and categorized. And that moves us into an engineering challenge, which puts us in the place of a combination of research and development and then engineering challenges. The muons are still on the edge of physics, and the understanding of those is very much out there in the realm of feasibility still to be determined.
Okay, and you all aren't using the laser technology. Explain the difference in that, and what has the progress been in the use of lasers as a heat source?
Yeah, so we are a magnet confinement. We don't use lasers in our site. We use lasers to diagnose the plasma. We shoot a laser through it to see how hot the plasma is. But the laser is used for, we call inertial fusion. So instead of confining it with magnets, you're using something to shoot at a target. That's what the Lawrence Livermore Lab did. That's their machine. I said it took like 192 of the world's strongest lasers. And they got more power out than in from what went into the plasma versus what came out. But if you look at the overall system architecture, it took several hundred megawatts of electricity to power those lasers. Now, those lasers are not built to be efficient. They're old and outdated. There's a lot of companies right now experimenting with new forms of lasers that could be useful, and there's some really promising lasers that will have applications well beyond fusion that are being developed in this moment. The other part of that is that you have to be able to recreate that by some form of dropping a fuel and getting hit by this laser and many, many times a second to create the amount of energy necessary to harvest it. And so what that looks like and what machine architecture that looks like, there are several companies pursuing that. And depending on how you get that, how do you think that scales as a technology, there's still some questions. But there is quite a bit of investment in that space as well. Something in the order of several $100 million has gone into that side of the industry as well. It's on the later front of fusion. I think you see the magnetic confinements being the most commercially ready today, in my opinion, and then you can see lasers coming alongside. If you've ever studied extreme ultraviolet lithography, which is how you make computer chips, they shoot a drop of tin like many, many times a second with a laser twice to create the flash of light to make the computer chips. That's an example of what we can do with the technology that might be able to lend itself in the future towards having a laser-based fusion system. But more to follow.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. I see the gentleman here.
I get to be the lucky person. My name is Joshua Watkins, House Minority Whip. I'm out of Louisville, and I have a question about the affordability for utility scale deployment. I mean, as a legislator in this state who typically comes to these things with an interest in making sure that there are affordable energy options for people, that's probably the most attractive part in the future. So anybody could speak to that, that'd be great.
I can touch on it a little bit. So at Commonwealth Fusion Systems, we've signed power purchase agreements for our first electricity to be produced from the facility in Virginia. Google, as one of our investors and partners, has signed up for about half of the project, and then Eni, the large Italian oil major and also a long-term investor, has bought well over $1 billion of power from that project as well. We know that the first projects, the first-of-a-kind projects, will be challenged. They do qualify still for the Inflation Reduction Act and the investment tax credits associated with that. And so depending on where you site it, if it's in an energy community and you're willing to pay prevailing wages, which we are, then you get to around a 40% investment tax credit. That brings the capital cost down tremendously. Then from there, if you look at levelized cost of electricity, what that really comes down to is an understanding of what do you expect for the capacity factor and how much do you think the plant will produce, and then how much, and for the earliest plants, when and how early can you start to get financing mechanisms for them? Like, we're prepared to raise the money necessary to build our first plants in Virginia. And I'd say that in Virginia, we made the commitment that there would be no cost shared to the ratepayers as a part of the project. Once we can demonstrate the technology and make it work, then there may be an opportunity to make a case for prudency with the Public Service Commission to recover some capital costs way down the road in the future. But right now, the intent is that we'd have no burden on the customers as we come into the community. And we would look for that early as we come into development. We also believe there's pathways for unique tariff structures that allow you to move some of the risk associated with those projects to the customers most willing to pay it. And so if you look at like a Google, and say it's a very techno-optimistic company, and is willing to pay a premium for that power to get it here. And so then I would say the ideal situation is that you find partnerships with those types of people and companies willing to pay that initial premium. And as we come down the cost curve, then we can see those pathways start moving into where do you think the utility starts to play, and where do you think about making these capital investments at a different level or a different mechanism. And then once you reach the point where you've demonstrated it sufficiently and you reach project capital where you can get project finance, we think these are going to be very, very competitive with other forms of energy, and then we'll see a lot of money flowing into them. And so then that will also bring the cost down. The ability to leverage debt is a big difference in the overall cost for a project if you look across the lifespan.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for answering the questions. I did see there were additional questions, and I'm sorry, because we're running out of time and heading into lunch, I'm sure the panelists would be happy to answer any questions afterwards. And thank you all.
Thanks, Ashley.
We're going to break for lunch until 1:30. There is a food truck as you exit the building to the right if you'd like to use that, and it is not sponsored. Thank you. The next topic is community engagement. As interest in nuclear energy grows as a reliable carbon-free power source, meaningful engagement with the communities has become essential. This panel will explore how utilities regulate and industry leaders can build trust, communication, transparency about nuclear technologies, and involve local communities in the conversation. Panelists will discuss best practices for public outreach, addressing concerns about safety and waste, and ensuring communities understand both the benefits and responsibilities associated with nuclear energy development. The panelists include Dr. Reed Atkins. He is an executive director with Shaping Our Appalachian Region. Michelle Zeitlow-Miller. She is the public engagement manager with Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, Idaho National Laboratory. Lane Boldman is the executive director of the Kentucky Conservative Committee. Sandra Wilson is the president and CEO of the Paducah Chamber of Commerce, and it is being moderated by the Kentucky Public Service Commission Chairman, Kentucky Public Service Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, John. For those I haven't met or don't know, I'm Mary Pat Regan. I'm the commissioner at the Kentucky Public Service Commission. And before we start, I'm going to have each of them introduce themselves and what role they play.
I'm Dr. Reed Atkins. I am the executive director of Shaping Our Appalachian Region. I'm a retired educator. I was a math teacher for 10 years, a principal for 10 years, and a superintendent for 10 years, all in Pike County.
Hi, I'm Lane Bolman. I'm Executive Director of the Kentucky Conservation Committee, not conservative, we're bipartisan. We work on environmental issues, nonpartisan actually, in the state, and we try to connect citizens and lawmakers together to effectively work on environmental issues.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Zietlow-Miller. As they already said, I'm the Public Engagement Manager for GAIN. So I think I have the longest title and longest name up here today, but I'm very short, so that's kind of, it doesn't go together, but that's okay. I came to GAIN about 2.5 years ago with a passion for helping communities and states kind of understand the nuclear industry, look for resources that can help answer questions, or at least help educate folks in things that they want to know and gaps that we can close. We do a lot of different things with states and different communities, and one of the things I wanted to highlight here in my introduction was the work that we do with SOAR. So they had a Communities LEAP grant, and we identified opportunities in the outage fleet of the current reactors where displaced coal workers can actually utilize their skills and help do traveling jobs for the existing fleet. So that's a continuing partnership between us and SOAR, and I'm looking forward to growing that continuously, but as you can see, my job is pretty vast in the different things that we do.
Hi, I'm Sandra Wilson. I'm the President and CEO of the Paducah Area Chamber of Commerce, and I also am a 7-term city commissioner and the current mayor pro tem for the city of Paducah, so I'm all in on this topic as well. About a week before I started my job at the chamber about 13 years ago is when they announced the Paducah Gas Diffusion Plant would be ceasing operation. And so we were really in a state of trying to find out what to do as a community. And so we embraced that as the chamber with becoming the advocacy part of that. And then we got very involved in Energy Communities Alliance, and I now serve on their executive committee. They are the trade association for municipalities and governments that have a Department of Energy site in their community, and started seeing what was happening in other sites. And so in 2023, the Paducah Chamber applied and was awarded a grant from the Department of Energy to do a reindustrialization study of our site. And in 2025, that changed when the administration changed and the route that we were going. So we asked for an extension, and we are wrapping that up now, and got an extension for that in about January. And then in March, we were awarded a second grant, or an amendment to our first grant. That's what they technically tell me I should say. But it is a second grant to now do a master plan of the site, because we have had so much activity and so many announcements and interest in the site that we want to make sure that we're using every inch of the land available. So we're conducting that. So when I say I'm all in, I'm all in.
Great. Well, we're really fortunate to have people who are on the front lines. And so for the last day and a half, we've talked about fusion, we've talked about policy, we've talked about finances, but none of this can move forward without community engagement. We have to have the public trust to move forward and to maintain. And so community engagement cannot be a checkbox at the end. It's got to be at the beginning. So, Lane, I'll start with you. What do you think meaningful community engagement means other than an informational meeting?
Yeah, I'd love to comment on that, but since we just came back from lunch, I'm going to start with a quiz and make sure y'all are, ready to answer. How many of you, show of hands, have heard the phrase, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu? Okay, all right. How many of you think that in order to have good engagement with the community, you have to give them buy-in? Raise your hand. Trick question, I never use the phrase buy-in. If you have buy-in, that means they weren't at the table at the beginning, okay? And you're trying to convince them of something. So when I work with communities, I ask people, don't use the word buy-in. Take that out of your vocabulary. And then another couple quick questions. How many of you, raise your hands, how many think what was said earlier today, that $6 billion to $15 billion in economic development is a good thing? Raise your hands. Okay, so I came from nearby the community of Fernald in Ohio, which was a nuclear processing facility. The cleanup of that was $4.4 billion. So when we talk about economic development, we need to balance out what the community is dealing with in addition to what the economic development benefits are. And my last question, which you'll all need to think about, is who pays? And that question we all need to answer. So I work a lot with communities. It's really important when you do that to have a lot of candor with them, to make sure they're in often and early. I recently had an experience where a nuclear siting company was doing some research in Ohio. They called a community meeting. They were not prepared. And I went up there just to see how it was going to go. I had been doing some work across the river with other communities on that side, and I knew some of those folks were coming. This gentleman was involved in just doing research on siting for potential nuclear facilities as yet undetermined. The community came out, about 40 people showed up, the word got around, and these guys were prepared. They were very prepared to find out as much as they could from this gentleman as possible. What he didn't clarify was he was there simply to explore siting opportunities and explain what good siting meant. But he was not prepared for the questions he got. The community gave questions about what kind of reactors are we getting? Are we getting a reactor? Can you explain what generation SMR we're going to be getting? They were prepared. And then you also had people from the community who had relocated from a previous nuclear site. I met a woman who had been a farmer at the Fernald site, so I was familiar with that and I wanted to talk to her. And she said that when that land became contaminated, they moved away, and this has been the place that she and her husband wanted to farm after that, and he has cancer. So obviously, when this poor guy that was doing the community engagement event did not expect that. And so you never know what kind of audience you're going to get when it comes to a community engagement event, so you need to be prepared with the answers. I actually tried to intervene for the gentleman, saying, you know, the community is getting frustrated at your answers. You are trying to explain that you're just there for siting. They want more. So until everyone's prepared to be on the same page, we're not going to get very far, and we're just going to frustrate each other. So when I deal with this in other forums, like I run into this a lot with solar farms, we put together an entire guide for the community on what's the timeline, where are the opportunities for the public to engage, you know, what's your role, defining the basics for people, because there's a lot of jargon in these facilities, right? We've been hearing jargon all day. If a community comes and they're not prepared to understand what the terms mean, then you're just going to get a community all frustrated. So the advice that we have for folks is try to get a nonprofit involved that can help facilitate a good community dialogue that's not beholden to the company that's trying to come in, because people don't trust when it's like an industry sponsored guest coming in. We don't get to pay for talking to communities. We don't take sides on facilities. If the project is good, we'll tell people we don't see any problems. If it's bad, we'll give the company the opportunity to correct anything that we think is a problem. And then we try to make sure the community has good information and they're not subject to hearsay or rumors or bad science. We get it on both sides. So that's the advice I would have.
And Sandra, I think you just had a community meeting last night, so I'll let you talk about that.
Well, I want to follow up with a question. How many of you think you're going to get 100% buy-in in your community for what you're trying to do? Because I think that's one of the biggest things that you have to accept. For me, especially, I'm like, oh yeah, let's all rally together, and it's not necessarily always going to happen. Every community is different, and I think that's one of the main things that you have to remember, and it does take a lot of involvement. And there are always going to be those that are never going to support your efforts. And, I have to accept that. And sometimes it's some of the same people. I want to just share a couple of recent examples. So in the Public Service Commission, you all were on your bus tour throughout Kentucky talking about nuclear energy. I feel sure your meeting in Paducah was different than any other meeting. Am I right? Close. Because we did have a lot of people there that wanted to talk about it. And the very first person that went to the podium, went to the microphone to speak, was someone that I had dealt with 30 years ago. I'm going to age myself, but I've been in the business a long time. I was at a paper mill. I was at Westvaco 30-something years ago, and that same person was upset about our paper mill. So, you just never know. I made the mistake once of saying that if anybody's going to protest in our community, they would have had to been bussed in. Well, that maybe was a little bit of an exaggeration because there are those that you're going to have to deal with. But I think you just have to give it your best effort. That was one example. I think overall the meeting went well for you all, and we had a lot of support. Global Laser Enrichment, which is one of the companies coming to Paducah, about 2 weeks ago had an open house, and they had representatives from their company come in. They had the environmental side, they had their operations, their production, their purchasing, and people rotated around the room talking to those employees. And I think it went really, really well. We were very pleased with that. However, then last night, just as a surprise at a city commission, as I said, I'm on the Paducah City Commission, we had 3 people show up to protest or to talk, negative about nuclear and questioning us about all of the incentives the city had given them. And of course, the land at the Department of Energy side is in the county, so the city really hasn't done any of that. And it was just a very small part of our city commission meeting before we started. And unfortunately, that was the lead story in the newspaper today with a lot of incorrect information. And, they said some of that incorrect information last night. And, now we've got to go back and kind of correct that. And we are, working as a community for the nuclear energy certification, so we will be having public meetings. So it's changing a little bit of that direction. But it takes all of it, from, you've mentioned about a town hall, it takes being involved, speaking, of course, I'm going to give the plug to your Chamber of Commerce, speaking at other things, and being involved with the community, a lot of working groups, your workforce group, your utilities, of course, your city and county government, your state representatives. We're very fortunate that we have pro-nuclear representatives on our state representative and our state senator that are working with us and making sure that we're all moving in the right direction. So it takes all of the above.
And Michelle, you have an outlook across the U.S. Are there any specific outreach strategies that have proven most effective to move people from skepticism to informed engagement?
That's a great question. So a couple things that I have on my mind are thinking about what the community is looking for. What are their concerns? What do they want to learn more about? And how can you identify resources that are neutral, that kind of look to help answer those questions? That's part of what GAIN does around the world. We don't necessarily look for our own resources and build them, but we look for resources that either we've built or that other folks have put out there that give kind of a neutral playing field to the technology and the different concerns that we see across different states and communities. You always have to go in with like an open mind and willing to let folks ask questions and look for answers to those to the best of your abilities. That's part of how you're going to start to build trust within the community, whether or not they accept nuclear technology at the end of the day. Thinking about the topics they want to go through, looking for a mix of expertise, like Lane mentioned. Subject matter experts are great, but sometimes they talk way above where the normal public is when it comes to nuclear technology or whatever the topic may be. So having folks that can speak across different spans of the technology or different spans of the specific topic area that you're thinking about, community engagement experts that can help balance the conversation, and folks that can make the material relatable. So one of the things that GAIN does is we relate nuclear technology a lot to like cars, seat belts, the fuel in the tank, depending upon the enrichment. So we try to think about things that folks use on a day-to-day basis that kind of connect with them and make the topic sticky so that they can remember, ask questions, and help spark a conversation with those different community folks. Planning for hard questions, right? You have to think about that before you even go into the event and how you might handle those. And in some cases, the answer may be, I don't know. But you have to be willing, or you have folks on the committee that are willing to say, I don't know, but I'll get back to you on that, or I'll look for the best resources available to help answer those questions. Because those are the types of things communities are looking for to understand that you care about their needs. One little example I wanted to provide here was my boss, Christine, was doing a coal to nuclear study with Northwest Energy in Montana on the coal strip site, and whether or not nuclear technology could potentially be used there in the future, and kind of the results of that assessment. And so she was doing this community engagement experience and walking through the results, which were positive. And one of the folks in the audience said, well, would you want a nuclear power plant in your backyard? And her immediate response was, well, yes, I would. But Christine, much like myself, has 30 years of experience with nuclear technology. So in that meeting, she kind of let it go, and then she came back to it, and she said, you know, I would accept that in my backyard because I have 30 years of experience with it. I have the understanding of nuclear technology, and I've worked with it. But that doesn't mean that you have to. And those are the kind of things that communities need to hear so that they understand they have a voice and a choice.
So Reed, I'll ask you how you build trust in communities that associate nuclear with safety fears, past accidents.
I'll start off by mentioning something that one of our panelists had already said. We don't have to bus protesters into Eastern Kentucky. They'll be there. In particular, Pike County, I see a lot of Eastern Kentuckians, they're probably nodding their heads right now. But I think that with any change, as an old educator, we had a lot of change in our educational system. I think, number one, you have to be transparent with your community. You have to make sure that they understand from the ground level what you're doing and why you're doing it. They have to know the why. And then I think that the educational piece is really, really important. You have to let them know, number one, how it's going to affect the community and how it's going to impact it positively, and then down to their family, and then finally down to them as an individual. They have to know how this is going to help me, how this is going to make my community better. And I think if you do that, along with making sure that they understand that there will be a safety piece there, that they won't have to worry about it negatively impacting the community, I think that it'll be received. Now, you'll always have your naysayers. Anytime you're trying to do something positive and progress, especially now with the huge monster in the room, social media, you're going to always have to battle that. So,
Are there any lessons we can learn from you, since you have been part of the, presenting this and there's been opposition? Is there anything that Kentucky can teach other states about opposition and how to deal with that?
I was talking with a city manager yesterday about a possible opportunity, and we were talking about ordinances. I think that if you bring the community in and allow them, and I hate to use the word buy-in, I was told not to do that just a minute ago, but if you bring them in and allow them to help you create the ordinances that will protect their community, and it will give them buy-in, it'll give them a voice and an opportunity, and then on the back end, it's real hard for them to complain when they were the ones that actually created the safety features that will actually be implemented.
But you offered them a seat at the table. So in that case, that's what we need.
I always need somebody to correct me.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly dealt with my share of protesters. Sometimes they are friends of mine. There's always going to be that. And the most important thing you have to know is that if you're not transparent, then people will find out what's going on. And if you're not confronting it at the beginning, then it's going to just exasperate a rumor mill. And I totally salute people's right to protest. I just try to make sure they've got objective facts that aren't coming from the industry side, and they're not coming from someone that is a fiscal stakeholder, but that we just want to see clear information that's researched properly. And that's where I think the nonprofits and civic leaders really play a significant role, because we've certainly seen, like I said, we run into this a lot with solar projects. We run into it with data centers. There's solar projects that are suitable for a community, and there's some that aren't suitable for a community. But the community has to have the say, first and foremost.
And go ahead. I just wanted to add, I think that you have to have some type of relationship with them as well. When I mentioned that one from 30 plus years ago, when I saw him the other day, I just said, "Hey, Mark, how are you doing?" Because I knew him, he knew me. He knew that in my previous employment, we even split samples with them when they would show up to do our wastewater, and he knows that where I stand, I know where he stands, but we still have a respect, I think, for each other, and still have that trust, and just that's very important. Something about the word transparent and transparency just sends chills up my spine. I can't really put a reason why on it, but I feel like we are being transparent. And what does that really mean? Do you tell them everything that you need to? At that recent meeting, we were all accused of signing NDAs. And if you're involved in economic development, you probably are going to be signing an NDA. And so then they, were emailing me, had I signed one with these companies? And so you just really have to, be transparent, but just have that relationship where you can at least trust each other, that you respect each other.
Last night we talked about that. We talked about having a mix between a personal relationship with them and an expert as well that can help give facts and information that may be over everybody in the neighborhood or community's head. So.
And we've talked a lot about engaging the community early. Michelle, how early is the site planning? Should they be part of that?
Great question, Mary Pat. So I've been thinking a bit about this, and the answer is, I think once you think you may have a potential project or a place for a project, or you have an interested community. So there's a couple things I want to balance there. If you know you have a good potential site, but you don't know if the community is ready, right? That's an obvious opportunity for you. If you have a community that's really excited about the technology, but you're not sure you can put one there, it's not going to be a good play to give them that commitment and get them all excited, or potentially excited in a different way because they're not happy about it coming, and then you find out you can't even cite the technology there. So all of that was for nothing. So to me, it's about setting expectations with the community and making sure that it's as early as it can be without upsetting the status quo inside the community. You're talking about potentially an 80 to 100-year project, right? So that's why community engagement is so important. You want to make sure that they want it there before you build it. And so one of the examples I wanted to talk about here was Schuyler County up in New York. So NYPA put out an RFI for interested communities that want to host a nuclear reactor in the state of New York. Schuyler community was one of those that raised our hands and said, yes, we would like to. And interestingly enough, NYPA put out in the paper, these are the 8 different counties that responded to our RFI with no discussion of the counties beforehand. And Schuyler County is one of those where they weren't aware that it was going to come out, and they have some folks in the community that aren't so excited that the county raised their hands for that. So GAIN is trying to help them think through strategies, and one of the things that we've talked about is, whether or not they end up having a project, they're passionate about educating the community about the technology, because even if it's not in their county, it might be somewhere close to them. And so that understanding is important to lay out there so that they can have open, honest communication with that county and kind of set expectations.
And Lane, how do we ensure that low income and marginalized communities are not excluded from the decision-making process?
Yeah, that's a real challenge, and I sympathize with the other speakers that, when is the right time to start engaging people? I've certainly had situations where, I'll use the solar farm example again, where in a rural area in particularly, where people are, not as connected in some cases or may not get news quick enough. I had a county judge executive saying, there's some solar companies running all over my county. They haven't even talked to me yet. So they know, right? So there's a certain point where you can't be doing your research very long before somebody wants to know what the heck is going on. And that becomes more of a responsibility when you're dealing with, like I said, more rural areas, low-income areas, and areas that have been continually impacted by energy projects in this case, in some of the coal communities where you have communities that are, they desperately need the jobs. At the same time, they've been in the boom and bust cycle, and there's a lot of skeptics. So you have to take extra care to make sure that you've figured out how to engage them where they're at, not expect people to come to y'all, because I have to say, when the Public Service Commission, which I really appreciate the community meetings you did over the last couple of months, how few people actually took advantage of that. And I was trying to figure that out, why there wasn't a bigger turnout at some of these or more comments submitted. But it's because it's unlike other issues that like on utility bills, where you're going to get, everybody has a utility bill, so they're all going to engage. Nuclear is something that people haven't had to think about for about 40 years. We've got whole generations that don't know enough about it. And so you really kind of have to start over and over engage in that case so that they're not caught off guard. What I'm getting now is that I'm getting calls, because of this conference, I'm getting calls now from communities saying, wow, what's going on? This stuff is really starting to move. Why don't we know anything about this? Well, you all have been talking about it for quite a while. And so you have to customize this to the audience, where a low-income community is going to require a lot more outreach.
And I know, Reed, you've had the experience, so I'll let you talk about that with low-income and marginalized communities.
Yeah, we actually, touching on a point she brought up, we actually had a situation in one of our solar communities recently. Our county commissioners have voted in a trash dump site. And they'd done it without really educating the community. And it became a real problem. And it goes back to, as Lane said, involving all stakeholders. You have to make sure, again, you're transparent, you educate, you involve your stakeholders. If you don't, then it becomes a real problem. And I lived in the community for my entire life, 52 years, and I'd never seen such an uprising over the issue. So it's certainly one of those things that you have to do. You have to lay the groundwork up front, or you will have real problems.
And we talked a little bit about the elephant in the room, misinformation. Sandra, how was that addressed in Paducah?
Misinformation, I think, by trying to put it out correctly. We have the Department of Energy site that's there. It's been there since the 1950s. So people are used to knowing about the site, hearing nuclear energy, gaseous diffusion. So those employees are some of our best cheerleaders, but they also do remember, we had some tough times there and had some real safety concerns for many years. But, just yesterday we had a forum for our county judge candidates. And the current county judge talked about that, and to an extent about, he said, I'm not going to bring anything to my community that I feel is unsafe. And you mentioned safety about, seat belts. I think that was this. Well, we used to put children in the back of a station wagon and drive from Paducah to Florida. Now my daughter, she wouldn't put her child in a car unless it's that 5-hatch safety seat or something like that, where it's 5 different locks on it and turned around backwards. And that's because it makes us so much safer. Technology has come so far, and some of the employees are some of the best ones to tell about that. I do think when you are addressing misinformation, you can't really be defensive or dismissive. And it's hard not to come across that way when you're passionate about it. And I'm probably one of those that comes across in a bad way because I'm like, no, that's not anything we would need to worry about. Why would you be thinking about that? Just like that transparency word, sending chills up my spine. Because we are sharing with you. We are telling you what's going on. We are really trying to keep people informed and see that there are changes that have happened through the years that have made technology so much safer. It made our world a safer place to live.
And Michelle, how would you define successful community outreach? Metrics, meetings, attendance? Is there anything that you can use that would show that it was successful?
Yeah, I think there's a few different metrics that you want to consider when you're doing community engagement. One is that it needs to be representative of the community, and that means both pros and cons towards whatever the topic may be. And I would say across all ages, because we're talking about 40 to 80-year projects. So the younger folks are likely going to live with these projects in the future, and so you want to see them there and asking the questions and making sure they're on board. And you can use things like attendees lists to understand whether or not you're meeting that metric and you're kind of crossing all the different age groups. And also, like I said, pros and cons and where all the different opinions are. And then I would say, a lot of folks talk about economic development with nuclear, right? Because the jobs pay well. There's a lot of tax money that comes with nuclear, those types of things. And so they really do help communities. And so when you're thinking about this, if the community can consolidate down to like 1 or 2 reasons for why they want that project or facility, rather than 10 reasons why they want the facility, then you can understand that you have an aligned community and they really have a focus and an objective for what they want to do with that specific community resource. Some of the more nuanced things I would say you're looking for is like, people aren't afraid to ask questions, right? People come, pro or con, and they ask the questions, tough or not. That's okay. That shows that you're getting the appropriate engagement that you're looking for. And then I would say, likely, if you have good community engagement, you're going to start to see conversations at gas stations, the local stores, and folks are going to automatically talk about it. Again, good or bad, but you'll start to see that in your community.
And the question that we have gotten a lot in the public informational sessions is, why should we trust that this time our voices are going to shape outcomes, rather than just being managed or a decision made? So I'll start with you.
Again, I think it goes back to including them. It goes back to bringing them in at the ground level and allowing them to have a voice to the point where they're actually helping develop the ordinances, the parameters, guardrails that will be used to make sure that the community is kept safe. And also, again, I think that if you show them, again, how it will help them and their community, I think that it goes much better.
Lane?
Yeah, I hate to say, and what's worked for me is I do the groundwork first before there's an agenda for the community, right? I get to know the communities first. I spent a lot of time in a couple communities that were first dealing with solar farms, then dealing with data centers. Now they're getting some rhetoric about nuclear. And I've come to learn, what is it that, I've tried to ask them too, what is it you want to see for your community? And as long as I understand and respect that, it makes it much easier for me to have a conversation with them. I can talk to this community about solar. They don't want it, but they understand that that's fine, and I'm helping them learn more about it. They definitely don't want a data center, so I try to educate them on that. But I follow their lead. You've got to follow the community's lead first, and unfortunately, we also have to deal with the legacy issues, right? So the misinformation usually comes from some reality that started and may not be applicable to the current situation, but you have to recognize and deal with that problem. So, like for example, I told you that I live near the Fernald nuclear production site. I've been doing research on it since then because I get a lot of questions from reporters. In my research, not only did I learn that there was uranium on the site that I never knew about when I was growing up there, that was really awful, but then I also found 4 more sites in different places all around my town, within as close as 1.5 miles to my parents' house. And are we doing better practices now? Yes, I would hope so. But unfortunately, this stuff keeps coming back up. And so we all have to deal with that, right? So that's why, one of the questions I ask y'all is, how do we deal with that trade-off of the economic development versus the risk? And we need to be prepared for those answers so that we can handle the situation in these communities and know what they've already had to deal with. And that erodes the trust as much as anything. Until we can get over the past, it's really hard to go ahead with the future. But as long as you understand that, and that's what happened in a particular community, that helps quite a bit.
For me, so Kentucky passed the Nuclear Ready Community framework, if you will, right? So they're looking for communities that are interested in nuclear technology to go through some different learning sessions with those communities and ultimately either adopt an ordinance, do a ballot. All the cities within the county have to approve of, right? Saying, I'm ready to be a nuclear community. And I think that is a showcase example, one that I use often when states, and how you can help ensure that the community is heard when it comes to these projects. Because if you have to pass a ballot measure and you all vote, then that means you have a say in the final outcome. And it also means you have a say in how that community engagement works and things you want to know about and questions you want answered. And so I just think that's like the best example out there for this particular state and how you can have a say in it.
I would say trust is built locally as well. Local officials are the ones that are going to see people out at the grocery store and hear their concerns. People will come up to you about a pothole or a light pole or about the new companies that are coming and want to hear that. And when you talk about, you wouldn't bring something to your community because you wouldn't want because you live there. My family's here, my grandchildren are here, and these are projects that we really have researched and trust. Our community went to Fernald. You mentioned Fernald. We went there. We met with the people that had led the effort there to make it like a park, a nature preserve. But I remember asking the question, why didn't you want economic development here? And they were just outside of Cincinnati. They didn't really need it like our community does. We had voted or had done this when our study was done. Our community wanted reindustrialization of the site, and that happened even before it had officially closed. That's what people were wanting to see happen there. It has taken quite a while because the Department of Energy was just focused at first just on the cleanup, and they were not going to let us transfer land back to the community. They weren't going to be leasing land, and all of that changed. So now that we're able to do that, it makes a huge difference when you can say that, I live here, I trust this, we've researched it, we've been to many other sites, we've met with these people over and over, and we trust that. We are very involved about in the last year to 2 years, the city of Paducah and McCracken County both passed, before NETA was actually even formed, we had passed community-ready resolutions by the fiscal court and the city commission that we wanted to be recognized as a nuclear-ready community or nuclear-friendly. And so that's why we're in the stages now that we are of having those public meetings. And I'm going to call them community education meetings. I think that's really what they are, so that we can talk about it. And I've got to get out when I get home. I've got to get out in front of it because it was announced yesterday that we were going to be having these meetings. And really, you have to give public notice. But we had our own time frame we were working on, so I'm going to have to speed up that time frame to get that word out.
And if Kentucky becomes a nuclear leader, what should communities gain socially, economically, environmentally, and how are you going to prove that? Anyone?
Go. I would just say I think Kentucky already is a leader in nuclear energy, and I want to applaud our state officials for doing that. You know, they established the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority. They established those board members. I hope they're going to have an executive director hired soon. I know Rodney has been filling in that role, and we really appreciate it. But we have put incentives in place for nuclear companies that want to come to make it more attractive. I think there's more that we can do, but we have taken some great strides. So I really applaud the state of Kentucky. Kenya, you've done a great job in doing that. Thank you all for coming with the Public Service Commission to talk about nuclear energy, and I really think Kentucky is at the forefront of it. It's really made a big difference for us, but I think when you start talking about it, you have to look at, to verify it, do you have companies that are willing to come to Kentucky, and are we making it easy for them to come? And then you look at what their investment's going to be. Both of General Matter and Global Laser Enrichment that have announced in Paducah are over $1 billion announcements and employing thousands of people for construction and hundreds when they open the site. That shows progress, and that shows that commitment by the state of Kentucky as well. You know, ours is really being driven a lot by the Department of Energy because they own the land. But they listed Paducah as one of 4 sites for an AI data center. I know when they put that out for the ROIs, we had, I believe, 18 companies that responded that they were interested, and we're just waiting on an announcement anytime.
And I would say the work that we've done with SOAR, Reed's already seeing some of it over in eastern Kentucky. You have folks that are being employed in the nuclear industry, and they're allowed to basically go do traveling jobs across the different United States, doing refueling outages, our current fleet. And they're bringing home wages that support their whole family. So they don't have to necessarily move. And that income's coming back to the state of Kentucky to help reinvigorate and bring economic development. And what I would say is generally what you're going to see from those different projects, based on my experience. You know, I worked at a nuclear power plant that was going to close and ended up staying open. And what I saw was a community that was absolutely horrified that the nuclear power plant was going to close because of all the economic development they got, the nice things they got at their schools, the jobs that their kids could go do when they grew up, and just all the great people that work there. It becomes a lifeline to that community, and folks will not want to see those different opportunities go away if they're accepting of them.
Yeah, I think that's the real challenge as to whether or not we're successful. Yes, Kentucky is a significant place for energy development. And the communities I've been working in, you know, the one in particular that I've been spending the most time in lately, you know, they have a big power plant there, they have data center proposal, they have this nuclear proposal nearby. They don't want that. They want to keep their family farms and have an agricultural economy, and I have to respect that. So the situation is, yes, be an industry leader and bring in economic development that's appropriate for a community, but then also it comes down to also what are the ratepayers having to deal with. So you want to bring in a good economic development base, because I've asked this particular community, I said, then what do you want to see as your economic future? Can you make it on farming? But at the same time, I have to respect that what they want is a nice agricultural living and lower electricity bills, and we have to figure out how to balance all that, right? I would love to see, you know, a conference like this for all of the forms of energy that I support, which is more solar and storage. And then, you know, we've got kind of an equal base of people to make their selections from, that people understand all their choices and that they can make informed decisions, and then we can show them the revenue that they can bring in through a facility versus maybe I don't really need that much economic development and I kind of like my rural way of life, and figure out how to make that work for everybody, and that to me is success.
I think SOAR could be a pilot for this. We partnered with a company and actually hired now 52 people through the company to travel to work with the different nuclear companies. And one of the biggest issues and concerns we had through our board was, will we have additional brain drain? Because we've seen a lot of our best and brightest in Eastern Kentucky move to Central Kentucky and other locations for jobs, work, in order to raise their families. Good news here, we have not had one single person move out of Eastern Kentucky. They travel for work, they come back, so that's been great. We've been so successful that we've had a second company, a competitor to that company, now partner with us, and we actually have 23 job offers in the second company. So, and we're talking to a couple of other companies as well now. So I think that for Eastern Kentucky, that's the big thing, to bring jobs, bring economic development, bring opportunity.
Well, before I open it up for questions, are there any final thoughts you want to expand on, each of you? Sandra, I'll start with you.
I think you have to engage your community as early as you can. That is one comment that you all have said, and I really believe that. I don't think it's always possible, but I think you should do your very best to try to make that happen. And it will make a difference for your community. And make sure that you have the right people engaged with you. For us, as I said, some of the biggest cheerleaders in our community are the employees out at the site now that are looking and excited about the growth that's happening in our community and happening at the Department of Energy site that's been closed. We have a dual path there. Part of it's still cleanup, and part of it is for reindustrialization. So our community is familiar with it. We're not a community that's just bringing in that. Whenever I was just recently at a U.S. Chamber of Commerce meeting, and there was a committee of 100, and there were a couple of people in there. A lot of the program that for those 2 days, it was about AI data centers. And I sought out those people to talk to them about, what do I need to know if we're going to have one announced in our community? And every one of them were supportive and told me how to get information from them that they had used as Q&A and how to be prepared, and none of them had anything bad to say about the companies that had located in their community. I know I'm probably the Pollyanna over here, everything's great, but I really wanted to find out the nitty gritty, and I felt like they were all being very honest with me.
I think it's don't be afraid to have a conversation, whichever way that might go. You have to walk into that with plans and think about how you want to have that conversation. But I think generally speaking, folks around us, the nuclear energy industry is booming. And so folks are really curious at this point. So engaging with them early and often and finding the right resources to help answer those questions, I think is just imperative.
Well, I just want to say, well, first off, I appreciate the Public Service Commission for hosting this, and I really want to thank the lawmakers in the room. I've worked with many of you on these issues, and you are the ones that are representing your communities. You know what's being said as well as I do in the communities I work in. But the most important thing for me is that everyone works equally on all sorts of energy resources, both renewables and the emerging technologies that are being offered in nuclear, that everyone's paying attention to their electricity bills and how the best way is to address that, because nuclear, as we know right now, is still very, very expensive, and the energy sources I'm promoting are the least cost right now. So that's a challenge for the Public Service Commission to deal with the least cost question and emerging technologies. So, your communities are putting a lot in your hands. These are big decisions, and, spend a lot of time in those communities. I can't urge that enough, because it really colors my perspective when I have direct visits with folks before some of these decisions are put in their hands.
I think for Eastern Kentucky, when we look at our severely distressed counties, this could be the answer. This could be a possible solution to the problems that we see with, again, our people moving away from the area to try to find work and things of that sort, it could be the opportunity to keep our local people at home.
Great. Well, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you all. So this panel is about community engagement, and we've talked a lot about community engagement, but that means something very different to different people, whether that be what does community engagement mean from a utility perspective, to the local government perspective, to a developer. And Lane, you've done some of the, I've worked with you a long time. Community engagement is beyond, I posted this, I invited you, and I gave a presentation, check. We're seeing that that's really not engagement. And so just your perspective on, I don't want community engagement to kind of get diluted, that maybe we have to start saying like meaningful and intentional community engagement. And so how you structure your events, how you make it more accessible, just some thoughts on that, because the word is community engagement is thrown around a lot, whether it's data centers, nuclear, solar, whatever. I've seen it done well, and I've seen it done not so well.
I agree, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work to really get to know a community and know what works for them, and sometimes they've not even posed the question of where do they want to go. The one example I'm using at the moment, I've been spending a lot of time there when I kind of prompted them, like, you can't keep saying no, 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 no. What is it that you're for? And the answers I kept getting back were agricultural. So what's my next presentation out to that community? I'm doing an agricultural event out in their community because this is what they want. I'll give them information that has to do with things that overlap with the agenda our organization has and what they say they're interested in, and I'll support that. So, but that takes a lot of work and a lot of time. So the biggest investment we can make is not in the technology or not in the jargon we're putting around here or attracting the companies. The biggest investment we can make is with the community itself. If we think there's a community that's ripe to be a good host community, then let's do the homework and try to find out what they see as their future.
I would also add into that, engaging with the community in ways that they normally engage. That's important as part of the meaningful conversation. So if they normally have board meetings, maybe that's how you should engage with them. If they do it differently in small town halls, whatever that looks like, find out. Don't make assumptions before you walk into a community or a state on how it's going to roll, because it's different every place you go, and respecting the place that you're visiting and how they do business, and understanding it and seeking to learn where the concerns are, what the questions are, what they want to understand is an important part of the two-way conversation to make them feel like it's a meaningful event.
I think I said earlier all of the above, because I think you have to do all of it in different ways. The social media, your town hall meetings. I have to wonder if that wasn't part of the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority putting in their requirements for the certification that you must have 2 educational meetings before you can formally apply, is to make sure that community is knowledgeable. When our city and county both passed those nuclear resolutions, it was published on our agenda. They could have come to that meeting when we were going to vote on it and protested, or I guess, made comments. Neither the city or county had anyone come and do that. And so we both passed it without any fanfare. Now I'm looking back and I'm thinking, I don't even know that it was published in the paper that we had passed that at that time. So we kind of felt like, well, we're one step ahead when we saw that was part of that. But now I do think there are multiple ways. I'm rethinking a lot of things that we're doing in our own community. So the timing for me to be on this panel was great. Thank you for including me, because you just have to do things differently, and every community is different as well. And so you have to address those in the way that you are talking to your community and your state. I would say that too, and to your state.
What you just said, I was getting ready to say, I'd heard on the panel already, every community is different, and know the community that you're in. You have to know where you're at, educate yourself. I think you said earlier on the community you're actually going to at that time.
Back there.
I'm going to start my question with a joke. You know how you tell who the extroverted engineer is? It's the one who's looking at your shoes when talking. And I find that in these meetings like you're describing that need to happen, it's either technical people who cannot speak plain English, or it is the person who looks pretty and shows up in a little party dress but don't know nothing. And so I'm hoping you can give these business folks some counsel on how to navigate that divide, because you got to have technical people for people like me, and you got to have clear explanations like one of the presenters this morning. She gave a great explanation this morning of a technical thing without a lot of emotional stuff. And she certainly didn't act like people who didn't know it were dumb. But what advice could you offer to bridge that gap?
I think somebody up here said earlier, I think you need two types of people when you do the presentation. You need people that the people in the audience trust and know, and you need experts. Experts that can actually answer the technical questions. I think if you don't have both of those, then you do leave a huge void in the meeting.
Yeah, I agree with all that. You really do need to try different things in communities. I mean, I literally, like I said, on solar farms, we started with a guide because we didn't think people even understood the basics. But now they do, and so I don't need this as much, so now I can engage with people more directly, and things evolve. So you have to be flexible and have, different people. We work with companies that want to come into an area, but we also tell the companies, let us deliver a particular message, because as a nonprofit, we maybe trust it more. And so you just have to try all those things.
I would say do your homework. There are organizations like Christine that try to make things relatable to the community so that the technology isn't so oppressive, right? We want to make it something that folks use every day, that's relatable, it makes it sticky, and it makes it a good conversation, both between myself, between Christine, between the community. And it opens up that dialogue that really makes for meaningful community engagement.
We made the decision to have Dr. Patrick White. I don't know how many of you might know him. He talks a lot on fusion and fission, leads a lot of sessions. He's very technical, but he also can relate to people. So we made the decision to have him come in and lead the session about nuclear energy and the technical side of it. But I also he was speaking at a meeting in the new ECA's new nuclear conference in Augusta, Georgia recently, and I went up to him, I listened to him speak, and I thought, yes, we've made the right decision because he's so good. And I said, how can you answer questions from the audience? Are you going to be okay to do that? And he said, yes, I will answer the ones that I can. He plans to, have briefing sessions with both of the companies that are coming here to be able to answer what he can about it. And then I think we will have someone there writing down the questions that we don't have the answers to at our meetings so that we can get those out. Indiana, I know that they have had a lot of data center success. They have a site that you can go to read about them. I think that, we may have, I don't know that we have that, but we may have to have something like that either in our community or with the state so that you can get the information that you need at some location to get it. But, you're probably not going to have the answer to every single question, but I think if you assure people that you're going to try to get that for them, or that that you will be working on that, I think it does help a lot.
So, be honest, speak normally is what I'm hearing. Is that right? Oh, sorry.
I'll let someone else go.
Yeah, can I just make one comment? I think it was me that had his hand up. I loved everything you just said, and I'm not trying to call anybody out, but there's another element I think you have to have. you're not going to have the expert all the time. I love the analogy you had, but I'm going to call out Sandra Wilson, because if you're really going to do this right, you've got to have members of the community who have the courage, the fortitude, and the willingness to repeatedly engage with the community. And that's what you've done in Paducah. And I say that because I've been involved in a lot of issues where communities express their concerns and express, and you should, you need to listen to everybody. But you got to have a few people who become the face of the community, and they don't try to push the issue one way or the other. They become basically an honest broker. And the Chamber of Commerce in Paducah, I believe, became that honest broker. And I think that the consistency by which they've held meetings, they've had open dialogue, and the fact that they've had multiple ones, not just the 2 required for the certified community, but they actually had people and saying, I'm giving you credit for being right there. I mean, that is what moves and changes a community. And it's also okay if someone is perceived as being overly weighted maybe for one side or the other, as long as they're still an honest broker of taking in the information and sharing it. And I say that because the most important things that you can have is not 3 people showing up at a meeting, but the fact that there are 800 people that show up for these breakfast meetings to talk about issues in the community, or the fact that you're individuals who are courageous enough to be out there. They're going to the grocery store, and maybe it's a 2.5-hour event because they talk to everybody in the grocery store that has a question. That's truly what you have to do if you're going to really be respectful of others, take in that information, is to have really those kind of leaders that are courageous enough to put themselves out there and be willing to do it for an extended period of time. This is not the kind of topic that gets addressed in 1 or 2 meetings. It gets addressed by the people in the community over multiple months and years where necessary to really help people feel like you've listened. And then you come a point in time where leaders have to lead, and the majority of what they've heard needs to be where you're moving in the direction with the concern and taking care of those who maybe don't agree, but you eventually have to allow the process to work, which is we live in a democratic state and country and community. Just make sure that you've done all the things to prove out you've got the majority, if it's the silent majority, really represented, and then you move forward.
Thank you.
I want to say
hate
thank you,
step-
Secretary Noel. I saw you come in. I was trying not to let you make me nervous about being in the room. But I want to say, this past session, Senator Carroll and Representative Bridges are here, and they were very much working on pro-nuclear legislation and incentives. And we put that in our weekly newsletter. I don't even know if they ever even knew that, but every Monday that we send out to our membership, we have about 950 members, but our newsletter goes out to about 3,000 in our community. We put in there what was happening in the state and what they were introducing, just so that people would know and have access. I mean, I don't know that they're reading it, but the information was there, what was happening for pro-nuclear in our state.
Well, I am getting the stop sign held up. So I want to thank all of you for participating today. You guys are on the front lines and help us do our jobs. And so if you guys will be around and people have more questions, let's give them a big hand.
The next topic that we have is an interview session on economic development. This session explores how investment in conventional and next-generation nuclear technology catalyzes regional economic activity, provides high-paying jobs with long-term stability, and offers significant tax revenue for local communities. The panelists will discuss the transformative potential of nuclear projects to anchor industrial growth, including AI and manufacturing, while providing grid stability and facilitating a stable energy transition. Kentucky PSC Chair Angie Hatton will interview Secretary Jeff Knoll with the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development. Secretary Knoll.
They heard I was coming, they all walked out the door.
Hello? Oops. All right. They'll be back. Thank you very much. I get the easiest job, I think, of any of the moderators this conference, in that I get to ask a few questions of Secretary Noel. I think I could just look at him and say, "Go," and then he could give. They don't want that. But I will do my best to at least harness your energy just a little bit. So, Secretary Noel, Kentucky is in a period of unprecedented economic development. We have seen some real gains. Tell us how nuclear industry development fits into that whole equation.
Well, first of all, I got to take a step back. We're going through great opportunities because we've got great leadership with the governor. We've got amazing leadership with the legislature. We've got amazing local elected officials. And candidly, I think most people in those situations and positions are operating on a basic common vision, which is we just think everybody in Kentucky deserves to make a great livable wage, because when they do that, their shelters become homes, and their homes become a safer street, and those safer streets become great communities. So it's easy to say, let's all go get those jobs. But my experience since I came back home is our elected officials at all levels are working very well together. You have the typical political noise that has to be out there when you've got political races. But in the end, I've never been in a meeting, regardless of party, where folks don't say, what do we have to do to help get the jobs, not the jobs, but get the opportunities for our Kentuckians. Now, let me just take a step back. I don't have all the answers for nuclear, and I'm glad we've got Senator Carroll who helps guide us and everything. But here's what I do know. Kentucky has had an amazing run in terms of attracting great jobs. You know, we're 12.4% of manufacturing. The national average is 8%. We've got some of the best automotive companies in the state. We've got our number one export is aeronautics. Great companies doing great things. But we got here over a multitude of decades because we've always had the reputation for affordable, reliable, and available power. And you lose that, we're going to have to basically start taking steps back. So I don't have all the right answers about what the portfolio mix needs to be in terms of generating power. I just know we need to have a portfolio of generation of power that makes sure that our availability, affordability, and reliability remains a competitive edge, because you can lose it quickly, and we can lose a lot of the things that are making, I think, Kentucky the place to be for investment and jobs, and numbers don't lie. 60+ thousand jobs, $50 billion of private investment over the last 6 years. That's pretty profound, but most importantly, Jansen, I think our average incentivized rate here recently has been $32 to $33 per hour before benefits for all the kinds of jobs that we've brought in, and we want to go higher in terms of that type of our earnings going forward. So answering the right questions is critical to everything we hold near and dear. And I grew up on a farm, and I love the way I grew up on a farm in the agricultural world. The world has changed, and that agricultural type of life is different. But you know what it still depends upon? Available, affordable, and reliable power.
Now, speaking of how you grew up, you actually have some experience living near a nuclear facility or two. And how did that affect your approach to Kentucky's new interest in nuclear energy?
So I grew up on a farm in Kentucky. I got a great job offer in Michigan. And yeah, I lived in Michigan right between the Cook Nuclear Facility in Bridgman, Michigan, and just down the road from the Palisades Nuclear Facility. Our school system was right next door to the Bridgman school system, and I worked for Whirlpool, so you'd think, you know, that was a pretty good school system. We were jealous of the Bridgman school system because they had the highest budget of any school system around because of the nuclear facility. And I can tell you right now, I never lost a moment of sleep living between the two nuclear facilities. And having had a chance to know the plant leaders, get in to see the facility on multiple occasions, and to see all the hotels being completely full and all the restaurants full when they were doing the refueling with all the jobs that came in addition to the 1,100 jobs in one facility and 1,300 in the other. You know, I realized very quickly that type of power generation is a great fit if done the right way. And candidly, I think having examples like that of the things they did well, but also some things they could improve upon, influenced me to say nuclear is indeed one of the things we need in our portfolio, our strategy of a portfolio mix of the kind of power generation we need as a state.
Okay. So while we have several people from out of state who've been generous enough with their time to come and share their insights with us, for those from out of state, what would you consider Kentucky's competitive advantages in attracting nuclear industry here?
Well, we got a great industrial base. We're 50% above the national average. That industrial base needs power, so therefore we should be able to attract, I think, a good nuclear investment in that portfolio mix. We have an amazing workforce. You talk to the companies, and I get the chance to talk to companies around the world, and they talk about what a great workforce it really is. And, and I attribute that to really a couple things. People like me that grew up on a farm, and let me tell you something, you grew up on a farm, if you give me a piece of baling twine and duct tape, I'll figure it out. And if you've gone down into the mines and done work, you understand safety and teamwork and caring for each other. I think those are the common ingredients for almost doing any kind of job anywhere. So we've got a really good connection to really the kinds of cultures that create the right kinds of jobs. But I can't emphasize enough that when you talk about progress, the definition of progress is moving toward your destination and goal. I listen, and look, I used to be involved in Michigan in a very impoverished community and a very well-to-do community, and I learned very early on, if you want to get anything done, you really have to be respectful. You've got to be willing to listen. But at the end of the day, you also have to pose questions. What is it you really want, and is it even feasible? Because if you're not going in progress towards something, you're typically taking steps back. And I don't want to ever see this state take steps back. And I want to see the steps that we have taken forward in the last 10 years or so continue to be progress going forward. And I would just say to those from out of town, we got what it takes to really make nuclear part of our portfolio. But I hope that we have a lot of community leaders that will rise up and say, respectful, we have to listen, we have to understand, but we have to have a vision for where we want to go, and we got to be willing to put one step in front of the other to get there, because if not, we won't be making progress. And in this world that's moving so fast and change every day, progress and the lack thereof creates lack of progress and actually creates loss of opportunity.
You mentioned workforce, and Kentucky has a lot of advantages in the type of workforce that we have. But are there any gaps in what we need for a workforce that's ready for nuclear? I know there was some legislation to encourage higher education facilities and universities to find those curriculum gaps and fill them. But do you see any gaps that we need to work on?
I want to be really clear. When you're in a position like I'm in, or Secretary Link, you got to have the straight talk, and being good leaders being honest. And that honesty does not mean it's a negative. It's simply where you're looking at into the future. And I think Secretary Link would agree. We've got lots of areas we need to create better delivery systems for education. We've got to find better ways of coordination, the resources that we have, because siloed resources to one endeavor that doesn't integrate with another doesn't actually get the change that you need in terms of developing the kind of skill sets that are required. And I argue that everything relative to automation and the use of AI in the business world, yeah, it's going to replace some jobs, but most importantly, it's changing the kinds of jobs that we have. And I worry a lot that we've got to get more technology type learning in our community and technical schools. I think we have to create, and I've said this in a lot of areas, Kentucky does a great job on the earning. We're showing that in terms of the jobs we're creating. We do a great job on the learning side, but what's missing is the yearning. If you don't create a yearning deep inside of somebody, I don't care how many free classes you give them, they're not going to do the learning it takes to get to the earning. And I really believe I'm less inclined to talk about what specific skill gap is missing and more inclined to say, how do we get together and really start helping young people and helping people that are worried about losing their jobs realize there's great careers and great jobs, there are opportunities, and all you got to do is have the yearning, and we'll provide you the learning, and you'll get the earning to go out and do what it takes. That's what I feel like is the real missing link, and I'll tell you one of the culprits, and I came from one of those culprits. I'm still not convinced yet that all of our existing companies understand what they really need for the future to then translate that into working with Jamie and others to figure out how to do that yearning. And I'm just of the opinion that I think we've got to really communicate with folks in a different way. And the companies that have been brought in that I get to go visit with, I see a whole lot more white coats and iPads in the manufacturing environment than I see people working with their hands. And by the way, working with your hands is even more valuable today than ever before. So long-winded answer to a very short question, and that is, yes, I look at the world tomorrow, we're just like every other state. We got all kinds of industries that need to help us figure out what extra skill sets are going to be needed for the jobs, not for 5 years from now, but a year from now, and let's make sure we get them. But let's spend a whole lot more time talking straight to the people that need to hear it. You need to understand there's opportunities. Just get that yearning deep down in your belly, and I think we can get a lot further along with the things we need to do.
And so when you're talking to potential economic development opportunities for Kentucky, how important is it for them to go where they're wanted and to have things like nuclear-ready communities or other ways to signal which towns want them?
I'll answer that in a second. I'm coming back to one other thing. I'm telling you that if we don't answer the question that I get from a lot of the existing companies, hey, Jeff, I'm reading about data centers, I'm reading about this, I'm reading about instability of the grid. Where are we going as a state, and how can I be rest assured that that available, affordable, and reliable power is there for me in my business? Because you want me to invest another $150 million in this facility? Guess what? I can't go get that sold to get that $150 million investment unless I can sell the board on the total equation of doing business in Kentucky. And that availability, affordability, and reliability of power is a huge component. And right now, we don't have a lot of good answers to give, but I'd say nuclear is one of those types of answers that as we build this out, it helps make our existing employers feel like we have a vision and a strategy to meet their needs, which goes to the issue that you're sharing, I think, and I think it's the most important thing to do. Communities need to decide for themselves if they want to be ready for the nuclear activity or nuclear generation in their community. But also I think there's communities that want to raise their hands and say, I want the supply chain that can come with the nuclear industry. That's a different and distinct, different kind of community readiness. And so I believe this program that puts community readiness first, then we get into the community designation, or excuse me, the site designation as being ready. Don't put the site designation first, put the community designation first. We're all actually sending a message out there that says there's going to be some component of nuclear in Kentucky, and Kentucky's going to figure out that portfolio mix of solar, hydro, using coal, I think gas-fired. I think that's the equation is you're not going to have a silver bullet, you're going to have a portfolio approach, and I really believe we're taking huge steps in sending the message everywhere that nuclear is a good fit in Kentucky. It's not a good fit for every county in Kentucky, but where it's a good fit, come on down, and we got all kinds of things that we can do to help you, and I give the senator good credit. We've even got now incentives in our cabinet that we can make available for the nuclear investment and the nuclear activities. And I'm on a high horse, and I apologize. But if we don't do it, how are we going to fill all those jobs that we're creating? How are we going to keep those companies here that we're trying to keep here? And by the way, I'm scared to death of AI, but I'm scared of a lot of things. I just have to lean into it. There's going to be a whole set of new jobs coming down the pike. That's the kind of training that we need to figure out, because I want more manufacturing. I want more business and financial services. I want more R&D, and I want all those jobs associated with the AI, whatever level they come. And we are not going to get it if we don't embrace the tomorrows of technology that are coming. But we have to embrace it in a way that we don't leave people feeling behind and alienated. We have to help them understand the path that we are on.
So I'm about out of time, but I just wanted to ask you about one thing that we get asked about a lot. Public service commissions from across the country recently got an inquiry from a U.S. senator who wanted to know if we were taking part in NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, when it comes to data centers or new generation like nuclear. Why can't we live without those?
Did you say NBA or NDA? I can talk about NBA all day long. Let me just give you a practical explanation of non-disclosure agreements. First of all, I don't want to go to jail. Let me explain that. If I'm working with a publicly traded company, that their board is not appropriated and approved spending hundreds or billions of dollars in any kind of power generation activity, or if I'm working with a steel company, that their board is not approved something that is material. It's a definition under GAAP accounting. And I actually go out and I say something I shouldn't. Hey, Jeff Knoll Incorporated is going to spend $250 million to do this in our community. Well, guess what? That board's in trouble because there's requirements of what you are allowed to disclose in terms of the investment that you have made. And companies don't decide to invest, they investigate first. They understand what the landscape is, then they move into that type of decision-making process. NDAs are protected in the sense of following the rules and the guidelines. Secondly, I don't believe NDAs say not disclosing ever or anytime. I believe an NDA is about disclosure at the appropriate time, in the legal time, with the information that has to be assembled in a way that then allows for the engagement. And so I'm not a big believer in saying an NDA is out there and we're never going to talk to the community or all the community stakeholders, but I understand NDAs allow for the appropriate due diligence, the appropriate investigation, the appropriate understanding, and even the appropriate way of gathering all of the facts. Then you roll out everything in a very transparent way. And people try to accuse NDAs as if we are intentionally trying to shield answering a question because an NDA exists. No, you're never going to get a nuclear investment done or anything done without fully engaging with the community. But you start engaging with the community with half answers, without all the information, and most importantly, without a kind of a genuine, look, if we do this and if we answer that, then we're going to have this opportunity. Well, you don't have that opportunity until you get all those things done. So I think NDAs have become the boogeyman that everybody likes to use to stir up things. And I'm just going to give you one little thought. I'm not saying I support artificial intelligence. I'm not saying I'm opposed. I have said publicly now for 3 years, a data center is not an economic development project, but it can be. And we've had a white paper on our website now for some time that we spell out what you have to do with the community, what you have to do to assure the schools are going to be made whole or be given the opportunity that they deserve, that you actually have agreements with the utilities that they will explain in their own words how this will not create an impact on non-data center customers. We've spelled out everything that needs to be out there, and I say if you do all that and the community is engaged and the community sees the benefits, now you've taken what is a huge investment and you've turned it into an economic development project. And if a community really wants to go down that path, and we're working with a couple right now, you know what? I can stand up and say, just like that Bridgman school system, a data center in the right area is going to create more tax revenues to the school system than that school system's existing budget. Think about what that means for changing the lives of all those young people. So I tell you, as my wife will tell you, every time she makes me mow the yard, I'm scared to death of snakes, I'm scared to death of all kinds of things. I want to get the facts and I want to get the information. And I really, truly believe engagements like this allows us on the nuclear side, on data centers, on steel mills, you name it. It allows us to get an understanding of progress. And progress is not meant to be solely a look back on the history and saying everything you did then was wrong. Real progress is looking at the history of how we did things and finding ways we're doing them better. And I give Senator Carroll so much credit because this whole designation as a community is a guarantee that the voices of that community must be heard prior to then being designated as a nuclear-ready community. And when that voices have been heard, then we'll designate it as a nuclear-ready site. So I think the whole discussion today is so imperative because I'll close as I began. Available, affordable, and reliable power is the reason that all of you in this room have had a good life. It's a reason that we can drive up and down and see school systems and we can see communities because at the end of the day, every job in this state is dependent upon those three words. And we've seen states move away from that. Guess what else happened? Jobs moved away. So I'm just a really big believer that we have to agree, do we want to lose the progressions that we've had or the advancements we've made as a society in Kentucky? And if we choose to say no, we want to take steps back, that's the decision of the community. Or do we really want to abide by the definition of progress? And if we really want to abide by the definition of progress, we have to figure out how to keep those three words: available, reliable, and affordable power generation. And everything I've read, everything I've studied, it takes a portfolio approach, and nuclear has to be a part of that portfolio approach.
Well, thank you so much for giving us some of your time. We won't take any more of it or be in your way while you can get back out there.
He wants me to be quiet because he's already held up 0, and I think that means no more time.
We've been ignoring poor Connor all day. He's a financial analyst at PSC, and we made him be a timekeeper, and we've ignored him all day long, so he's gotten used to it.
I thank you for your leadership. I thank everybody in this room for their leadership. And I may come across as a huckster or salesperson. You call me whatever you want. But I've done a lot of projects in a lot of areas, and I made the commitment early on. I need to be the one you throw tomatoes at. I need to be the one you can shoot the arrows at. But I need to be the one, and my wife will tell you, I go to the grocery store, and it is a 2.5 to 3 hour excursion. I love that because I will take the harshest critic, and I will tell him, because it's genuine, whatever you're feeling, however you feel is right. Now let's help each other understand something. And I was in a meeting where everybody was in opposition to data centers. I was invited for another reason. They got on that topic. I do not know why. I just asked everybody in the room, will you all just kind of take a deep breath and look at your conscience? And how many of you in this room have raised concerns about data centers when in reality it's because you are afraid of and don't like what artificial intelligence is really standing for? And nobody raised their hand. All of a sudden, a couple of hands came up, and pretty soon over half of the room raised their hands. And I said, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about issues around the environment, the water, and all these other misinformation in some cases that are out there. But let's all try to understand what's the real driver of why we have concerns. And there may be half of the room with one concern, half of the other. But sometimes we allow noise to basically overshadow the real feelings and the real concerns that people have. And the more we can have these kinds of meetings, the more we begin to understand, all right, what is that concern and how do we address them? So I feel like this is a great thing. I just want to thank you for your leadership, and thanks everybody in the room for letting me go over 90 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
We will take a 15-minute break. Let's go ahead and get started with the next session. If everybody could take a seat, please. If everybody could take a seat, we'll start with the next session. Am I the only one that can hear this? It's like I say something. I'm gonna go ahead. All right, the next topic deals with financing nuclear projects. As the world aims to triple nuclear capacity by 2050, the industry faces significant hurdles, including high upfront capital costs, long construction lead times, and sensitivity to fluctuating interest rates. This session brings together financial institutions, policymakers, and industrial leaders to discuss how to bridge the gap between current investment levels and the estimated $150 billion needed annually. The panelists include Alan Otto. He is a senior managing director, investment banking with Guggenheim Securities, LLC. Also, Tom Hucker. He is a senior advisor, lead for state territorial engagement, Office of Energy Dominance Financing, U.S. Department of Energy, and it's being moderated by John Horn, who is the executive director of the Attorney General's Office of Rate Intervention here in Kentucky. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Well, we've been talking yesterday and today about nuclear and how we might invest in that in Kentucky. But with any infrastructure investments you make, it takes money. And nuclear, I think, takes a little bit of money to do. So we're fortunate here today to have two folks that know quite a bit about financing nuclear, and coming from two different perspectives, one from the government side and one from the private equity side. And to my immediate left is Alan Otto, Senior Managing Director at Guggenheim Securities, at our full-service investment bank headquartered in New York. And Alan advises his clients on power and utility sector mergers and acquisitions and raising public and private capital. And Alan's current focus is on all things nuclear. And to Alan's immediate left is Tom Hucker, who leads Department of Energy's Office of Energy Dominance Financing, which engages in states, territorial, and local government officials to access financing for projects that are priorities for state governments. He also serves as the project lead for multiple private and public sector projects across several energy technologies. So Tom, let me start with you. Most people are familiar with the Department of Energy, but I doubt many people know about the Office of Energy Dominance Financing within DOE. So can you tell us about the Office of Energy Dominance Financing and what your job duties are?
Sure. Thank you, John. And just to correct the record, I don't direct our office. Greg Beard directs our office before I get fired. I direct our outreach to state governments, which is why it's been great to work with Secretary Noel and Kenya and everybody in the Kentucky state government. So you may not have heard of us before. We're essentially the office of what used to be called the Loan Programs Office, you may have heard that name, was renamed by Congress as the Office of Energy Dominance Financing recently. We were set up 21 years ago to function as essentially a bank inside the Department of Energy. And why do you need a bank inside the Department of Energy? The idea at the time was to finance companies that had a great idea, proven technology, passed their demonstration phase, but they still couldn't get a decent commercial bank loan. And the one company you've certainly heard of is Tesla. It's hard to believe, but 21 years ago, they couldn't get a decent bank loan. So they came to the government, they borrowed $460 million from us, they made billions at their IPO, and they repaid the taxpayers early. So that's what we were set up to do. Then the bipartisan infrastructure law greatly expanded our charge so that we could finance ordinary commercialized energy projects as well. And we have now survived across 5 administrations, 21 years, presidents of both parties, and we have a bipartisan mandate to continue to fund large-scale energy-related infrastructure projects. And this White House is very focused on ones that achieve affordability and reliability and security for the American public. Because nuclear in particular requires, as John said, a lot of upfront capital and has a very long construction schedule. Interest on the financing is a real disproportionate driver of costs for nuclear projects. So the low interest rates that we can offer are a big advantage for nuclear projects. And that's why we have a lot of experience in this space. We have learned a lot of lessons that we continue to try to apply to new nuclear applicants that are coming across our threshold. And there's a few use cases I want to share with you. One is, you may have heard we provided $11.5 billion for the Vogtle reactors 3 and 4 in Georgia. The developer was Southern Company, and those were the first new large-scale reactors in 35 years in the United States. Much more recently, we provided Holtec's here. We provided $1.5 billion to Holtec to restart the Palisades nuclear reactor on the shores of beautiful Lake Michigan. At the time in 2023, when they came to us with the idea, it seemed like a very ambitious idea. Nobody had done that before, restarting a nuclear reactor that had been decommissioned, but they're doing it, and they're using our money to do it, and we're very optimistic about the success of that project. We also, as mentioned yesterday, lent $1 billion recently to Constellation to restart 3 Mile Island 1, which was also decommissioned right on time, and one that you probably haven't heard about, but it's pretty cool. It's much smaller than our ordinary loan, but we lent about $200 million to a company named Shine to fund a research reactor in Wisconsin, and it makes an isotope called molybdenum-99 or Moly-99. Why is that important? Because this isotope is used in cancer treatments, and it's used in 40,000 treatments a day in the United States. But the crazy thing is, it's entirely manufactured abroad, outside the United States. And the half-life is 60 days. So we lose a whole lot of the Molly 99 in just the shipping back to the cancer patients in the United States. Now it's going to be made in Wisconsin and get to U.S. patients much faster. So those are the types of projects we are looking for. We can do we can finance the entire value chain of nuclear supply and energy delivery. And you may have also learned recently, we didn't announce it, but the Commerce Department sort of leaked it. We're working with Westinghouse to finance a very large loan to address the long lead items in a new portfolio of large-scale reactors across the country, so that we can avoid the long delays that bedevil lots of nuclear projects. Anyway, that's what we do. Eager to hear your project ideas and answer questions. Thank you.
Alan, can you tell us about Guggenheim Securities and what it means for you to be focused on all things nuclear?
Great. Happy to. Hey, everyone. It's really nice to be here. So Guggenheim Securities, I won't say a whole lot about Guggenheim because it's a little less relevant, but we are a full-service investment bank, and I sit on the side where it's advisory. So we don't, just to be clear, sometimes it's a question, our expertise in advising our clients is we don't bring the money. Maybe if we were, maybe we'd already be moving on some of the projects. But we know who all the investors are globally, and we know investors from early stage investors that invest in some of the earliest stages of technology, all the way to the institutional investors that write the billion-dollar checks into projects. And a little bit of what we'll talk about today, I think, is a little bit of all of that. But we're advisors to companies, the private companies, public companies. We help them rise. You know, in the nuclear sector in particular, at some point, maybe there will be mergers and acquisitions to talk about, but largely these days it's about capital raising. It's capital raising for the technology companies. It's capital raising for the entire supply chain, excuse me. And we, you know, all things nuclear is really, you know, I'm part of a large team. I personally spend almost all my time in nuclear. My team covers everything from renewables and solar and wind and batteries and services and gas and others. I just happen to spend my time on nuclear, and it's at every part of the value chain, upstream, whether it's uranium and enrichment, all the way down to decommissioning and services in between. And the core client base of ours are the regulated utilities and the competitive power generators that seek to deploy this eventually.
Well, in the U.S., we have an ambitious goal to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. That's arguably going to require about $150 billion annually in investment. So, Alan, how does the investment community view this opportunity? Is it something real? And how have investors' views towards nuclear changed in recent years?
So it's real. It's real. It's important to understand that globally and widely, it is believed by the investor base and the industrial base and the utilities that we're at a different time in the nuclear, you know, this renaissance is different. The tailwinds are durable and it's real. The dollars are also real in terms of to hit the goals that we have. The part that's a little, you know, it's part of the question here, and it's when investors, whether they're looking at a technology company again or whether they're looking at you know, services companies and manufacturing companies, is okay, $150 billion, how quickly is that going to actually ramp up to that level? So we talk about goals like a 2050 goal and to have 300 gigawatts just on the nuclear side. I mean, there's so much potential demand out in front of us that folks believe in. I think it's a question of how quickly do we actually ramp up to that level, and part of the constraints, we'll end up getting into it, I'm sure, which is there's some practical constraints around things that are happening now around workforce development and supply chain that needs to build up. But until we actually get that, we can't just snap our fingers and we're, you know, all of a sudden building 20 gigawatts of new nuclear tomorrow all at the same time. So that's one of the challenges that also when investors look at it, they say, that's really compelling. I want to be involved in that. But, you know, that valuation that you're telling me I should be investing at only makes sense if I believe in, you know, I have to understand the trajectory of that curve.
So, Tom, how does DOE view this challenge of tripling nuclear capacity by 2050?
It's a big challenge. But we do what the President of the White House wants, and this administration is leaning very heavily into nuclear. There's all kinds of very strong reasons for it, and they have given us this very ambitious charge in an executive order to have 10 new reactors with complete designs under construction by 2030 and 5 gigawatts of uprates in place by 2030 as well. So our office is, like I said, has been around 21 years. We're moving more money faster than we ever have. We have a long pipeline of deals in our pipeline coming up in the next few years. We have to bring every proposed deal to something called the Credit Review Board, which is representatives of not just the Secretary's office, but the U.S. Treasury and the Office Management and Budget. And we brought them 8 deals last month, and we're teed up to bring them over a dozen deals next month. So we're really rapidly accelerating. We need more of those to be nuclear. And so I'm really grateful that you're holding this conference, elevating this issue, and I think we're going to get there.
So Tom, when we talk about nuclear projects, that can mean different things given the range of technology options that are out there. For example, you have large-scale reactors versus SMRs versus microreactors. You now have Gen 3 versus Gen 4 reactor design. So how does your department view these different pathways for nuclear?
Well, we're just focused on largely on eligibility and technical readiness. But we can finance anything in all those different generations you mentioned, but they have to be approved by the NRC. So for some of the more advanced reactors, that's the sticking point that we're going to have to wait on before we can finance them. We're glad there's so much energy and activity in the space and so much innovation, and the NRC is doing great work to reform their process and speed up approvals, but that's the constraint for us. We can finance anything that is approved by them.
So Alan, how do private investors view these pathways? Do they view them differently, and if so, how?
So they definitely do, and for good reason. They're different, but here's just a way to, you might think, oh, well, Gen 4 versus Gen 3, investors will look at Gen 4 and say, well, that's riskier, and so they're less inclined. It's not necessarily the case. There's been a lot of capital that has flowed into, and so when we talk about the technology companies, really it's these reactor technology companies, and there are 100 different designs out there, and some of them are this Gen 3, which is our kind of existing, you'll hear Gen 3 Plus, which is, it's the existing light water technology, but it's advanced and it has some additional safety features, and I'm simplifying. And then Gen 4, advanced reactors that are different pathways, and they're really not, there's some examples that you can look to, but they haven't been commercially proven in the same way that Gen 3 has. And you say, well, Gen 4, is that riskier? A lot of capital has flowed into these, and there's a reason for that. It's because they do have advantages that people are enticed by. And I would say that, you might say, well, Gen 3, we know that works. And it is true, one thing about nuclear, when we get into like the challenges around project development, it's not really about the technology. And I'm, again, oversimplifying, and people could challenge this, but fission works. It works in every one of these pathways. There is a question of what's the cost and which one's more competitive. But I would say even on the Gen 3 Plus, even the technologies that we've deployed and we don't know what the next one's really going to cost, and we're going to come back to that too. And so some of investors looking at, well, there's technology investment, but then there's project investment. And again, to invest in a technology, you have to believe that technology can be deployed in a project, and a project is, again, much more than just the core reactor technology. It's the deployment of the entire plant and everything that goes with it. Those are the things that take up to 10 years. And with that comes risk, and that's what we get stuck on. And so they look at these larger scale, or even somebody mentioned it earlier, and it's true, SMR is kind of this misnomer for some of the technologies, because small modular, some of them are they modular? They're big. These are still big projects, and people get stuck on them. Well, what is that going to cost? And you look at some of the advanced technology and say, well, there's all these uncertainties. But man, if they really can sort of be factory fabricated, maybe so it's a balance of all these risks, and that's what we're seeing. And we could talk for hours just about that, and I won't do that too. But there's a great mix of investor interest in all these pathways.
Well, in following up on that, there's been a struggle, as you know, with cost overruns and schedule delays with nuclear, most recent example being the Vogtle plant. So what do private investors need to see to get comfortable with that, this time is different going forward?
Yeah, we probably can both address that. I'll pick that one up. Yeah, so it's tough to just tell, like Vogtle, it's an example, right? And we can look at it now, and I'll tell you there are a number of utilities, I'll go unnamed because it's pretty widely, but they say, well, we like that technology because we can look at it now and we see what it costs to operate. And these utilities, like they're the 80 to 100-year owners of these assets. They care about what it costs to operate. And in that sense, Vogtle is a wonderful success, but you know, or probably most of you know the story of how they got there. It's, well, you know, getting there was not terribly, wasn't the plan they had. And so investors look at that and it's very, you know, easy to say, okay, well, you can tell me credibly that Vogtle, it was the perfect storm and there are these 3 reasons why, and that'll never happen again. And so that's a worst case. We build all the economic models for our clients, so I can tell you that even if we start with that basis that Vogtle is the worst case, these are expensive technologies, but the economics actually work out. So what it comes down to, your point is that investors will look and say, but I still just don't, I can't, it's hard to believe and trust. You don't know what it's going to cost. And so what it comes down to, the key of all this, again, it's the deployment. It's not that that technology, we know works, we know how it costs to operate. It's the getting to there, deploying it, what is that going to cost? And the only way to break that is to have everyone agree that we're all going to come together, we're going to put money into this, and we need to have risk-sharing framework. And that's just something that everyone's been working on for quite a long time. We're making progress towards that end. It wouldn't even be possible without the EDF lending, because there aren't lenders into these projects, even though, again, we can look at Georgia and say, well, look, there's one right there. There is not private lending for this. So with EDF's support and with federal tax credits, that makes my job a little bit easier, is to go find the rest of the financing, the equity. But I couldn't tell you today that we have that solved. That equation is still difficult, and I'll pause because we could also talk about it. We're making progress towards that end, but it's going to take a lot of different entities coming together to take their slice of that risk to make sure that it doesn't bleed into, perfect example would be, ratepayers in this state or any other state to take that overrun risk. And so we're working on what those structures are.
So Tom, how about what the role the federal government can play in financing nuclear projects and managing cost?
Well, as Alan said, I think it starts with our capital, since there's not a lot of private capital rushing into this space. And it starts with something else he mentioned, which is the 48E tax credit. Congress, in their wisdom, decided that you can deduct 30 to 50% of the cost of a nuclear project using that tax credit. So the taxpayers are in quite a bit in future nuclear projects. EDF loans can layer on top of that, and we work collaboratively with, just as the question is about managing risk, we work with all our applicants in a very collaborative process to do just that. Applying to us is completely different than like a federal grant application, where you stay up all night, you make your best arguments, and you send it across the transom, and then you just wait and you can't ask any more questions. With us, we have weekly calls, bi-weekly calls, monthly calls with all the applicants, and we have homework on both sides, and we exchange red lines and comments in their application, and as they build up their permits, their equity, put the supply chain in place, all the different milestones of project maturity. And so we work with them to manage the risk at every step of the way. And as I said, we have been very assiduous about taking the lessons that we've learned at Vogtle and other projects and applying them to every new project that's coming in.
Alan, let's talk a little bit about regulated utilities. What is their role in seeing new projects developed, and how can they catalyze development? What risk are they able to absorb in this nuclear front?
So regulated utilities are incredibly important to have, to see these first projects be deployed. There are regulated utilities. There are also competitive power generators that also could be the first. But let's talk about, especially in the state, right, where we have regulated utilities and integrated utilities. On the one hand, everything sort of runs through the utility in some sense. And so I won't go through all the different counterparties and constituents that are involved in making these projects come together, but you know some of them. It'll be, especially for these first projects where it's expensive, the only way when I say the math works, one of the reasons the math works is because we have certain customers that are willing to pay a very high price for early of a kind projects. We all have to believe that if we actually start building these again, the costs are going to come down to where we don't need these special, sorry, we may not need you forever, hopefully. But for the early ones, they'll need you. And we need these, data center customers that are willing to pay 2, 3, 4 times the prevailing price of power to help subsidize the cost of the earlier plants and get them on. But back to the question around regulated utilities and what the role they play. They can't, I'll just start by one thing, is that regulated utilities can't really take on the risk of these projects. The average utility is this big. These projects are just as large as the utility. So a utility can't just say, hey, even when Southern did it, right, if they were to do it again, even the largest utilities, it's very difficult for a $100 billion regulated utility to say, hey, I'm going to build 2 of these units, and that's $25 billion. So where I'm going with that is that there's sort of a model that is emerging, and it may not be the only model, but there's one where the utility says, I'm here. You want a relationship with me, project developer, because ultimately you're in my territory. Ultimately, I will probably be the owner-operator of that plant, but I can't put my balance sheet at risk. My shareholders will not like that. My lenders will not like that. The regulators won't like it. A lot of people won't like it for all those reasons. But they are central to it because you want that relationship with the ultimate owner-operator, and that utility can play a role in being there in the convention or the model that I'm sort of in my head thinking about is, let's just call it a build transfer model, where it gets built over here and, with EDF lending and the investors that we bring to the table, let's pretend that we can start moving on that and we start building that. The utility, it's in the utility's territory, and they say, when you prove to me that that project works, I'm standing by to acquire that plant and put it into the territory, into rate base, and it will serve who? Well, initially, because again, we have this hyperscaler customer in this model. This is one model, but it's one of the models that is most widely being discussed is how are we going to get these projects built? You have a customer that will be maybe the first 20 years, it's their power, and they're paying an incredibly high price. Why? Well, because it's worth that to them. And also it gets the cost of that plant down, so that when it finally is benefiting everybody, it's down at a price that's lower than your current cost. The economics work that way. But that's what these first projects are going to take. And I think that's sort of what we're talking about. If you can imagine in the future, we need more than 2 or 3 of these plants. We need hundreds, right? There's going to be a moment where we get down the cost. We know what they cost to build. Again, we could have more traditional financing. Utilities will be comfortable just saying, hey, let's do this in the way that we do, the wind farm or a gas plant, is that we'll just put it on our balance sheet, we'll build it, we'll have that comfort. We don't have that comfort right now because we really haven't done it.
Tom, when is the best time for people to approach EDF about a potential loan, and what advice would you have for potential applicants?
The best time is now. I'm here. I have cards. Our contact info is up on the screen. We're here for a reason, because we want to engage and talk to people and hear about even early stage project ideas. If you have a mature project, we're going to want to set up an ongoing cadence of calls to check in. And if you're telling us we are trying to put together the financing and the equity and the site, and we want to call you back in a year, that's fine too. But it's better to get on our radar screen. When we emerge from the One Big Beautiful Bill, you might know, completely reorganized a lot of things, including the Department of Energy, and some of our divisions inside the earlier DOE went away and some got consolidated. We weren't really sure what was going to happen to us. In fact, they obviously maintained our authority and gave us $289 billion in lending authority, which sounds like a lot. And we thought, well, we've only moved $125 million in the 20-year history of what was the Loan Programs Office. this will take a long time. It'll be around a long time. In fact, it's not. Under the leadership of our new director, we've lowered our fees. We've expedited our process quite a bit. If you've ever heard about people that were sort of in our pipeline for 2 or 3 years, that's not really the thing anymore. We're now moving deals, from the first phone call to the first draw within 6 months for mature projects. So, Mike's, it's a long answer. I'd say get on our radar screen now so we're aware of your project ideas. And all conversations with us are fully protected under the Federal Trade Secrets Act. We can go to prison if we divulge them. So we can be thought partners with you and your investors and your regulators and kick around project ideas and tell you what's going to work for us and what won't on early stage phone calls. We do that all the time.
And Alan, can you comment on how important DOE's financing is to new nuclear? I mean, is that financing enough? If not, what are we missing?
Yeah, and I guess I touched on it a little bit, that there really isn't private financing right now for new nuclear projects. And so, maybe that's enough said. Without it, we couldn't even imagine breaking ground on some of the types of projects that we're talking about. I think that's going to change. But there's still an open question too. Maybe a related, thought on that is you alluded to, you're not just these aren't grants, right? You actually underwrite these. You look at a project like, is it financeable? So it matters. All these things matter. It matters who the utility is and where it is. It matters who the customer off-taker is that we're talking about that are really catalyzing these early projects, whatever they are, large, SMR, maybe even micro. So you care about all those things. How many licensed technologies are there right now that you could, somebody applied? I think there's a little bit of, for some of these Gen 4 advanced technologies, they've got some more work to do before they can actually start taking advantage. But that said, without it, there's not even a model to put together to sell to investors to say you can believe that when we get through these early stages of a project, we can break ground and LPO, EDF will be there. There's some belief that we're going to make progress. They're going to make progress on the licensing front, and then we'll be rolling. But without you, it doesn't work. Without the ITCs, it doesn't work. A slightly different perspective than some folks, will say, hey, isn't it enough with EDF loans and ITCs? Why are we building? Again, I could talk for an hour just about it, so I won't, but I will say that there's a reason why we're not moving forward, and it's because we still, that equity piece, right? There's like debt and ITCs, and then you have equity, and we don't want the utilities to take that risk. All sorts of the engineering and construction companies are too small to take a whole lot of that risk. There are a lot of parties that are too small to take that risk. There are some parties that are big enough. I don't know if they're in the room, so I don't like to call them out. They could, but the way these models are going to work is if everybody takes kind of a proportionate share, and it's going to take a little more. We haven't, again, I know I said it, but we haven't sort of solved the calculus around exactly how that's, but the word of hope would be that we're making progress. It's happening behind the scenes.
Can I that's all absolutely true. We, the federal government, taxpayers, all of us, are taking a fair amount of risk already with the investment tax credit and with an EDF loan. So we don't want to bear all the risk on an emerging project. We want to share that with hyperscalers that have a historic amount of capital that might be the off-taker, that are going to benefit from all this clean, firm power that a nuclear plant can generate. We want to share it with an EPC or other large parties that have an awful lot to do with what the final cost of a project is. But just because there's kind of two sort of obvious points that I want to make sure we get made. One is Vodal was mentioned, and Vodal, the Southern Company, if they were here, I'm not talking out of school, they would certainly say it costs too much. They took historic, first-of-a-kind risk by building the first large-scale reactor in 35 years. That experience created an awful lot of lessons that we applied even to Reactor 4 after financing Reactor 3, and Reactor 4 was 25% less than reactor 3 because of those immediate lessons that were in place. And if Southern Company reps were here, and I've, not talking out of school, I spoke at a similar summit like this in Missouri where they joined far outside their territory just to come to Missouri and share these lessons. But they said, you know, we did everything wrong. We learned all these lessons and we're here to share them with you. We began without a completed design. We thought we had a completed design. We didn't have a completed design. Most of us wouldn't do a kitchen renovation without a completed design, but they decided to build a nuclear reactor without a completed design. Because they didn't have a completed design, they didn't have an accurate price estimate, cost estimate, and they didn't have a supply chain in place because how do you build a supply chain if you don't know what you're building? And then COVID happened, and you know what happened to construction prices and supply chains of all types. They were building a nuclear reactor in the middle of COVID. So all those things aren't going to go wrong again, which is why the fourth reactor was so much less. But if the head of our nuclear team were here, she would say, while we're having a lot of discussion of all these advanced technologies and how to manage the risk, the obvious thing we would recommend, she would recommend if she were here, is to build like 15 AP1000s across the country. Because you want to build, you know, when Boeing came up with the 787, they didn't build one plane and then move on to the next design. They waited till they had orders for hundreds of them before they, you know, moved on. That's what you want to do with nuclear reactors as well. We have a completed design. We have a high-performing, successful reactor in the AP1000s, both in the U.S. and in China, and years of successful operation. And our nuclear team would say, don't miss the point here. You want to just rinse and repeat that lesson over and over and populate the U.S., achieve these energy goals we have for nuclear with a lot more AP1000s. And the cost curve will come down as we do it because we have the developed supply chain and workforce in place now.
Alan, follow up on, Tom mentioned hyperscalers in there, and we'll follow up with you. Their interest in project developments for nuclear. Is that changing the financing question? Is that changing the game with hyperscalers trying to do that?
Absolutely. So that's another party that if they weren't oriented the way they are, it'd be even more challenging to talk about, hey, how are we going to break ground on a new project? So if we didn't have EDF financing, and by the way, this is, you know, typical, I think, for nuclear almost anywhere, that these are big mega projects. They're, you know, and if it's not clear, like, we're not talking about micro reactors, and there's some really cool things around nuclear that, and we're not talking about, you know, even fuel projects. We're talking really about these, whether they're large scale or, you know, SMRs that are multiple units all be putting together to build gigawatt scale. If we didn't have federal government support in the way we do, it'd be hard to make the math work. And another thing that would be hard to make the math work if hyperscalers weren't in such demand for the power. So, you know, they've been studying it for a long time. You know, when we started and I started focusing on nuclear 5-6 years ago, they had been around it, but now they've accelerated. I can say even 2 years ago, you didn't see them writing checks into development phases of projects. You didn't see them committing to the level of PPAs that they're committing to. They really, look, they need power. What's going to happen, you know, they have a business model, and yes, a lot of it's, you know, AI driven. We can't snap our fingers and have the levels of nuclear that they need right now. So they're going to do a lot of things like leverage a lot of gas, right? But they're trying to get ahead of something that I think serves their interest, but also is the reason why I think states are leaning in and why the federal government is leaning in, is that regardless of whether it's for a data center or whether it's just for local economy, the reason that we're talking about it, that you're all leading, is that we need diverse sources of generation, of baseload generation. And even the hyperscalers, who in some sense, you know, you might think, well, they have different motivations, and that's in part true. They have clean mandates and they want, but even if they didn't have clean mandates, even if like as a society we decide, well, it's not as it's still important, but even if we're not focused on clean, we need diverse sources. We can't wake up in 10 years and all of a sudden like 80% of the grid is gas And they're like, oh shoot, what if there's a shock? And we need just diversity. The hyperscalers need that too, right? If every single one of their new data centers is all backed by gas, like that's something's not right. And then there's the whole PR aspect of that for them too. They should really be, and they are getting behind it, so they're doing a lot. But if they weren't willing to pay the premium prices they are, and I won't go off on another tangent, but I'll just, tease it out there, which is, there's also an element of, we talk about like, hey, this is being built. I think there's a lot of concern around, well, is this power just being built just for is it being built for the benefit of everybody? That's an aspect too that I think is going to play into like how they actually deploy these, and whether they're using all of the power or whether there's some left for the grid, or is it not until year 20 that it goes to benefit the entire community. But one thing they're doing is by paying those high prices, counter to some of the scary headlines, I think it's actually going to has at least the capability of bringing prices down in regions if they're willing to pay that kind of premium. So it's just another thing to think about when you think about like, do we want to be courting nuclear into our state?
Well, as we wrap up here, gentlemen, you've given a lot of great information. I'd like you to take the opportunity here at the end, if you would, to talk to folks here in Kentucky that are thinking about attracting nuclear investments, and what do the developers and financial backers look for in a host state, and what makes one more kind of quote financeable than another. So Alan, let's start with you. What advice would you give for Kentucky?
There's some easy and obvious things. There are some states that still have moratoriums, I guess, on nuclear, so don't have a moratorium. And that's changed, obviously, in some areas. And then there's a question of, in that puzzle that I mentioned around, the state's not going to come in and say, oh, we've got this. We'll stand behind $10 billion of overrun. Like, that's not the role of the state, right? But there are, again, 10 stakeholders, groups, and the state is one of them, and they bring something. And that includes some really important things like durable policy, visibility, long-term, because these are long projects. And I think investors are going to look at a state and say, okay, they seem supportive. Are the policies that they have in place reasonable and durable? And are we going to get through multiple administrations or whatever, right? So like durable long-term policies. Support with the recent bill that was passed, right, around like early, so like those are areas where states, they're not the largest, again, these are 10 billion plus projects, but those amounts matter for early stages of projects having support. So the state chipping in alongside the utility, alongside a hyperscaler, as you've envisioned there, to get the early site work before financial investment decision and real construction starts, huge, and it's a great signal. Supporting the workforce and all those things that the states can do are important, and not all states are doing it. So Kentucky's doing it. That's why investors, project developers are looking here. It's great. Keep doing it, and I think other states are looking and trying to, what do we need to be doing, and there's some great examples out there.
Tom, any final words of advice?
No, that's all absolutely true. I think states don't have bottomless, checkbooks. That's a mixed metaphor or something, but accounts to draw on. But they provide leadership, and investors need certainty and predictability and confidence, and the kind of leadership that you all are showing in Kentucky is exactly what I think investors are looking for. Now you just need to keep doing this, work with your utilities, pick some sites, and get some projects going. It's very exciting that you're leaning in as much as you are, and very exciting that you've passed the laws through the legislature, 2 years in a row, right? And really showing the country how to demonstrate bipartisan leadership on this, to have the nuclear-ready communities raising their hand and saying, put a plant or a project right here. That's great to see. I don't see other states doing that nearly as much as you are in most cases. So we're eager to help in any way, and we're eager to hear about your projects. We've only talked about plants, but we can finance everything from mining to enrichment to conversion and fuel recycling as well. So talk to us about all your project ideas, and we're happy to also put you in touch with other states and companies in other states that can provide some value to what you're trying to do as well.
Tom, Alan, thank you for coming to Kentucky, sharing your knowledge with us. If you would join me in showing your appreciation. Thank you very much.
The final topic for today is nuclear construction, opportunities and challenges. This session will explore the dual reality of the modern nuclear landscape, the urgent push for decarbonization through large-scale deployment versus the persistent hurdles of project management, supply chain resilience, and regulatory hurdles. Experts will discuss strategies focused on skilled workplace development, managing multi-billion-dollar budgets, and distinctions in construction timelines for traditional gigawatt-scale reactors and small modular reactors. The panelists include Secretary Jamie Link. He's with the Kentucky Education and Labor Cabinet. Anthony Holbrook, he is the Director for Kentucky Central Midwest Carpenters Union. William Wagner, he is the Manager of Business Development for Nuclear Power, Bechtel Corporation. Joshua Ball, he is the Chief Operating Officer for Shaping Our Appalachian Region. Bridget Beck, she is the Deputy Director for Eastern Kentucky Concentrated Employment Program, and the moderator is Jessica Norris Canfield. She is a Senior Staff Attorney 3 with the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Do you want another chair?
Hi, everyone. I'm going to stand over here since we have so many panelists on the best panel of the day, the final panel. They saved the best for last, I promise. So I am Jessica Norris Canfield. I am the staff attorney for the Division of Inspections at the PSC. I am thrilled to be here. I would like to begin by letting our panelists introduce themselves, tell us about their current roles and their current positions.
I guess I can start from this end and we can go down. I'm Will Wagner. I lead business development for commercial nuclear power for Bechtel. So we are one of the largest U.S. engineering procurement and construction companies. We've been building nuclear power plants for about 7 decades, and our fun fact is that we've designed, built, or maintained about 80% of the operating nuclear power fleet. So really excited to be here today and support Kentucky in looking at nuclear.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jamie Link. I'm the Secretary of the Kentucky Education and Labor Cabinet. And having been down and toured the Paducah gaseous diffusion plant, I'm really excited about what the future may hold for Kentucky's workforce when it comes to nuclear power. I think it opens up a whole new horizon for us, and certainly our cabinet, and along with our workforce and economic development partners across the Commonwealth, want to be a key driver and player in this space, and look forward to what the future might hold.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Holbrook. I am Director for the Central Midwest Regional Council of Carpenters. That's a long way of saying I'm with the Carpenters Union. I'm Director of the state of Kentucky, but I got to tell a little story. I was the Director of the state of Ohio at one time. Spent a lot of time in the state of Ohio, and then they decided that they would give me Indiana and Kentucky and take away Ohio, so I did for both states. And now I just have Kentucky, so my life was going to be a lot easier, right? Well, the bad thing is I cover a little area called Ashland, Kentucky, and in that hub over there, it actually runs up into Piketon, which is about several $1 billion worth of work coming to that area in nuclear. And I also cover down a little hub called Evansville, Indiana, which covers the great city of Paducah, Kentucky. So you all know what's coming there. So now, instead of being busy in all those states, I get to be extremely busy in one state, and you cannot get any farther apart than Paducah, Kentucky and Ashland, Kentucky. So I was glad to hear you say earlier that there's going to be some work in East Kentucky, so maybe I can go home every now and then.
Hello, I am Bridget Back. I am the Deputy Director of EKSEP. It's Eastern Kentucky Concentrated Employment Programs. We are the local workforce board in Eastern Kentucky. So with our WIA program, we cover 23 counties in Eastern Kentucky. I always tell everybody it's everything south of 64, east of 75. It's a very large district. With our recovery and reentry program, we expand actually into 72 Kentucky counties. So we actually do workforce across quite a bit of the Commonwealth. I'm like my partner here when he talked about how he's excited for something to be coming to Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, born and bred right here, same hometown as Angie Hatton. So very excited to see something coming. Working in workforce development, that's always something that we're looking to do, is work with economic development. We have a very skilled staff and a very skilled workforce. You know, our workforce was built on coal mining, so there's a lot of transferable skills there. So we're very excited to see something come so that they can use those kind of skills.
Good afternoon. I'm Joshua Ball. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Shaping Our Appalachian Region. We are a collective impact nonprofit that works across Kentucky's 54 Appalachian counties, not as far as Senator Carroll's Paducah, but we go over into the central time zone a little bit. So we work to help build capacity practically. We're a convener, we are a dock connector, and we really believe that this Commonwealth was built on the backs of a lot of coal miners and people that worked really hard, that went in the mountains each and every night to help fuel the Commonwealth that we enjoy today. Fast forward to today, we believe that the best version of the Commonwealth is when every corner of the Commonwealth is thriving. So what we've been able to do is work exclusively in the nuclear sector. You've heard a lot about nuclear that's happening across the state, but there are more than 50 individuals right now in Eastern Kentucky that are taking the transferable skills that Bridget talked about and are applying those at nuclear plants across the country. Now, we know they're traveling, they're making high wages, and they're coming home. However, the long game for us is that we're building the workforce for the opportunities that are going to come tomorrow. So instead of this being something that is happening in the Commonwealth and us waiting to see how Eastern Kentucky fits into the puzzle, we feel we are an integral part of that puzzle, and we stand ready and willing to be ready when those opportunities come far and wide. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. So as we talk about those opportunities, I do want to take a moment to say that we've talked a lot about projection, potential, the opportunity for the growth. I'm going to start with Mr. Wagner. What are the steps that we need to take? What is the timeline of getting from potential to that work site, construction site movement?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's no, I wish I could say it's X number of years for sure, and unfortunately I can't. But one of the things about nuclear construction, in our experience, is there was a really good book written a few years ago called How Big Things Get Done, and the author talked a lot about plan slow and then act fast. And I think that is especially true in nuclear construction, because you have sort of this fundamental problem branching point that we have right now, is that you're either going to build a small modular or advanced reactor that has not yet been built and that needs to be designed before it gets built, or potentially an AP1000 that's been built but is a significant capital investment for any potential owner. And so what any of these projects require, there's the upfront kind of site identification, site characterization process that can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months just to gather the data and then go through the NRC permitting process. But then in parallel, after choosing a technology to go forward on a potential site, working with an engineering procurement construction partner to start progressing the actual site-specific design of the reactor that you're going to be working on is critical. And that timeline to work through the design process on a nuclear project is a multi-year and significant investment to get to a point where you actually know what it is that you're going to be building, that we have an actual solid basis for the quantities that we're going to install, and that we can get to a cost and schedule estimate that gives potential investors enough confidence to move forward in a project. So I think one of the fundamental challenges is you need especially early upfront engagement from an engineering procurement construction partner, so that you can get to a point where you really have a solid basis for your cost and schedule projection before moving into nuclear construction. And in parallel, you can work with workforce partners like so many people on stage to help get the workforce ready that's going to launch the project into construction. We talk all the time about shortfalls in craft professionals, and getting enough trained craft professionals ready for not just construction, but nuclear grade quality construction is critical. And so, the benefit of having a few years to plan is that you need to go through the multi-year design process to get to a solid cost and schedule baseline. But it does allow you to prepare things like workforce that we'll talk a bit more on the panel, and then launch into construction. So I think that early engagement and longer upfront design timelines are just critical parts of the nuclear process that you have to bake in when you're thinking about a new project.
Okay, and with nuclear construction, we always hear a lot about safety and safety concerns for our community. Mr. Holbrook, could you touch on how nuclear construction is safer today than it was 30 years ago?
Yes, great question, by the way. So when we talk about nuclear, three things comes to mind. The plant in Japan that had seismic activity and had a meltdown, 3 Mile Island. These are tragedies. What we don't talk about is David Bessie or plants here in the United States that most people, unless you're in the nuclear field, in this room, probably more people know about these than anywhere else. We don't hear about them because they are safe. They were built more than 30 years ago. We brought Vogtle online. It's the first thing we'd brought online in 30 years. But these other plants have operated safely because they were designed and they were constructed to operate safely. Let me tell you one that most people don't know. Ohio State University has a research nuclear reactor on campus. So it can be done safely. Thank you.
I want to touch back on the workforce engagement. What is the timeline, I think, for that workforce engagement to begin? How early should that start? I know we've heard from Mr. Ball here who said that they've actually have a workforce program working in nuclear, traveling for that. When should we ramp up that engagement?
Workforce should be involved from the very beginning. There's a lot of things that workforce can help with. They should definitely be best friends with your local economic development and community partners. Workforce development helps to train staff and help to build that staff and that skill force that they need, not only for the construction, but for ongoing, just keeping it going and the routine operation of the nuclear plant as well. And that is new to our area. So of course, that's something that we'll need to build early on. Workforce development works very closely with your local community colleges. With that relationship, one of the things that we have is the ability to be innovative and to create courses geared towards what employers actually need. So instead of just looking at a course catalog and trying to find something that's going to fit the need that you have, we can actually work with the schools and build the program that you actually need. So by bringing workforce development in from the very beginning, we can make sure that we're creating those courses needed to build the correct skill force.
That's fantastic. Secretary Link, have we had any requests regarding program development in the nuclear realm recently?
We have down in Henderson. We've had some requests for funding, which I think is great that they're thinking that far ahead and to kind of parrot and hopefully not be redundant with some of the things that Bridget said. I do think that we need to look at the entire timeline of what nuclear is going to be and where does the workforce planning begin with that and gaining a better understanding of what the industry needs from both the construction aspect as well as the operational aspect. And then working with our education system, I would say even starting in high school, because the ramp up to actually starting a nuclear program is going to be some time. So we need to be working at the high school level and then the post-secondary education level to start building the nuclear programs that we need, the coursework and the curriculum. I think that some efforts that we've made over the past several years of this administration in building better partnerships with local and regional and state and federal government partners. It's going to take all of us to build the pipeline that's going to be required for this industry. I'm anticipating what the what the timeline is going to be as far as the number of projects that may be coming down the line, because obviously Paducah is the epicenter for Kentucky right now, so we'll be focused on that area, but we also need to look at the sustainability of projects. How many projects, because we can build a workforce, we have a workforce with transferable skills that can move into the nuclear space, but as I've researched and read, the specialized level of expertise that's required for the different trades is going to be very important. And then working on the professional degrees as well. We certainly need skilled craftsmen, skilled tradesmen to build these facilities, but we also are going to need engineers and technicians and all of these other professional degrees and occupations that are going to operate these plants. So we'll be working with our post-secondary education institutions and looking at building the coursework that's going to be required for building the workforce. We can build a workforce to address the most immediate needs, but we also need to look at the long-term pipeline of skilled workers for the various different aspects of the nuclear program. So I think we have time to do that, thank goodness, because I know it's going to take some time to get up to speed and get through all the regulatory, the licensing, and all of that. But as Bridget said, we have to start now in building toward the future so that we're ready when the demand is there.
I think that brings up a great point. Is there anyone on the panel that would like to elaborate on the continuity of craft labor between construction projects and having that continuity in work for them?
I think for us, probably not as much construction because we don't have one yet, emphasize yet. But what we've been able to do through funding through the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority and the GitLab Foundation is we've partnered with the 6 community and technical colleges and the KCTCS system to deploy a 14-week nuclear outage curriculum. The pipeline that you heard about earlier from Dr. Adkins was coming from those displaced coal, timber, and gas workers. Those are natural fits to the outage work. They can literally go on site, get trained to deploy their skills in a nuclear setting. But what do we do about the next pipeline of people who are showing up across eastern Kentucky who perhaps are underemployed? I mean, they know how to show up, they know how to work hard, but unfortunately they can't earn the wages to stay in Harlan County or stay in Letcher County or stay where I'm from in Martin County. So across 6 community and technical college campuses, across 10 of those campuses, we're going to be able to deploy a 14-week program 2 days a week that'll be offered typical times, but also at night and on weekends to move people into those programs and into the jobs with the 2 companies that we're working with and hopefully a third we met today. That's critically important. And again, we could not have accomplished that because the funding is in place. There's nothing keeping us from doing it, and it's through NEDA and also the GitLab Foundation. From someone who's worked in Eastern Kentucky for almost 2 decades, to be able to bring the 6 community and technical colleges together to sing from the same hymn book to an employer. The same hymn book, 14 weeks. It's going to look the same as Somerset, as it does in Harlan, as it does in Ashland, as it does in Maysville. The same exact curriculum. The beauty of that on the construction side is if and when there's a project, we wrote in the curriculum to be able to pivot that same training into construction. There's a lot of commonalities in that curriculum. So we can pivot if and when the project happens. So we're super excited that the colleges have come together. And we know at Paducah, there is a 2-year program already in place and on the books. And the beauty of the Kentucky Community and Technical College system is if it's on the books, then it can be deployed at any of the other 15 institutions. So I do think that Kentucky is genuinely ready. And I think on our side with the workforce curriculum that's non-credit, that gets you in and gets you out and gets you in a job, coupled with the 2-year program that needs to be in place with our 4-year partners as well, that we're uniquely positioned to build off the momentum that's happening in Paducah with an actual facility, but also building on the momentum on the other side of the state where we're placing people into nuclear plants with that mountain and Kentucky work ethic that they know how to show up early, they stay late. When something tears up, they don't get on Amazon. They put their heads together and figure out how to get it done. And the last time I checked, I think that's what every employer across the country needs. And we have a lot of it, not just in Eastern Kentucky, but across the Commonwealth.
I agree. The time to build that workforce is now. If you wait, it's too long. Our apprenticeship program is 4 years, where they get the vital print reading skills, they get the welding certificates, they get the rigging, heavy rigging. A lot of heavy rigging will go into these processes. And the one bonus that we have now as we recruit these folks and we graduated 360 in February, and we have a second graduation this year in November where we expect another 360 to graduate with journeyman certificates. The big blessing right now for us is data center work. You know, we're able to put these people to work, keep them employed, because honestly, as union officials, if we don't keep our people employed, they leave. So we put 4 years of training, so we have to keep them busy, keep them employed so they stay with us. So the data center work's driving that now. We will continue to recruit, we will continue to train to have it ready. We're about to see more work in Paducah, Kentucky in the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 25. And we're excited. So Paducah is where I have a whole group of organizers on the ground recruiting that area and surrounding areas for the next generation workforce to complete this work.
Sorry. So I will add to that. And one of the things we talked about earlier was it's also important to be working with your secondary schools, with your high schools. You know, because if you're not dipping down into your high schools and even into your middle schools and making sure that they have access to that and exposure to those kinds of jobs, then it's harder to build that skilled workforce. You know, they become more disengaged young adults. So if you can catch them earlier, that's one of the things that we have positioned ourselves for as a workforce board. This past year, we have deployed what we call career development specialists into 35 high schools in Eastern Kentucky. And their sole job there is to help with career exploration with those kids, you know, to make sure that they know the jobs that are in the region, the jobs that are coming, and the requirements that are needed for that. We have VR headsets that we have at each of the schools so they can actually see those. I think making sure that those are loaded with the kinds of positions that this will need to, so we can make sure that those kids have exposure, will be important as well. But definitely making sure that we are working with our high school juniors and seniors especially, and even dipping down into the middle schools to make sure that they're aware so that we can continue to build that continuous pipeline that will be needed.
And then I just wanted to say that from the employer side, we will take all of these trained folks and then some. But to give you a picture of sort of what's possible with a workforce pipeline like that, so Bechtel has about 16,000 craft professionals today on the U.S. Gulf Coast, and that number grows every single week, primarily focused on building LNG facilities on the Gulf Coast. And what we start to see is this flywheel of trained, experienced craft professionals going from project to project, and we're setting record schedule and cost benefits unit over unit in our LNG business to the point where we're getting LNG cargoes out the door faster than ever. And it's because of that trained cadre of people that goes from project to project. We saw that at Vogel too, as my DOE colleague said before, that Vogel Unit 4, after we stepped in to finish Plant Vogel, Vogel Unit 4 was 30% more efficient than Vogel Unit 3. And you can only imagine if we had kept that workforce from Vogel, 9,000 craft professionals employed on nuclear projects, the additional efficiencies that you would see project over project. So I think that the pipeline that Kentucky's building for nuclear construction, if we get them engaged in a continuous set of projects around this region and then in Kentucky itself, I think there are huge cost and schedule benefits waiting when it comes to nuclear deployment, and we've seen that proven in many other sectors.
As a follow-up question to that, what skilled labor is most in demand when it comes to nuclear construction?
For us, it's a quick answer. Mostly electricians, pipe fitters, and welders, I would say, are the heaviest in demand when it comes to nuclear construction, just because the amount of electrical cable that has to get pulled through a typical nuclear plant to very high standards of quality, along with the complexity of some of the welds and the welders that have to be trained. Those are our critical gaps, but welcome thoughts from, craft professionals are in demand regardless of trade, but those are the biggest pinch points, I would say, for nuclear.
Okay. And I think that this question probably best goes to Mr. Holbrook, but during all of this workforce development, this rapid increase of individuals coming online to do this work, how do you maintain the safety atmosphere and the safety culture within your organization?
So much like someone else spoke about continuity and training and how we bring folks up, all of our training across the entire United States and Canada is developed in our International Training Center in Las Vegas. So you get the same training that you get in Ontario, Canada, that you would get in Louisville, Kentucky at our training center. So the continuity and training is crucial. Experience is absolutely crucial. We actually had members travel as far as to work on the project at Vogtle. And, we do Perry Nuclear in Northern Ohio and David Bessie that I spoke about. So we have those folks that travel, we call it the nuke circuit, that's probably a bad term, but we call it the nuke circuit. They travel around, they gain experience, and guess what? When they get the opportunity, they drag somebody else with them. Drag's another bad term. They allow somebody else to come with them. And that's constant training. Much like he is building that workforce for those 50-some people now, these repeat jobs, these repeat going to work at Vogtle, Perry, every outage, we try to get 5, 6, 7, 10 new people every outage at all the power stations. They come in, they've got red badge clearance, they have the knowledge that they've gained on previous outages, they're bringing somebody new. So we're gaining 10 to 15 people with nuke experience every outage, and sometimes they have outages twice a year.
Okay. I think I would like each of you to speak to what you hope your workforce development looks like over the next 5 years as it comes, as nuclear comes along in the Commonwealth.
I can start. So I think I've talked more than anybody. But so what we hope to do, we have one goal, and it's simple: is to meet the industry demands. If that's 1,500 additional carpenters, millwrights. By the way, let me ask a question. Anybody? If you know what a millwright is, raise your hand. So great. So when he was asked about what's in demand, millwright is a specialized industrial mechanic. They do machinery level. I personally am a millwright, so I think that's the most valuable craft that we're going to need in the next few years. But we just want to meet the demand and not just throw bodies at a job, because that doesn't do anybody any good. Companies like Bechtel can't stay in business with bodies out there. We got to have skilled workforce, trained workforce. They come in, they do a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. They leave with all their fingers and toes, and they go home safely to their family. And at the end of the day, they leave a great product behind. That's our goal for our workforce.
And I'll add on to that too. So not only do we want to work with those that are in post-secondary, like Josh talked about with the community colleges and the four-year institutions, but I think that what I spoke about, building that pipeline in the high schools is very important. And I think that with workforce working with the local area technology centers to help build those vocational school programs, that will be a pipeline to the apprenticeships when they graduate. I think that will be very important to this project's success as well.
Yeah, I think for us, it gets back to power, and I know we're here talking about nuclear power, but I oftentimes tell our teams that it's just the power of one. It's the power of one communication, one partnership, one person, one job. You can't get to 1,000 until you get to one. And I think for us is we are deepening engagement into our area technology centers. A couple weeks ago, Westinghouse had a hiring event with us in Ashland, and we piloted our director of engagement to go to some area technology centers. I said, go to those area technology centers. Let's see what's there. One of the very first scheduled interviews was a young man from Boyd or Greenup. I should know because I had to email his principal and give him an excuse. I've never had to do that at a hiring event, but kid left with a $34 an hour job. That's nothing to laugh about. Someone who grew up in Martin County, Lyndon Johnson in '64 declared the war on poverty. As a former journalist that took so many people to Tom Fletcher's house and retraced those steps, and I committed my professional career to changing the narrative. But to watch an 18-year-old, not even graduated high school yet, or as we used to say, Martin County ain't graduated high school yet, walk out with $34 an hour job is pretty powerful. That's the power of a connection point. And at SOAR we do a lot of things, but the biggest thing we do is we set the table, we get people around the table, and sometimes we just get the heck out of the way and let the magic happen. So we know we have an East Kentucky talent network that has almost 4,000 pre-vetted qualified candidates in the pipeline, and we're relentless every day to connect those to the power of one opportunity. So that's where we see our role in the transformational part of workforce, because the data tells us, the population projections tell us that a lot of southeastern Kentucky counties could lose up to 49% of the population if we don't do something. So the time is now, and we can't wait for something. We got to go find something. And we're just innate, or we're hunters. We fish. We do everything in eastern Kentucky. So we're going to unearth every opportunity to find meaningful employment for people so that they can live and thrive in the hills and the hollers of eastern Kentucky.
I think one thing to point out too is that it sounds like we're all talking about the same things. And I think it's important to point out that we're not competing agencies. By bringing all of us in together in the front end, we all bring a specialized viewpoint to that and different funding streams that we can help with. So by bringing in your various workforce partners from the beginning, you get a more holistic program built.
Just a couple of thoughts. Obviously, we've talked a whole lot about the opportunities that are coming toward us, which is wonderful. But I also think we need to think about, as workforce agencies, workforce partners, as an industry, we need to think about the challenges as well. Kentucky's not going to be the only state looking at expanding their nuclear program. So we've got to be competitive when it comes to our workforce, both in training and availability. I think we're, in many areas, seeing an aging workforce. So a lot of the highly skilled craftspeople, hopefully one day I want to retire, and I'm sure they do too. So that's where the importance on getting in early as middle school, as Bridget mentioned, getting young people to start thinking about the career opportunities that might be available to them. Very good, very high paying career opportunities. I think the transient nature of construction, as my colleagues I'm sure know, they move from project to project. Once one's completed, they move to the next one. So what is the sustainability of future projects? We talk about one now in Paducah, but where's the next one, and where's the next one? Because these folks will work on one project, but then they need another one to go to. So we've got to address that. And then additionally, with the transient nature of construction, you need a lot of workers, hundreds if not thousands of workers. Where are they going to live? How are they going to get back and forth? So housing, transportation, in many cases childcare, all of these things that we face every day in workforce might just be highlighted even more for a mega project that requires several thousands of workers coming in. What's the infrastructure, so to speak, that's going to support them? And what it's a regional thing as well. As we've seen with some of our larger manufacturing projects in Kentucky, it's not just in that one county or that one community, it's in several communities and several counties that people will be moving into. So I know the General Assembly has been looking at affordable housing, at childcare, at these other issues that I believe are inherent to workforce. And most of those are the barriers that we have to address in order to be able to build and sustain a viable workforce on these large projects.
I guess you originally asked us each to talk about where we are in what our vision would be in 5 years from now. So I guess my answer would be, the Kentucky, I think that 5 years from today, my hope would be that Kentucky is far along toward planning the first nuclear project. You're probably not in construction yet unless you move really, really fast, but Kenya and I have spoken a lot about being realistic and diligent in the timelines of these things. But hopefully you'd be sort of well on the way to preparing and answering some of the really good questions you raised about, how are we going to accommodate a workforce of this size? It's definitely in the thousands of craft professionals. But I would also hope that 5 years from now, assuming some of what you heard about projects on the horizon nationally in nuclear, supported by the Department of Energy comes to fruition, that we would have a good core of workers from Eastern Kentucky who've been through some of these training programs, who've been able to go and travel to a nuclear project, whether that's a project like Clinch River in Tennessee or others nearby, and will get that firsthand experience setting a reactor vessel or pouring nuclear concrete and understanding what the NRC requirements are to pour first nuclear concrete, which is, if you get that wrong, then the whole project is sunk. So, that we have people from Eastern Kentucky with that firsthand experience so that 5 years from now, when you're in the advanced planning stages for a new nuclear project, that's the core of the people that are going to come back and build here. So that would be my hope for 5 years from today.
Thank you all so much. I would like to take this opportunity to open it up for questions from the audience. Is everybody ready to go home? Is that what I'm hearing?
Everyone gets extra credit for staying through the last panel. It's awesome.
Yes.
So let me pick on Anthony just a little bit. All right. You're partly correct. Paducah to Ashland is a long way, but it's farther to Fulton County.
You sound like my wife. She never says I'm completely correct. She always says I'm partly correct.
Hey, Sam, whatever happened to Pikeville to Paducah? Did y'all just get rid of that? I mean, that sounds better.
I'm not going to say you're irrelevant, Josh. I'm not going to say that.
All right, well, if no one has any questions, I want to thank the panel again for participating today, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up a great project in Kentucky that we had.
So we're up to closing remarks. I would like to introduce the head of the Kentucky Public Service Commission Chair, Angie Hatton. In addition to heading the Kentucky PSC, she is the co-vice chair of the subcommittee on clean coal and carbon management for the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and she is a member of the advisory board for the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority. I give you Chair Hatton.
Thanks, John. I was scheduled for 15 minutes. I do not need that much. I have really enjoyed the last 2 days. I'm tired. My brain's tired. I've smiled so much and shaken so many hands. I'm tired, and I know a lot of you guys are too. We had 200 spaces available. That's how many signed up. We were packed for most of the last 2 days. And so I have a list of people here I need to thank, but I definitely need to start with my staff, Sherry Mahan, who's probably running around busy and not even here for me to thank her. But if you're part of the Public Service Commission staff, would you please stand for just a minute? Thank you so much. And I see Sherry coming in. Sherry is runs my life. My executive director, Linda Bridwell, in the front as well. I get credit, and Commissioner Regan and Commissioner Wood get credit for doing things like this, but honestly, it's the staff. I could just tell them, you know what we should have? World peace. And they would go make it happen. So we get some vague idea, and then they turn it into something incredible. So in addition to my staff, the Energy and Environment Cabinet staff, if any of you are still here, I see a few of you. And Kenya, yeah. Could you stand? Yeah. So this has definitely been a partnership with the EEC and Kenya, who does not enjoy being called a Kentucky treasurer. And if she doesn't enjoy it, she should quit being a Kentucky treasurer, because it's true. She's a treasure. And we're so grateful for the EEC's partnership and the partnership with the secretaries, first Goodman and then Lyons, and all the time that they gave to this. Definitely want to thank my panelists who gave their time. Many of them traveled a great distance. We're really grateful to all of you who were able to do that, for the cabinet secretaries, Link and Noel, who came, in addition to Secretary Goodman and Secretary Lyons and Governor Beshear, who gave his time. Definitely do not want to forget to thank the Attorney General's Office, Rate of Intervention, who are at the table in the back, and we work very closely with them. And thank you guys for being here, and to John for leading the panel for us. And then I need to thank our legislators. I think there were 8 who registered and came. Never want to forget to thank Senator Carroll, who has been very much a catalyst for all of this discussion. Thank you for your time, for being here both days, for helping us plan, for being a moderator, and giving the welcome address. Thank you again, Senator Carroll. And for those legislators who came, I used to be a legislator, and we tend to have 1,000 different topics that we know a half-inch deep. And for those who took the time to come and learn a much deeper level of this particular subject, I really admire that dedication. There were LRC staffers here, Legislative Research Commission. I'm grateful for them. I'm grateful for the utilities who came, and all the public interest organizers who always keep us diverse in our topics and our viewpoints. We need all the viewpoints. I'm probably going to forget people, Dr. Andrews and the CAER staff, the staff at the Kentucky History Center, and the caterers even. It has really been a great experience for me. So I'm grateful that it has gone so well. Conferences like this spark something in me. I love to watch the communication in between the sessions and the relationships that are formed and the communications that happen. I would love to do a follow-up conference, although my staff may shoot me at this point if I say it too soon. But if you have ideas for that, please communicate. If you have criticism, communicate, let us know. Try not to put it on Facebook, if you have to. You'll have to get in line if you want to complain about me on Facebook. But seriously, I do welcome your feedback. Email me or any of my staff directly, and we'd love to hear it. If you have ideas for future conversations that need to have, or ways that we could facilitate those, it really does make me happy. I'd even like to maybe invite the legislators over for a boot camp to learn about utility law and nuclear in particular, or we could go to them. Sorry, staff, but I think it's a great idea, because I think seeing them here really was a great idea. If we're going to have legislation about the PSC and aimed at PSC and energy and affordability and all of those things, it would be good for us to educate one another. And so my hope for this conference is that relationships have developed, that conversations have been sparked, and that they'll continue. Video and slides will be available on our website in a few days, thanks to Glenn, who does such a good job with their IT. And if anybody wants to raise their hand and tell me somebody I forgot to thank, I will thank them. If not, be safe getting home, and thanks again for participating.